I live in a pretty rural area, and my school bus used to come at the end of the drive I lived on at 7 a.m. every morning. It returned at 3 p.m. every afternoon to drop me off from school. The drive was a dirt road with a lot of bumps, rocks, and branching pathways the further you went, so rather than drive each individual kid to their stop, the bus would kind of just let us off at the start of the drive. From there, we would all have to walk. It wasn't that far, but on a blazing hot or freezing cold day, or during a heavy rainstorm, it was certainly far enough. I realized that I'm describing the walk as a negative experience already, but the truth is, it's not the walk itself that was that bad. It was an experience I had with one of the people that waited for us at the end of the school day that I want to talk about. Most days, the parents of the younger kids would walk with us until we got home. I'd known a lot of these people my whole life, so I trusted them all completely. I mostly stuck to talking with my immediate next-door neighbors, a nice couple in their mid-40s. There were days they weren't there, though, because their daughter was out of school. On those, I'd kind of keep to myself. I was a pretty quiet kid anyway, so that's not really surprising. One day, I noticed someone new at our bus stop, or rather, two someones really. A 5-year-old kid and an older boy. The older boy said that his brother had just turned 5 and was entering school for the very first time. Being raised to be polite, I shook the elder brother's hand and introduced myself, not really thinking anything of it. Over the next year, my last year of middle school, he would talk to me more and more at the end of each day. He was usually hunched over, yet at the same time he somehow towered over me with his lanky frame. I learned quite a lot about him. He was 19 and had dropped out of school a few years ago. He lived with a single mom and his younger brother. He also told me he liked to take walks in the afternoons. Usually, I'd just absorb his little information snippets and go on my way, after saying that was nice or that's cool or something like that. One day, he began asking me if I would like to go for a walk with him sometime. Now, my parents are pretty overprotective since I was their only kid. I knew they wouldn't let me go on a walk with some older boy alone without meeting him first, so I told him that. He seemed very disappointed, but took it well. At least the first few times. I would be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to say yes, in part or mostly because I was curious, but a deeper part of me kept urging me to say no. It wasn't a panicked feeling or anything, more of a gut feeling that something was off about this guy, and I'm very glad I listened to it. I kept on saying I still hadn't asked my parents yet, and he would keep asking and asking. Many times getting very insistent before backing off when he had to go up his part of the drive. Thankfully, he lived in a different pocket on the road, so he didn't know where I lived. At least I hoped so. It all came to a head on the last few days of school. It was a cloudy day, and when I got on the bus to head home, I noticed that my immediate neighbor's daughter was not on it, and neither was my new bus stop buddy's brother either. I figured it would be a quiet walk for me that day, and I felt a bit of relief knowing he wouldn't be there or asking me to go with him all day long. I would finally get a reprieve from that bubble of anxiety in my belly whenever I saw him waiting for us. The second the bus came to a squeaking stop on my road, though, my stomach panged with apprehension. He was waiting there all alone, wearing the same blue hoodie and holding the same expression as usual. A patient smile. His hands were clasped behind his back. I tried not to make eye contact through the window, and I thought to myself, okay, let's do this. It's probably fine. He'll just ask me to go for a walk, I'll say no, and that'll be it, right? Wrong. Why was he even here in the first place? I wanted to ask him why, but I thought my first action should be to try and act normal. The conversation started off like usual at first. You know, how was school and things like that. He looked more hesitant than usual, though. We're going to be moving soon. I won't get to see you or go for that walk anytime soon. Oh, that was my only response. I couldn't think of what else to say. On some level, I was relieved I wouldn't have to see him anymore. On the other hand, I felt sad for his little brother. The brother was a sweet kid, and it couldn't have been easy moving after only 1 year of kindergarten. In retrospect, this next part might not sound very creepy and maybe anticlimactic, but I have to remind you of the facts here. This was a nearly 20-year-old man talking to a barely 13-year-old girl. As he turned onto his road to go home, he turned around and fixed me with the most intense stare I'd ever seen. "I like you," he whispered to me. "As a friend, right?" I laughed and prayed that was it. He smiled as if I'd just told him the funniest joke he's heard in years. One day it'll be different. Now, a lot of you will question why I didn't just book it to the nearest phone to call my parents, but I was too surprised and confused to do anything in the moment. As he started to take a step towards me, I was already speed walking away down my bend in the road. I wondered if that really all happened or if I'd just imagined the whole thing. In the end, I had to accept that it really did. I never got a follow-up on this because I never saw him again, and if I did now, I doubt I would even recognize him. I don't know what he had planned for me or on that walk, or what his intentions were, if anything. But based on what he said and the gut feelings of my younger self, I'm guessing I really didn't want to find out. My neighborhood loved Halloween, almost revered it like a second Christmas or something, or a first spooky Christmas. I'm not really sure. What I do know, though, is that when the first leaves started to fall and the air became crisp and cold, everyone's decorations began to emerge from their sheds or boxes or dusty garages. Skeletons, cardboard cutout witches, black cat piñatas, the ever-important jack-o'-lanterns, you name it. Every house had something. Some chose to be more elaborate than others, though, while some just had a Happy Halloween banner and a pumpkin on their front door. Others chose themes to completely transform their yard with. The neighbors to the left were particularly good at a haunted graveyard scene, with animatronic hands popping out of the ground and moving whenever people walked by. It was freaky, I'll admit, especially at night. On Halloween, they would set out a big fog machine, so trick-or-treaters couldn't see the scares until they were right on them. To be honest, I really liked it and found it quite charming. One house across the street, though, would prepare for Halloween in a different kind of way. None of us really knew them at all, but I would see them every once in a while. An older man and his son who was in his mid-20s. The man was graying and looked on the verge of needing a walker already. The son was, for lack of a better term, very scruffy looking. He still seemed to be able to handle the heavy lifting of moving boxes of decorations out onto the lawn every day, though. Their idea of spooky Halloween decorations was a common topic among my parents at the dinner table, as well as the local kids. Mostly because of how legitimately creepy they looked. This wasn't an over-the-top kind of creepy either. They were pretty damn realistic. Sometimes they would paint a massacre scene, with mannequins painted to look like real people and blood splattered all over the yard. Other times it would be a realistic mad scientist torture scene, which featured the man and the son himself, the former of which would be strapped to a table. He would pretend to go at him with needles and other devices. We all figured they just had a really fucked up sense of humor, but I could tell it made my parents a little uncomfortable for my sister or I to go over there to trick-or-treat on Halloween. So it was that we avoided that house altogether. That was until my sister became a total brat one Halloween and insisted we go and see what was up with them. Her name was Dorothy, and she was going to have her curiosity satiated, no matter what. Being the responsible older sister, I had to keep up with her to make sure she didn't get herself hurt or get into too much trouble. So, when the big night came, we got ready. I was a generic black cat, and she was a little diva witch with a plastic broom and magic wand. We hashed out the plan. We would do our normal trick-or-treating routine, then loop back around to knock on the across-the-street neighbor's back door and conduct a little interview, of course. We'd pick their brains for why their Halloween decorations were so disturbing, and off we set. She ran around shrieking witchy curses at her friends, with me trailing behind and keeping an eye on everyone. I remember I had a stash of Butterfingers in my sweatshirt pocket and was dutifully crunching on them throughout the trip. She negotiated her candy stash with the others. Soon enough, though, her little friends dropped off to go home, and we were facing the neighbor's backyard. It was small, with scraggly grass that led up to a door with chipped paint. I know, the stereotypical run-down house with a crazy person living inside, but I kid you not when I tell you that's exactly what it looked like. My sister was the brave one here. She marched right up to the door and banged on it loudly, screaming, "Trick or treat!" We waited for a few minutes, each one of us getting more uncomfortable than the last. A thin layer of frost was across the grass. I knew my sister would be getting cold soon. I could see her excited breaths misting in the air as we waited. Just as I was about to give up, the door opened with a jolt. It was the younger man, and his eyes went wide when he saw us. He scrambled up to us, and I instinctively reached out to pull my sister back away from him. He surprised us, though, when he said, "You shouldn't be here, seriously. My dad doesn't like kids or people trespassing. You should really go, right now." "But we wanted to know why your yard is so scary," my sister whined. "It's to keep people out," he said hastily, gesturing with his hands. He seemed genuinely afraid for us, and for himself. "He doesn't think straight when he's drunk, so you have to go right now." A voice came from somewhere behind him inside. It sounded slurred and heavy. "Bobby, who's there?" The son went as far as to push me and my sister out of the backyard, hissing through his teeth, "You gotta get out of here." Seeing as we had no other option, we left immediately. My sister was still pressed to know what was going on, but even she seemed nervous now. I was definitely nervous. Just to be safe, I had us go around the block and come down the street again, as if we were coming home like normal. As we entered the front door, I looked back at the house, looking for any sign of Bobby or his father. There was nothing. I know a lot of you might be looking for a story with lots of action, but I can only really speculate what was going on in that house may have been worse than any scary story. Since we didn't get to see inside, we'll never know for sure though. Okay guys, so before this story starts, I just want to let you guys know it has elements of essay and rape in it, so please skip this one if you're not comfortable with that sort of thing. And with that being said, I will now get on to the story. This isn't my story, but instead it's my mother's. She passed away in 2016 from cancer, but before she did, she took it upon herself to unload any regrets from her past or any mysteries I might have questioned about her. She wanted there to be no secrets between us in the end, and I admire her greatly for that. She requested that I tell her story to others, to warn people about the dangers of trusting people you barely know too blindly, as even if they seem to integrate into your life with the best of intentions, it can merely be a facade for something much, much darker. I'll try to relay everything she told me to the best of my ability, though due to the emotional nature of our last few conversations, I may not remember the details too clearly. For some context, I was adopted by her and her husband when I was only 2 months old. Even though they aren't my birth parents technically, they are the only mother and father I've ever known, and they'll be such until the day I die. That's not where this story started though. The story starts a few years after I was adopted. I was adjusting really well apparently. My mother and father both adored me, and even though they both had busy careers, they never slacked in showing me the time of day. My mother was working as a home remodeler at the time, while my dad worked in sales. For the time, they made a very good living. My mom was beginning to feel a bit overwhelmed by everything though. She ran her business right from home, and the influx of new clients coming in was stressing her out really bad. She decided to hire on some extra help. She wasn't having much luck until a neighbor by the name of John applied. Now, John had lived on our street for about as long as my parents had, but they'd never really gotten a chance to know each other that well. It came as a bit of a surprise that John was willing to work under my mother, as according to my dad, he was the type to make derogatory comments at the local bar with friends about women. Ultimately though, he was nothing but respectful in front of my mother, for the first couple of months at least. Whenever they went out on a job after the first month or two, John would start making sexist comments to my mom, sometimes even in front of clients. He would present himself as the head of the operation, not her, and when she tried to correct him, he would laugh it off like he was just making a joke. She got very annoyed with him and gave him a stern warning to knock it off or he'd be fired immediately. She then said he started making other kinds of comments instead. He would tell her she looked pretty today, or that the way she walked showed off her toolbox. You get the idea. This made her incredibly uncomfortable. She said she was going to let him go right then and there after he made a gross comment about her blouse within earshot of a client. Due to an influx of business though, she unfortunately couldn't afford to let him go. She could always let him go after the surge of business when things calmed down, she told herself, and just put up with him until then. It was at this point in the conversation that she started crying. I got her a tissue and some water and told her to save her strength, but she protested, saying she needed to get all this out. Even if it was painful or wiped her out for a couple of days, she needed to tell me. She continued even as I noted her heart monitor beside her speeding up rapidly. She told me she was wrong in thinking she could just handle it on her own. She thought that since she was a professional and this was an actual business, she was untouchable and he wouldn't or couldn't do anything to her. She didn't even tell my father, and as far as I knew, they told each other everything. The last thing she wanted was to have him worried about her and not focusing at work, or being too worked up to spend time with me. A lot of people might condemn her actions or think ill of her, but I choose to understand it by remembering a simple fact. When people are faced with something they don't know how to handle, they won't always react in the perfect way. They'll react out of stress or fear. My mother found out just how wrong she was though, when her and John got a new job to fix up a vacant house at the end of our street. The new owner had bought it with the intention of turning it into a daycare and wanted them to paint and spruce up the place. The owner said they would furnish it themselves. They would be gone for the duration of the cleanup, on the note that they didn't want to get in the way, and that made my mother hesitant. Up until this point, she'd never been alone with John when working on a job before. She also wasn't one to pass up an opportunity though, so reluctantly she and John made their way to the abandoned house at the end of the street. They unloaded the necessary paint supplies from her pickup truck and headed inside. The first thing she noticed was that the house was drafty and dark. Very little light shone in through the windows, and the layout made it cramped and unappealing for a daycare setup. She went in to inspect the kitchen first, with John following behind her. She was about to suggest they tear out the wall to open up the breakfast bar, when suddenly he grabbed her hard and pushed her against the wall. She screamed and fought all the while, but she couldn't stop something really awful from happening to her. Something I won't name here, but I'm sure you can figure out what it is. After he was done with her, he told her not to tell anyone, because he would ruin her business and tell my father that she'd been cheating on him. Even come after her again or me. John was a monster, and my mom was so scared he'd make good on his threats that she couldn't do anything other than comply. John distanced himself from my mother's business soon after, but she could tell he was keeping tabs on who knew what. She felt horrible not being able to tell my father and had to deal with what happened completely on her own. She became more withdrawn after that. She still showed love for us, of course, but it was more strained, and it was harder to get her outside to do the things she loved. We cried in each other's arms after she was finished. I felt sick, while she looked as if she'd been reliving every horrible moment. At this point, I can only say I'm glad my mother is finally at peace. Nothing will ever trouble her again, and monsters like John will never be able to reach her. If there's anything you can take away from my mother's story, it's this: be careful who you let in. When I was 13, I was completely in love with the girl next door. Her name was Catherine, and she also happened to be my best friend. We would spend the night at each other's houses as kids all the time. Watch movies, paint our nails. It was in my first year of high school that I started to feel differently about her. Don't get me wrong, I'd always loved her, of course, but it started to feel more intense. I started thinking about her more often, and every time I saw her, I would notice more and more how pretty she was. She had bright blue eyes and dirty blonde hair, and her smile caused my heart to skip a beat. I was so scared to confess to her, though. For one thing, I didn't know if she felt the same way or if she was gay at all. The topic just never came up, as we were too busy fangirling over bands we liked or new movies coming out. The last thing I wanted to do was mess up our lifelong friendship at that point. However, the second problem was bigger and more concerning. We lived in a really conservative area that still held on to those traditional values. I knew that going public, especially at the time with my feelings, would be at the very least frowned upon. So, for the longest time, I hid in the shadows while being by her side every day through high school. We still hung out every weekend and after school a few times a week, driving through town and telling each other all our secrets. We still shared a blanket on movie night, though now my heart would leap whenever she threw her arms around me because of a big jump scare or romantic moment. She really trusted me completely with her biggest fears and worries, and so did I with her, minus that one really big thing. As graduation was rapidly approaching, and the air was growing warmer with each passing day, I noticed that her affection toward me had been heating up too. I don't know if it was just my imagination running wild, but she began to hug me for a lot longer and told me I was pretty a lot more often too. On the night of our senior prom, I took her aside. We'd gone with a group of friends, so there were no dates involved. I worked up the courage and stole a kiss. To my disbelief and happiness, she simply said, "I was waiting for you to do that, you know." We started a secret relationship from that night on. We still kept our usual dynamic with movie nights and boy bands and whatever hobbies we had, but without going into detail, I didn't think I could be happier. I loved her and she loved me. We knew we'd go to the same college together, and I honestly couldn't wait to get out of this town. I know it sounds like naive and wishful thinking, but I honestly thought I was going to marry Catherine someday. One day in late August, though, a couple of weeks before we were set to pack for school, Catherine just stopped talking to me. I couldn't reach her on cell, and whenever I called her house, her dad would always answer and say something along the lines of, "Oh, Catherine is out right now. I'll have her call you back later." Her window faced mine on the side of the house, so after the second day of her not calling me back, I knew that something was wrong. I tried to get a peek in her window to see if she was there, but the curtains were drawn shut and her bedroom light was turned off as well. She usually kept her light on until midnight, as she was a night owl. By that point, I was starting to get really worried. I started searching every place I knew she could be. The candy shop, the lake, all the country roads leading out into the woods. I asked her coworkers at the local Hannaford if they'd seen her recently, and they all shook her head no. She hadn't shown up for work 3 days in a row, and that certainly was not like her. Catherine was hardworking, driven, and always called if she was going to be late or wasn't coming in. She'd always call me, too. That was when I finally broke down. I went to knock on her door, determined to find out what was going on. I stood on the front stoop, my shoulders slumped and eyes pricking with tears. My entire body was tense and wired, as if I hadn't slept in a week. I was about ready to burst through the doorway when she answered, and hug her and ask her where the hell she'd been, if she answered, and so I knocked. Her dad opened the door, looking as if he'd just been in the middle of a nap. Catherine's dad had always been a little indifferent to me, never really talking to me whenever I came over, or when he had to pick her and I up from school. Today, I could see a scowl of disgust plainly on his face. He regarded me coldly. Hello, is Kat here? I'm really worried about her and I need to talk to her." "I told you she was out," he snapped immediately. "And you need to stay away from her. I know all about your little love letters." What he said made my heart completely stop. How did he know about those? I'd written these letters a month into our relationship that detailed how long I was in love with her. She hid them deep inside her dresser. He'd gotten them somehow. He must have done something to her, kicked her out of the house or worse. Maybe she ran away. I gasped and couldn't speak, but he did. "She's gone. You won't see my daughter again, so don't even try." With those final crushing words, he slammed the door in my face. I jumped back, almost falling down. My hands were shaking. I was in disbelief. Resigned and with tears streaming down my face, I went home to face the disappointment of my parents. Apparently, her dad had also let them know what was going on all along. I never saw Catherine again. My best friend, the girl I grew up with and my first love, disappeared from my life forever. I did, however, eventually find out what happened to her from sources I won't name. After her father snooped through her room and found my letters, he snapped. He locked her in her room that night, where she stayed for 2 days while he arranged a ride from a friend to take her to someplace where they would cure her affliction. I'm disgusted to even think about what that means and what she went through. I'm out of my oppressive hometown and married to a wonderful woman now. Some part of me always still breaks, though, whenever Catherine crosses my mind. I hope she's okay wherever she is, and even if we can't be in love anymore, I still want my best friend, the girl next door, back. She never did anything wrong. She never deserved what happened to her. I'm a female. I was 25 at the time this happened. This was in 2018, and I lived with my boyfriend in our hometown. It's a small city that's relatively poor and has some drug problems as well, since there's not much to do. My boyfriend, now husband, was at his friend's house. It was a Saturday night, and he said he'd be home around 9 or so. He was about 2 towns over, a 20-minute drive away. At the time, we lived in a duplex with a split upstairs and downstairs. It used to be one big house, but had since been converted. My cousin was actually renting the downstairs apartment, and she was kind of loud. Because of this, I knew when she was and wasn't home, and she was not home on this night. The way our street was situated, the backs of the houses on my street and the parallel street all faced a narrow alley, and the driveways were mostly only accessible this way. The downstairs unit had a front porch with a door and a side door. Our upstairs unit had a back door at the top of an outside set of wooden stairs. So anyway, I'm home watching TV alone when I hear someone coming up the stairs and knocking on the door. It was about 8:30. It wouldn't be that unusual for my boyfriend to be home early. Maybe he'd gotten bored playing video games, or he just felt like leaving for whatever reason. Usually, I would unlock the door for him when he came home, instead of him using his keys. It was quite dark back there and could be a real hassle. I got up and opened the door like usual, only to find someone who was not my boyfriend. It was a pretty thin man, wearing 2 big jeans and a hoodie. He had about 4 teeth and was teetering back and forth. I was so shocked. I was positive that had been my boyfriend coming home. The guy at the door asked me, "Can I use your phone?" Behind him, down the stairs and in the alleyway, I saw a big SUV just idling, with other people clearly inside. I panicked and said, "Yeah, hold on." I shut the door in his face and locked it. I think I was more shocked that it was a stranger at my door and not my boyfriend than anything else. I hid so he couldn't see me through the door's window, and I was frozen now. Something was telling me this was not okay. After a few minutes, I heard him run down the stairs. I go over to the door and see the car driving away in a hurry down the alley. I called my boyfriend and told him what happened. He said he'd leave, but like I said, it was a 20-minute drive. He had been just about to leave anyway. After he got home, I calmed down and felt a bit silly. Why not just lend the guy my phone? Was it really that weird? Then I thought about it a bit more over the next few days, though. It was 2018. This guy and whoever was in the car waiting for him, none of them had a phone? It wasn't like they were having car trouble either. What would they need a stranger's phone for? To even get to my home, they had to go down a random alley to the back side of a house, go up some random stairs and knock on someone's door just to ask for a phone. They didn't go to my cousin's front door downstairs either. I would have heard someone out there on the porch. They didn't go to any other house. I saw them leave the street entirely. Why go to a house to ask for a phone when there was no car in the driveway? Of course, as tends to be my luck, our battery-powered security camera was dead at the time. I'm genuinely not sure what they wanted. If anyone has any ideas, please let me know. I'm sure they didn't want anything good, though. When I was about 13, my parents and I took a trip to Yellowstone National Park. We were out hiking on a trail when we suddenly heard a huge crash and loud screaming. "Watch out!" Those were the only words yelled out from someone not in sight, on the trail just up ahead. All of a sudden, hundreds of buffalo appeared, crashing through the trees coming right towards us. Executing our natural flight response to this dismal turn of events, we ran as fast as we could through the woods. I even tripped at one point. I remember screaming out to my mother desperately, who was already there to help me out. My father yelled at us to follow him as we started running up the hill on the other side of the path. Not even moments later, the herd of buffalo rushed right past where we'd just been. It turns out if you're ever being chased by a gigantic herd, you should always run uphill because the herd tends to naturally go downhill. Luckily, none of us were seriously harmed. We went to a diner right after that for lunch, and I ordered a buffalo burger. Gave me a real sense of victory. Camping in general can be pretty freaky. Not so much during the day, but when it gets dark, it gets real dark. Whenever people say the Blair Witch Project wasn't scary, I always ask them if they've ever been camping for real. If you have, then that movie probably freaks you the fuck out. Laying in your tent at night, not knowing what's 3 feet away from you is terrifying. It's pitch black and quiet. It's like being alone in a creaky old house, except with a 10 times multiplier. Every sound could be a bear, a wolf, or a person out to get you. If you're in a tent, you can't see what's going on. Probably my freakiest experience happened when I was a kid. We went camping in Colorado. It was dark, but still too early for us to be tired. We were all sitting around the fire doing the do, talking, eating s'mores, whatever. I would say we were telling scary stories, but fuck that. We were probably talking about Disney movies or some other dumb shit. Now, keep in mind how dark it is out there. The light from the fire only goes out so far, and it creates like this black wall where all the light just stops altogether. We were sitting there when all of a sudden my sister looked up and got rigid. I looked over and saw a pair of eyes staring at us from the darkness. Me and my sister started freaking out. We were right on the edge of losing our minds scared. Our parents calmed us down though and told us not to move. We had no idea what it was, and it was nearly impossible to judge how big in the darkness. We sat there and watched those eyes until eventually they went away. Maybe it was a raccoon or some shit, but 6-year-old me was convinced it was the chupacabra. Maybe not as interesting as some other stories, but it definitely freaked us out. My dad admits to this day that he was not scared, but notoriously he's never been able to handle anything scary on any level, so I really call bullshit on that. My mom's worked in medical records in a general hospital for over 20 years now. She's bright, personable, and professional. What I'm saying here is that there's not much that phases her anymore. Even at the dinner table, though she doesn't reveal any personal info about any charts or anything, she just tells enough to make everyone lose their appetites. She had one incident a couple of years ago, though, that actually rattled her quite badly, and she took a while to open up to me and my dad about it. Actually, it rattled a lot of people in her department, maybe even the entire floor, because it wasn't exactly an isolated experience. My mom's office was located on the second floor of the hospital. In one corner, it had a locked door with a code to get in for security purposes. It also had big glass windows, providing a view inside. It wasn't exactly soundproof though, and that's where the meat of this story comes in. I won't bother you with random details about the regular workday, but my mom said she was sitting at her desk as usual when suddenly a quite unusual sound tore throughout the area. It was muted, faint at first, and nobody could tell what it was. My mom paused in her work, as did so many others. Without the mismatched clacking of keyboards, the office was eerily quiet. It seemed like everybody held their breath, waiting for the sound to come again. And it did. Oh boy, did it. A clear guttural scream tore through the office space and down the hall. It sounded like an elderly woman in excruciating pain. But something was off here. Well, obviously something was off that a woman was screaming in the first place, but for other reasons than what you might think. For one, my mom said it was louder than any human could feasibly make a sound. For another, there were no patients allowed on this floor. And for a final thing, it seemed to be echoing. It was coming from the floor's elevator. Security was quickly called to the elevator for a short time. My mom said it was hard to concentrate, knowing somebody might have had something bad happen to them. Maybe they were stuck in the elevator shaft or had been crushed or something. She couldn't imagine how anyone could survive that, let alone an old woman. But still, she found herself going through the motions without really putting any thought into them. She said she felt numb, like all her mental energy was just drained away or sucked into finding out what happened. Punchline is, they didn't find anything. The hospital security searched the entire floor, elevator, and personnel top to bottom. There was no trace of an injured elderly woman. I know this story sounds a bit far-fetched, but to this day my mom is adamant about what happened, and there are many other witnesses as well. Maybe it was an elevator malfunction, or a mass hallucination. Maybe something even more chilling like a ghost or something. I guess we'll never really know. Here's a story, not from my mom, but from my mom's coworker in medical records. There's a lot of scary things that happen in hospitals, but this experience was a different kind of scary altogether. According to my mom's coworker, who was more like her friend really, the day started out like any other. It was a regular Tuesday, and as busy in the main office as it was, she still had to go to the storage building to retrieve and file away records from time to time. Back when this happened, they still kept physical copies as opposed to digital. My mom said it was a real hassle adjusting a few years later, but that's a story for another time. The storage building was located absurdly far from the main hospital. In fact, it was a tiny, partially underground warehouse, for lack of a better term. It sat all the way across the parking lot, situated at the edge of a thick stretch of woods. My mom's coworker had been charged with the task of grabbing a stack of records from the building. as many of it as she could feasibly carry at least. Since it was broad daylight, she had no problem walking so far from the main office alone and figured the job would be a quick in and out. A lot of people didn't like that building in their office, but it was a necessary part of the job, so they put up with it. For one, my mom always described the inside of that building as very creepy. Low-hanging ceilings, a staircase descending downward into darkness, very weak and low lighting. Basically, it looked like a space you would see in the subreddit liminal horror, if you get my drift. Just rows and rows of narrow, empty hallways that could really mess with your mind. Anyway, my mom's coworker carefully took the steps one by one as the mouth of the storage unit gaped before her. There was a dim orange glow illuminating from the depths, and the stale paper smell wafted out from deeper in. She got to the section she was supposed to go to and started grabbing up yellow folders from the shelf. Suddenly, she heard footsteps echoing from somewhere in the aisles. She thought maybe another coworker had been charged with record sorting as well, but that theory was quickly squashed back when the footsteps quickened their pace. They sounded like they were running back and forth down the aisles and definitely getting closer to her. She froze, listening, even as her fight or flight reflex screamed at her to do something. Eventually, the footsteps sounded like they were racing down the aisle next to hers, about to turn the corner and come after her. That's when she finally took off. She doesn't remember if she made any noise or if she was followed, but she tore up those steps without looking back once. She said to my mom that she'd never been so grateful for the sun blinding her before. The blood rushed to her ears as she ran across the parking lot and back into the building. When she told their supervisor what happened, they confirmed there was no one else in the building aside from her at that time. At least none that they knew about. Since then, everyone was hesitant to go down there alone, and they requested a buddy system for sorting or retrieving records, especially during the night shift. The building was eventually abandoned anyway, due to the shift to digital records I mentioned earlier, but it still sits there. No one knows who or what was in the building that day, or if they meant my mom's coworker any harm. We do know it was creepy as hell though, and I know I'm not going to any job that has a weird off-site storage building anytime soon. I'm a 29-year-old female. Call me Mary. I worked in a mental health and psychiatric ward in a hospital for about 7 years before I resigned last year. It can be really grueling, but it's ultimately rewarding work. I mostly conduct individualized therapy for inpatients who don't respond to outpatient or group therapy well. I advocate for their needs, and am able to make real connections with people who sometimes just need some extra support. It's really opened my eyes to the scope of the human condition. Forgive me if that sounds a bit pretentious, and what others' lives are like besides my own. Every once in a while, though, I get someone in my ward that I don't have the qualifications to treat. Not for lack of trying, mind you. Sometimes they just don't click with anyone in our facility. And that's just the state of things. You just do the best you can to help them adjust until they find someone they can open up to. There was one patient who transferred into my care, though, that I genuinely grew to fear despite my efforts to keep up an empathetic professional front. Barring names, the patient was transferred to the mental health ward during my last year there. He was in his 30s and really thin. According to his primary doctors, he had stopped eating because he was convinced his wife of 5 years was trying to poison him. He began to get belligerent and borderline violent with the wife, swearing at her if he thought she was behaving suspiciously. At first, he was admitted to the ICU because of his poor health, but after a few weeks, he got approval for referral upstairs to psychiatric. That's where I came in. Our first few sessions, I would do most of the talking. He was very quiet and withdrawn, but he seemed to acknowledge that maybe he was wrong about his wife, which was a start to me. I asked him why he thought his wife was trying to poison him in the first place. He said the suspicion had started when she went out of the room to pour him a drink rather than just bringing the bottle right in. He said she had told him the bottle was almost out anyway, and she saw no point in bringing it all the way over only to immediately throw it away. But he didn't believe her. He gradually opened up a bit more from there. He said they'd been having some problems prior to his beliefs. They had separated for a few months before the first incident, and he often described her as looking at him with what he described as bitchy contempt. Like she was pissed at him, but he didn't even know what he'd done wrong. I thought we were making some good progress. I reminded him that each incident of his wife trying to poison him had a rational explanation, and let him work out the reasons for himself with some gentle guidance. That was when the first accusation came up. He sat across from me in my client chair one day. There was a desk between us, and I felt good knowing there was some sort of barrier there. He suddenly grew quiet in a moment where we were talking about another incident with his wife, something involving his birthday cake. He sternly said, "Are you with that bitch?" "Excuse me?" I said out of reflex. Every bit of conflict training rushed through my head as I recomposed myself. I cleared my throat. "I apologize, but what exactly do you mean by that?" I could see the veins bulging out of his neck as he narrowed his eyes at me. His voice was low and nearly a growl now. "You're with that bitch, aren't you? My wife. You're trying to get in my head so next time I'll eat what she gives me, right? Don't deny it." "I don't know your wife," I said gently. "Now, how about we take a moment?" And he suddenly slammed his fist down on the desk. "No! No! You're trying to poison me too! Don't talk to me!" He seemed like a completely different person from when I met him. He started spitting and swearing, leading security to be called in. They had to sedate him to take him back to his room. All the while, I was pushed back against the window to my own office, unable to move and completely rattled. My hand shook as he was dragged out of the room. I felt like I was in the sights of someone who genuinely wanted to hurt me or possibly kill me. Although he didn't get the opportunity to physically harm me, I was pretty sure he really wanted to. He'd been supplied with nutrient supplements that had returned him to his former strength, and I'm very small, so he would have had no problem tossing me around the room like a rag doll if he wanted to. I was offered the rest of the day off, which I gratefully took to process these events. I needed a fresh mind to come back the next day and work with other patients. I didn't know how I would deal with this guy going forward, especially if he felt he couldn't trust me anymore, but I decided to cross that bridge when I came to it. The next day, the patient was brought in. He wanted to apologize and said his wife had baked me a cake for taking care of him. Now, I'm not allowed to accept any food items from patients or outside family members, so I said I was grateful, but I had to politely decline. He immediately became irate, asking in an angry tone, "Why won't you eat it, huh?" This caught me off guard. For one, he was being treated for a possible delusion that his wife was trying to poison him. For two, it was strange he trusted his wife with any sort of food at this stage. For three, he'd just accused me the day prior of working with his wife to try and kill him too. So this sudden turnaround was very startling. He became very insistent. "Just eat the fucking cake," he said over and over, to the point where security had to be called again to escort him out. He was released from my care soon after, for fear of my safety. I don't know what's happened to him since. My boss and a police officer called to the scene suspected that he'd put something into the cake his wife had given him, either to support his delusion or to specifically target me. Which possibility is correct, I'll never know. I resigned a few weeks later for a different, less stressful career option. To anyone who works in psychiatric, be real careful out there. I was at a lake in the woods fishing with my 4-year-old kid and wife. There was nobody there except for us. The lake was surrounded by a dense forest of trees, brush, and the like. We were about 50 yards from our vehicle, down a hill at the bank with our poles resting in the water. The fishing was slow, so I decided to test out my new camera. I walked around the general area, while my wife sat with our child and tended to the fishing poles. I walked up a hill from the bank and through the dense trees to the mouth of a clearing, where all of a sudden, I saw 4 random guys, approximately 20 yards away out there in the woods. They looked like a cross between grunge band members and deep woods hillbillies. I don't know really, they were dirty and unwashed, looking kind of raggedy. We were in the boondocks, so I had no idea what these guys were randomly doing here. They just stood there looking at me for what seemed like a good solid 2 or 3 minutes. The look in their eyes was either desperation for some reason or malevolent intentions. I played it off and focused my camera in a different direction. I noticed that one of them was moving closer to where I was. I immediately felt really uneasy. I mean, why the hell were these guys out here so far in the middle of nowhere, with no fishing poles, no hiking gear, nothing? The one that had moved closer to where I was called out of the blue, "Hey, why don't you come and take our picture?" He then kind of half giggled, revealing his rotted-looking mouth. He had about as much teeth as a jack-o'-lantern. I'm not trying to be judgmental. These guys were just very sketchy. I could definitely feel this one's intentions in particular were nothing good. I smiled back and kind of nodded. I started making my way back to my family and the fishing spot. As I started walking away, I heard one of the ones further away holler at me. "Hey man, come over here. We want you to take our picture." I heard the others laughing, and I noticed they were slowly making their way towards my direction. They were talking amongst themselves and laughing sinisterly, as if they were villains out of a horror movie or something. I couldn't make out what they were saying at this point. I was casually but quickly leaving the area. I did make out a few comments though, like, "Yeah, I think he's alone." "Nah, I saw his car over that way." Anyway, I finally made it back down to the bank and immediately told my wife to start gathering our shit and head back to the car. She could tell by the sound of my voice and demeanor that something was wrong here. We both half-heartedly packed up, grabbed the kid, and headed up the bank to where our vehicle was at. Still the only other people out there. Right as we got to the car, I noticed they were in the distance coming out of the woods and charging right towards us. We threw our shit in the back, jumped in the car, and started heading out. I didn't want to worry my wife, but I had the realization that there was only one way out of there. An old dirt road that meandered through the woods and passed right by where they were at. I was afraid we might get cut off, so I floored it and thought I was going to stop for nothing. As we were making our way out, I saw something to the right out of my peripheral vision. Sure enough, it was one of them full stride running towards us. This time, I noticed he had something in his right hand that looked like an elongated tire iron or something. We lost him in the woods just about as they made it to the road. A while later, maybe 30 minutes, we made to the old country concrete highway that led back to the city. At this point, we saw another vehicle in the distance coming in our direction, a beat-up old work truck. I thought to myself, "Oh, fucking shit, they caught up to us." Luckily, as the vehicle approached, we got a much better look at the occupants. An old couple. The husband looked like an old lumberjack type. Definitely he could take care of himself. They slowed down as they approached and rolled down the window. The man asked if everything was okay and if we were lost or something. I said no, we know how to get back to the main highway from here. I told them about what happened back there, and he didn't even seem fazed. He said we shouldn't be out here alone. There's been many stories. I didn't ask any further. He then said that he never comes out without his rifle and his Nam knife. I'm assuming he means Vietnam. Anyway, we thanked them and got the hell out of there, never to return. I was hiking the Appalachian Trail northbound in early August, a few years ago. I was a day out of Davenport Gap, heading to Hot Springs, North Carolina. I don't remember the exact shelter I was at, but I know it was north of Max Patch. That time of year there aren't many people on the trail. and other than a couple of cars, I hadn't seen or spoken to another person in a full day. I decided to end my hike for the day at around 7 p.m. so I could eat dinner and prepare for bed before dark. I was also filming a little diary of my hike as a gift for my sister. I ate, filmed, reloaded on my water, and hit the hay right as it got dark and all the crickets started to come out. At about 2:30, I was startled awake, but not by a noise, rather by the absolute silence around me. I didn't hear the toads, crickets, or owls that you'd expect to hear at that time of night. The sounds I'd been hearing when I'd gone to sleep just 6 hours earlier. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything. Everything was perfectly still. I made the decision that I had to get the fuck out of there. I packed all my gear in about 5 minutes, threw on my headlamp, grabbed my bear bag, and noped my way up the trail. I'm pretty sure I averaged 4 miles per hour in the pitch black until sunrise. Because of such an early departure, I finished my planned 18 miles into Hot Springs by 10 a.m., which was kind of nice. To this day, I have no idea what was there that morning, but I know something was there. I've encountered tons of predators in the woods, everything from black bears to coyotes, but I've never experienced a calm like that before. That sort of thing only occurs when there's a large predator nearby, or even worse, a crazy person. Who knows what would have happened if I had stayed until sunrise? Maybe nothing, but I don't think it was worth sticking around to find out. This will probably get buried, but 2 years ago, myself and 2 other people were camping in Yellow Bottom, which is in the Cascades of Oregon. About 3 a.m. I woke up, hearing what sounded like a bunch of people having a campfire party. It was nothing huge, not even scary really, just a bunch of talking, laughing, stuff like that. I was kind of pissed off, since we'd specifically come up to get away from the college kids and such. Now, those very kids had set up camp what sounded like no less than 100 yards away. I couldn't see fire or light through the tent walls, and since that was my big concern, a fire in the woods, I just kind of ground my teeth about it and went back to sleep. About an hour later, I woke up again. This time, somebody let a little kid start crying. This was getting seriously annoying. It was not wailing, but sniffles. The kind of long-term crying a real small kid would do. I listened for about 5 minutes. Since I'm not a monster, I started to get this prickly feeling that maybe something was really wrong. You know, there was this little kid crying all alone. Where the hell were their parents? I started to get up, and my friend, who I thought was sleeping, grabbed my arm, just about giving me a heart attack. "Don't go out there, just wait." He knows the woods way better than me, and he sounded actually scared, so I sat there and waited. Yeah. A few minutes later, the crying stops, and the party starts right back up. But the weird thing was, now I couldn't really pinpoint what direction the party was coming from. I was trying to tell if maybe a group had found the kid or something and they were all talking together, but no matter what I tried, I couldn't pinpoint the direction. This party went on for another hour, just until the break of dawn, when all of a sudden nothing. The sounds literally cut off in the middle of a laugh. Now there was silence. I was completely freaked out. I think I might have even made a noise when it just stopped like that. My friend, who hadn't even gotten up the entire time, just said, "Stick Indians," then rolled over and fell back asleep. I got up when the sun was finally completely up and made some coffee. I looked around, but I'm not brave like that and didn't go that far. I searched the area where the sounds had come from though, definitely. There was nothing there. No signs of a campfire, no tents I could see through the trees, nothing. We packed up that day and I asked him what a stick Indian was. He wouldn't tell me. I had to come back and Google it. Even now, I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. If you look it up, apparently it's some kind of forest spirit that lures people out by making noises like babies crying or people having a party, and then, I don't know, eats them or something. Fuck if I know. So that's my creepy story in the woods. I don't really have any proof like recordings or anything, but people who know the Pacific Northwest, it was way up in Yellow Bottom, past the official camps, on the left-hand fork of the main road, down a logging road and right by the river. The campsite with huge fallen over dead trees, that one. So if you want to try yourself, you can go out there, I suppose. I've never been back up there though. No sir, not for me. So my father and I were up there with his girlfriend and her 2 kids in a cabin out in the woods. It was late afternoon, and the door was open because it was a nice day. Since my father's girlfriend Kathy was making some delicious smelling enchiladas, in hindsight that was probably a dumb idea. We sit down to eat dinner together, when all of a sudden in walks a goddamn bear. Cue lots of screaming from us kids, as everyone leapt to their feet. Kathy was the only one to act really. She grabbed her chair like a lion tamer and screamed at the bear as she advanced towards it. The bear was just kinda like, "Ah, shit, what the fuck?" and backed up out of the cabin onto the porch, which is when Kathy slammed the door shut and locked it in its face. The bear skulked around our property for about an hour though. We watched it through the windows as it lumbered around to where my dad had napped earlier in the day. It began to gnaw on and maul his pillow, all while my dad stood there freaking out. My dad is a big, burly, no-nonsense kind of guy, but this scared even him. And that's my scary bear story. Fuck man, bears don't even knock. I was hunting a big field for whitetail. It was public land and I decided not to set up a tree stand, instead just sitting behind some heavy cover on the ground. I tried to get my spots well before the sun was up, so I was not making noise at first light. When many deer start to move around, I got to my spot at about 5 a.m. It was absolutely pitch black, and all I had for light was my headlamp. After I switched it off, it was quiet for about 30 seconds, when I suddenly heard a howling from my right side. It was clear that the howl had come from the edge of the field I was in, roughly 200 yards away. It sent shivers down my spine. 30 seconds passed, and I heard a second howl in the opposite direction, on the other side of the field. At this point, I was pretty freaked out, but I figured it was highly unlikely anything would attack me. Not much longer though, when from directly behind me, somewhere in the thick of the woods, there was a third howl. I was completely surrounded, and I was terrified. My truck was about 500 yards away to my left. It was along the edge of the woods in the field, and down a narrow path that cut right through them. I flicked on my headlamp, and flipped the safety off of my gun. I equipped my hunting knife as well, and started to move as fast as I could. I made it back to my vehicle. I waited until the sun came up before I went back and actually tried some hunting. I never saw a deer that entire weekend though. I presume that whatever was doing that howling drove the deer away, and I don't really blame those deer one bit. The entire experience was very scary, and I've done a lot of hunting and camping. I've spent a lot of time in the woods, both during the day and night, and nothing has ever freaked me out that bad. This happened to me when I was a teenager, and it still haunts me to this day. I was babysitting for my neighbor across the street, Alice. I babysat for her often, almost every weekend in fact. So we were very comfortable with one another and had a good routine. Rarely, Alice would have a friend sleep over, and on this particular night, that was the case as well. Jennifer was a first-time sleepover date at our house, so she was a bit nervous, but I did my best to make her happy. Alice's parents left at around 6:30, setting the alarm behind them as they went. I bathed both girls and got them into bed to watch some Nickelodeon, as was our usual routine. Once the girls were all settled in and happy, I went into the kitchen to grab some snacks. It was pouring rain outside. Next to the kitchen was a breakfast nook with glass doors and a series of glass windows. As I was preparing to walk into the back room, the phone suddenly rang. Alice's parents called often, so I answered the phone. I picked up the phone and asked who it was. "Hi, how are you?" A male voice asked. "Hi, I'm doing well," I replied. "Are you calling for Jason? He isn't home right now, but I can take a message if you want." "Maybe. Or maybe I'm calling to talk to you." Now, my spidey sense wasn't ringing just yet. I figured it was a family member or a friend who was bored and wanted to chat. I politely but quickly said I had to go. The girls were calling for me to bring them their snacks, so I hung up the phone. I brought Alice and Jennifer their snacks and was about to settle into the reclining chair in Alice's room when I heard the phone ring again. I hustled back into the kitchen to answer it without really thinking anything was peculiar, at least not yet. "You know it's rude to hang up on people, don't you?" he started off, but he wasn't angry or aggressive. Actually, it was a little bit hard to hear him over all the thunder and the rain. Both girls were calling for me to come back because they were getting scared of all the thunder. "I'm sorry, I have to get back to the girls. Have a nice night." I heard him say something, but I hung up before I could hear what he said. The phone rang again immediately. "Don't hang up on me," he said, with anger in his voice. I hung up right away. I was getting nervous at this point. I went back into the room with the girls, and the phone started to ring again. At that point, Alice was asking me not to leave her again, so I didn't answer, but the phone rang again and again and again. After it stopped, 10 minutes passed by without another call. The phone began to ring once more. Since some time had passed, I thought perhaps it really was Alice's parents, so I peeled myself away from the girls to go and answer the phone. "You stupid fucking cunt. Don't you fucking hang up on me," he screamed. "Leave me alone. If you call again, I will call the cops, you psycho," I screamed back. I hung up the phone and turned around to see Alice and Jennifer were now standing behind me. They looked terrified, so I offered to get some ice cream bars from the freezer. As I was walking over, the phone rang again. Alice answered it this time. I don't know what he was saying, but I heard screaming, and Alice looked absolutely terrified. I grabbed the phone and was about to unleash hell on this guy when he said, "That's a nice pink shirt you're wearing." I hung up the phone and realized that not only was I wearing a pink shirt, but thinking back on it, during that second phone call I'd received, I'd heard a clap of thunder at the same time I heard it on the phone in the house. It wasn't until that moment that the realization hit me. Now, I was a teenager at that point, thinking I was invincible and having no concept of my own mortality. A higher sense of consciousness kicked in and guided my next few actions. I hit the light switch in the kitchen as it controlled most of the lights in that immediate area. I grabbed both girls and their barking dog Alex and shoved all of us into the pantry. The pantry door opened inward, so I pushed us up against the shelves and shoved a giant bag of rice against the door. I had my back against the shelf, my feet pushing the rice to help secure the door. I had a girl in each arm with my hands over their mouths. I pinned the dog between my legs, and although he constantly barked, he somehow knew to stay quiet in this moment. The alarm started sounding, and the phone started ringing again. All of us were trembling, but I was determined not to cry in front of the girls. Between the alarm and the thunderstorm, I couldn't hear much. After what felt like an hour, I heard a female's voice calling and asking if anyone was in the house. She was in front of the pantry and announced that she was a police officer and it was safe to come out now. She clearly knew I was not going to just take her on her word though, so she slid her badge under the door. I moved 1 foot from the rice bag and towed her badge toward me. The police had turned the lights on, so I was able to see from the light streaming in under the pantry door that this was in fact a badge. I cautiously made my way out of the pantry, shielding the girls behind me. The female officer, Officer Wesley, didn't look alarmed at all, and I quickly realized why. I know it's scary when the alarm goes off, but next time you need to answer the phone and let the alarm company know everything is okay instead of hiding. Sending officers out to a house isn't a joke, you know. I looked at her incredulously. "We didn't set off the alarm," I said, stammering and starting to cry. "We haven't opened any doors." She looked at me with confusion and then said, "Then who made these footprints? From the back door to the sliding glass door in the kitchen nook to the pantry and back out the front door were a set of muddy footprints. In front of the pantry were a huge set of them, as if someone had paced back and forth in front of the door for a while. The footprints led out the front door, which was still open when the police arrived." I was hysterical. The police called Jason and Janelle, Alice's parents, to come home from the restaurant they were at. Within earshot, but clearly not meant for me to overhear, Officer Wesley's partner informed her the door in the nook had been pried open. I looked over to the pool deck and could see where the trail of footprints had started from the grass into the house. They had mostly been dissolved at that point due to the rain, but it was very clear that someone had walked from the side of Alice's house and towards the glass door. We waited for her parents to come home before I left. When the police recounted the night's events, I remember thinking in passing that neither of Alice's parents looked as terrified as I thought they should have, given the events of the evening. The police walked me home and told my parents what happened. My mother and father were both very, very upset, obviously. A few extra officers patrolled the neighborhood for a few weeks, but they never caught the perpetrator, nor was he ever heard from again. I never babysat for Alice again either. I was much too frightened. Fast forward a few years, and Jason, Alice's father, went to prison for tax evasion, or so we were told. Years later, when I was home visiting, I ran into Jason as he was leaving the house on his motorcycle. He stopped to chat with me, and I asked him the nagging question I had had for years. "Did you really go to jail for tax evasion?" Now, at this point, Jason and Janelle had been divorced for a while. She left him for her dead sister's husband, which is pretty dark, and I guess Jason didn't feel he needed to keep up pretenses. He told me that wasn't true. He was sent to prison for drug running. He regaled me with the tale of how he was caught in a high-speed chase and bragged about how he was one of the biggest dealers in the area for years until he was busted. And that's when I knew. The person who was calling that night was trying to exact some sort of punishment on Jason. Maybe he was a rival dealer, or maybe Jason worked for him and had pissed him off or something. But that's why Jason and Janelle didn't seem as alarmed as they should have. By the grace of God and an alarm system, we were not killed that night, but I knew that Jason's actions had led to that night's events. I knew it in my gut. It still haunts me to this day, and I think helped solidify a healthy understanding of my own mortality, as well as the depravity that may be within others. I'm not overly paranoid, but I'm cautious, and I think rightly so. This happened to me a few years ago when I was 17. Creepy and hilarious in the same story. It was late one Thursday night, well after midnight. I was finishing up an assignment. I was flipping between my assignment and chatting to some friends on MSN Messenger. Those were the days, really, when I heard someone outside talking to our dogs like they knew them. We had a border collie and a cattle dog, both super protective. I thought to myself, who would this be coming to my house at 12 o'clock? The penny dropped. I quickly sent off a message to the friend I was chatting to, saying, "I think someone's trying to get into my house." Now, I live in a small town, and the house that this happened in was at the very top of a ridiculously steep hill. We never got foot traffic because of how awful it was to walk up to our house. We never locked the back door because of this, and in summer we even left it open to catch the breeze. With the two dogs, no one was ever really game to try and get in anyway. So I just sent the message off, when I heard the familiar creak of the gate swinging open and the click of it shutting. Footsteps were walking in through the laundry. My blood ran cold. I was stuck in my chair, trying to figure out who I was about to meet here. And the footsteps got closer when this very large man I'd never seen before slumped against the door frame. He appeared to be drunk, but I couldn't quite tell. "Who the fuck are you?" I blurted out at him. He started using the furniture to walk closer to me, as he was not very steady at all. How the hell he managed to get up the hill and up the concrete stairs like that is beyond me. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" I asked him, trying not to panic. Thankfully, the furniture ends before he can get to me. He walked backwards and sat down on the couch. He began mumbling over and over, "I'm just gonna sit down here." I was trying to figure out what the hell to do next. The phone wasn't anywhere nearby me. My parents were asleep up the hallway, and I had to walk past him to get there. My younger sister was in the room closest to him, asleep, and no one knew what was happening. I was not exactly game to turn my back on him and message my friend again. I was dressed in just my underwear and a tank top, with no bra either. I went to stand up and said, "I'm just gonna go to bed now." As I stood up, he realized how I was dressed. He shot up immediately and called out to me. "My, you have a sexy ass, don't you?" He started to approach closer. I bolted through the kitchen, up the hallway, and flung myself on top of my dad, yelling about a drunk in the house. I don't think I'd ever run so fast or scream that loud. My parents registered what was happening. My dad got up, and the man was already halfway up the hallway, having clearly tried to follow me. Now, my father is a very tall and very hairy man. For some reason, he had a penchant for dyeing his hair, mustache, and chest purple as well. He was also sleeping in only his underwear. This creepy, somewhat drunk guy now saw this tall, angry, hairy, and mostly naked purple man yelling at him to get out of his house or else. I guess it really scared him, because he took off sprinting out the house and down the hill, stumbling the whole way. My mom was on the phone with the police, and our next-door neighbors had heard my dad roaring, so they also called the cops as well. My best friend lived in their house, and she came out and comforted me. Her dad, who was over 6 foot and built like a brick house, came over and sat in the front yard until the cops showed up. 4 cop cars arrived. Must have been a slow night, I guess. 2 marked cars, undercover detectives, and the dog squad. My street looked like a disco party. They did eventually catch the man. He was charged with being drunk and disorderly and trespassing. I saw my friend, the one I had messaged the next day, and explained everything to him. He thought I was joking. Good to know that if there's ever a next time, he should not be my first choice to ask for help. To this day, I'm not sold on the guy being truly drunk or intoxicated, though. For one, it was a Thursday, and for two, he seemed very coherent in places, and being able to get to where he was, I don't think he could do that plastered. Having the ability to talk down the dogs like that? We didn't really live near any pubs either, so he would have had to live nearby. I remember at the time I would walk to school every day, so maybe he'd noticed me then. Someone in our neighborhood found out that a pedophile had relocated to our neighborhood, so who knows, maybe that was him, or maybe it was just a rumor. I've never forgotten that night or the fear though. There's always the what ifs, like what if I had been the only one home? What if he had gotten a hold of me? It's terrible to think about. This was an experience I had alongside my BFF in high school. This was about 2006, maybe 2007, in rural upstate New York. We met in 3rd grade and are still friends to this day. We're both 27 now. Let me give you some background information. My friend B and I became instant friends when we met in 3rd grade, and we were inseparable. We frequented each other's homes so much, her mom even set up her guest room as my room. Had toys, clothes, pictures, everything I needed was there. I was basically a part of their family. Pictures of B and I hung on the walls of the home owned by her very proud mother, Shelley. Shelley had always wanted 2 daughters and loved me so much she considered me to be her second. Now, on to the meat of the story. It took place when we were sophomores in high school. Her mother had divorced and dated a few different men, meeting some off sites like eHarmony. She had been speaking to a man for a few weeks, gushing about how manly and charming he was. She was really excited. She always showed us their profiles before she decided to go on an actual date with one of these men. She would always say, "I need my daughter's stamps of approval first." One night, she called us to her room and showed us this man she had been talking about. His profile was simple, as one would imagine for a middle-aged man in 2007 on eHarmony. The headline read, "Looking for a strong mother." I made a joke about his odd placement for capitals and how that was a strange way to start out, but we moved forward. It told of his metalwork background, his love of cold steel, his work in a foundry that kept his icy heart just warm enough. I was honest with her. It sounded really off, but he was handsome, sporting black, well-groomed hair, a beard, strong jaw, icy blue eyes, relatively fit body for a 40-something-year-old man. I really stressed the weird vibe, though. B joked about how Shelley always picked the antisocial ones, and we laughed knowing this wasn't exactly wrong. Shelley had brought some weird stories home, but really what can you expect when meeting guys online? We told her, why not go for it? So they planned a dinner. It was a haul for him, about a 2-hour drive or so. He was driving to our location, where they would then take one car together into town. B and I helped Shelley pick out her outfit, helped her with her hair and makeup, and then went back upstairs so she could have some time to herself before the long night. We headed upstairs to where B and I were painting a wall in her room, just listening to music and cutting up. The man just let himself into the house when he arrived like no big deal, and came upstairs without saying a single word. No knocking, no doorbell, the dogs didn't bark, nothing. Obviously, we got spooked. We jumped up and screamed, and basically crapped our pants a little when we heard a random guy start talking from behind us. We didn't know how long he had been there watching us. We don't know how long he stood behind us without speaking, but when he did speak, we shook. Well, I didn't know I was getting a 2-for-1 deal, he said in a gravelly and low voice. He chuckled as we stood there in shock of this stranger in our room. He sauntered over to us, like a man on a Sunday walk or something. The smell of cigarettes filled the room. Right then, I noticed how much this guy looked like the pictures Shelley had showed us, except he had more salt and pepper, not jet black hair, and his eyes were not ice blue either. They were black. Not brown, mind you, black. It looked like this guy's eyes were 100% pupil or something. I was interrupted by Shelley shouting, "Who got hurt?" She must have thought we were horsing around and that one of us had been injured. This was normal for us because we goofed around quite a lot. She was jolted at the sight of this man blocking her from us. He turned around just as soon as she reached the top of the stairs and held his arms out. "Shelley, you look beautiful." I knocked and no one answered. I hope it's okay I let myself in. "These are your girls, huh? They're beautiful just like their mommy." I'll never forget how he said mommy. It felt dirty. B and I both side-eyed each other and stepped down off our step ladders. We were both very in tune with each other. If I felt weird, I knew she did too. We could both feel the odd air in the room. Shelley glanced away from him and at us who were behind him, looking at her with wide eyes and both kind of shaking our heads in disbelief. Shelley looked back at him. This exchange took only a few seconds, but it seemed like an eternity. She forced a smile. "Oh, I'm sorry. Next time just ring the bell and I'll open the door." He nodded and walked towards her with open arms and hugged her like they had been the oldest of friends. She looked at us as they hugged and kind of rolled her eyes to show us what she thought of his excuse. She proceeded to tell him it was not appropriate as she led him down the stairs. We heard him apologizing over and over. B and I instantly ran to our phones, and we agreed to text her mom what he had just said to us so we could tell her without him knowing. We hit send. About 10 minutes later, we heard footsteps rushing up the stairs. It was Shelly, and she shut the door behind her. She asked us if we were okay. She explained to us that he'd said we reminded him of his girls, and he didn't mean to scare us. We nodded, and she said they were leaving for the date. We hugged her, said be safe, and we would see her soon. As she headed downstairs, B and I looked at each other. We both knew something was not right, but we were speechless from the good scare we received from this man about 15 minutes prior. We heard them walking, talking, heading towards the front door. A few minutes later, Shelly shouted at the stairs that she loved us. We yelled back we loved her, and the door shut. We instantly started talking to each other, saying the same things. He laid that charm on so thick as soon as he saw Mom. And did you see his eyes? What the fuck was wrong with him? He looked so much like the guy from the pictures, but not exactly. We both concurred on our feelings about this stranger. His scent, his demeanor, his voice. He was like something out of a classic stranger danger advertisement. We agreed to text Shelly how we felt. She thanked us and told us it seemed to be going well, and she would let us know that she was safe every hour. B and I were freaked out, even more so that Shelly didn't seem to mind at all. It was like a weird spell he had cast on her. It was odd, but we wanted the best for Shelly, as she was excited about this guy. She texted us every hour until she got home like promised. Her very last text said, "I'm officially freaked out and coming home now. I'll be home soon." We freaked out and paced around until we saw headlights pull into the driveway. It had been about 5 hours since she left, and more than an hour since that last text. We were inside with the lights off, watching through the side window, trying not to be seen, when the motion sensor light flooded the yard. A truck flew into the driveway. The passenger side door flung open before the truck was even at a full stop, and Shelly's feet were on the pavement just as fast. She jogged to the door wide-eyed. She reached the front door, turned, and waved the truck off. She had her house key ready in the hand she wasn't waving with. She unlocked the door and slid inside. "Keep the lights off. Let's go upstairs." She locked the 2 deadbolts and the chain, not once looking at us. We headed up the stairs behind her and walked into B's room and looked out the window. The truck was still in park out front with the lights on and engine running. We all stared as Shelly told us the ordeal she'd gone through. Long story short, he had made reservations at the wrong restaurant, so he suggested they go buy food and have a nice picnic-style dinner at a local park. Shelly didn't do well outdoors. She was an office woman, so she declined. He then hit her with the, "I just drove so long to get out here, you kinda owe me." Shelly said that made her feel bad. So when he mentioned he had a vacation home he could cook for her at close by, she agreed. When they got to the house, it was nice enough. A log cabin near Bethel, New York, only about 35 minutes from our town. He kept talking about how easy it was to get her alone. He also kept insisting he liked strong mommies because they put up such a good fight, but she just caved in. And this made her skin crawl. This wasn't the guy she thought he was. This also wasn't the man in the picture, and Shelly started to slowly realize this. She asked for a ride home due to her feeling ill. He clearly wasn't happy, but he complied and stopped cooking, then started looking for the keys she knew he had in his pocket. He then started asking her about our girls, referring to myself and B. This freaked Shelly out so bad she said she was going to get someone to come get her. That he clearly didn't like. He found his keys instantly. Once they were out of the house and in the truck would not start, so they had to move to his work truck. Shelly was visibly shaken and wouldn't take her eyes off his truck idling in the driveway as she spilled the story post-haste. She said there was a garage he said they had to walk around the house to hop in the work truck. She felt she had no choice but to play it cool and agree to go. She hopped out, walked around the house. There was indeed another garage with a random truck in it, the same truck we were all currently staring at, just sitting in the driveway. It smelled like bleach and metal, Shelley whispered. She told us on the way home he just kept asking about us over and over. What we did that she didn't like, what got us spankings, what were the naughty things we got in trouble for, and what she would do if we disappeared. Another question to scare you out of your pants as a parent. Would you sacrifice yourself for your girls? Shelley said she stared at him in awe and disbelief. Then he just laughed. She got more and more concerned as she noticed her surroundings in the back of the truck she was riding home in. There were what she thought were chains and a bucket sitting on a desk that was drilled into the floor, a duffel bag, and very large metal objects she wasn't too sure of. That's when he pulled out pictures on his little flip phone that he had of us. He must have found Shelley's Facebook. He took all of our pictures and loaded them onto his phone, waving it around and telling Shelley what a good, strong mommy she had been to us, and that she should be proud of what she had accomplished. By this time, they were pulling into the driveway, and Shelley was done with this shit. She had just about finished the story when we saw the truck's lights turn off. Shelley immediately picked up the phone and dialed the sheriff, told him quickly there was an unwelcome person outside the home. Being in such a small town, the sheriff not only went to school and graduated with Shelley, but only lived 3 doors down. Just as we saw this guy getting out of his truck with his duffel bag, we saw the sheriff whip up right behind him. The man panicked and literally threw his duffel into his truck and tried to back into the sheriff to get out. When he realized he was blocked from the rear, he went through the yard instead. We couldn't believe our eyes. The truck peeled out, taking a large part of the lawn with it. The sheriff came to the door to check on us and told us he had units all down the road waiting for him. We shared a good collective cry and rejoiced in our safety. It did, however, create some paranoia issues in the next couple of weeks, due to the fact we didn't know how long he was in the house when he let himself in. Did he put cameras anywhere? Did he mess with the food in the house to hurt someone? I mean, it was bad, but we worked through it. We never heard anything about him getting caught, and we occasionally received eerie messages on Facebook, 2 of which we knew were him, but we had to put that out of our minds. Haven't heard anything from or about him since about 3 months after the incident, when the last message was received. It's been about 11 years since then, but we still try to talk about it when we can. My name is Isaac. I'm 22 years old, and I'm going to tell you the only story in my mega weird life in which I thought almost killed me, at least at the time. The more I think about it, the more I tell myself I was oblivious at the time. I didn't realize anything. It was about 3.5 years ago, I think, and I was living in a shared apartment with a guy older than me. He was a police officer, and his name was Francois. It was a good arrangement, honestly. It suited us both very well, and it was a lovely little apartment. One evening, I experienced the worst insomnia of my life. I couldn't go to bed, and I ended up not sleeping at all. Next thing I know, it's 9 a.m. I regularly had bouts of insomnia, not being able to sleep and all that, but I don't know what it was about this. There was just a strange feeling. It was different than usual. At the time, I was laying on the sofa bed, and my roommate was in the actual room. I don't know, I just felt this weird feeling twisting in my stomach. Anyway, I decided I needed to get a can of Monster Energy. I had insomnia, so I needed a little pick-me-up. It was now 10:30 a.m. I work from home and don't have a job where I have to go out to the office or anything, so it was fine. I had the time to leave for a bit. I came home and my roommate was supposed to have already left. It was completely dark in the room though, and all the shutters were closed. Normally he would open them himself much before this. I told myself he must be sick, and that he must have informed his work that he'd be staying home. I went into his room and it was pitch black inside. I didn't dare to turn the lights on and feared that he might be sleeping. I asked him if he was okay, very slowly so as to not disturb him if he was. That strange feeling was even stronger now. He didn't answer me with words, just gave me a growl to say let me sleep. His head was in the duvet. He must have been real cold. His forehead and hair were the only things sticking out. I'm telling you again, but it was pitch black in there, and I couldn't really see him very well. As the day went on, he was laying in bed all day. I was starting to get worried about him. He must have been real sick. I took a 1.5-hour nap on the sofa, around 1:45 or 2 p.m. roughly. Since I'm an insomniac, I needed every few hours I could get of sleep just to survive. I felt even more tired after the nap. I knew I wasn't going to last long, and I was going to go to bed early. Or at least really try to. The evening arrived and it was around 10:30. It was starting to get dark when suddenly I hear the apartment door open, but with the keys. With the keys now in the apartment lock, I got up to see who it was. And what do you know? It was my roommate, who was coming back from being away for several days with friends of his. So, of course, there he is right in front of me. I didn't remember that he had been on vacation. Maybe he hadn't told me he was going. In that moment, I understood what was happening. I asked my roommate to step out for a moment before he came back inside. I locked the door from outside and explained to him that since the beginning of the day, there had been someone in his room skulking about. He's a police officer, but unfortunately in our country it's forbidden for him to have his service weapon on him. He decided to go into the home anyway and go see. While I was still standing at the door, I called the police. I was really not feeling well. I was sweating a lot, I was exhausted, my mind was running slowly. The police told me they would arrive in 10 minutes and to wait at the door outside. Obviously, I went inside to see if my roommate was okay. As soon as I stepped into the room, I could see my roommate on the floor. He had been knocked out by the man who was sleeping in his room. The man who was in the bed, I didn't know him at all, and neither did my roommate. He had a sunken face, enormous dark circles around his eyes, a big mustache too. The man was really not good looking. The police arrived soon after and took him away. According to the police, he was a guy wanted for larceny, sexual assault, and was under the influence of drugs when he was in our home. I've since moved to an apartment where I can see all the rooms from the living room, and that's very reassuring. My name is Sarah, and I'm 28 years old. I've been living for 4 years in a small town in the Yamagata district, a pretty small district in the north of Japan, known for its mountains. It's in the name of the area really, and its rice fields as far as the eye can see. It's also known for its rustic and delicious food. This story took place a few months after my separation from my boyfriend, who was still living in France. He was my first love, and the relationship had lasted almost 9 years. We separated because the distance was driving us crazy, and for my part, I couldn't see myself returning to France ever. I loved my job, and the people in my town where I lived now needed me. I felt accomplished. For his part, he had also found a job in France he was just as passionate about. He didn't speak Japanese and had no friends here. We couldn't ask each other to sacrifice our happiness to live together. We still loved each other very much as we separated, and our separation was therefore very hard for me. I mourned the end of our relationship for a long time. I no longer wanted to go to the gym, having gone 6 times a week before our separation. I only drank junk food, and I started drinking a glass of wine every day. Then 2, then 3. In short, I began to completely let myself go. My friends advised me to meet some new boys to take my mind off things and regain the desire to take care of myself and my body. It wasn't a bad idea. It could help me break my routine and get me out of the house a bit. The problem, I lived in the Japanese countryside. The Yamagata district is one of the oldest ones in Japan. I have a lot of friends aged 40 and 50, but very few friends my age. Finding a potential partner more than a decade older than me who I liked and who liked me back was almost impossible. My friends recommended I use a dating app. Of course, the profiles recorded in the surrounding area were extremely few. We extended the search to surrounding districts, and after an evening of swiping, I relieved a super like from Shohei, a very charming man with a very beautiful smile. He was 2 years younger than me, but I struck up a conversation right away. He had quite a sense of humor, he seemed smart, he responded fairly quickly to my messages. He had just graduated from Sendai University and returned home to work in a real estate agency for less than a year. I had a good feeling about this one. The only downside, he lived in a small town in the Akita district, more than 3.5 hours by train from where I lived. We continued to talk for about 2 weeks without ever meeting. After that, we didn't talk for almost a week. I told myself he must have moved on. It didn't really matter. I stopped using the application because all of my exchanges so far had been unsuccessful. After that week passed by, I received a message on the app. It was him telling me that his real estate agency had given him a big negotiating assignment in my city, and he could meet up with me the very next evening. I was surprised to learn he had such big business in my very small town, but oh well, I agreed to go see him, not really having anything better to do. We met at the station to go have a drink at a nearby izakaya. In the evening, I arrived at the station and waited for him. He was a little bit late. I could see him coming from afar. I was relieved. He actually did look like his photos. He was a very handsome man. He could have any girl he wanted. I said hello to him from a distance, and the closer he got, the more I realized he was kind of trembling. I didn't dare to point it out to him. I told myself he was probably just shy. He told me I was so pretty, and that he was happy to meet me. He gave a big smile like in all his photos. I don't know why, but I could immediately feel this was a fake smile. Something was making me uncomfortable, and I had an unpleasant feeling in my stomach. We entered the izakaya right next to the station. It was one with compartments that were not real closed rooms, but partitions that separated the tables, so you couldn't see what was happening in the next one over, even if you could hear absolutely everything being said. We first had a beer to start the evening, as is customary in Japan. We chatted a little, and he seemed to relax a bit and stop shaking. I asked him if his colleague liked the city, and he replied, "No, I came alone." I found it immediately suspicious that a first-year employee would be sent so far away on a big job without a more experienced colleague at his side. It would never have happened like that at my job. I told myself the rules can change from company to company, though. I asked him if the train journey wasn't too boring. He tells me, "No, I came with my car." Now I was starting to get really weirded out. For long journeys like that, almost 4 hours, you definitely travel by train. But hey, maybe it's a special rule from his real estate agency or something. I asked him which real estate agency he was dealing with, because I had moved not too long ago, and perhaps I knew one of his partners or something. He seemed caught off guard by my question, and stammered for a long time before answering. He replied he negotiated with a large real estate chain in my town. It was a real place, not mine, but I definitely heard of them. I was reassured to know he was at least not lying about that, and I ordered a second beer. After a while, I wanted to go to the bathroom. I stepped away. My false eyelashes were a bit crooked, so I took a few moments to glue them back in. I was gone for a total of 4 or 5 minutes. I came back, we started talking again, and I took a sip of my beer. The taste was exactly the same. That's not what was bothering me. From the moment I grabbed my mug, his gaze was looking at me so insistently. It was not the same look he'd been giving me before I went to the bathroom. I had that unpleasant feeling in my stomach again that I'd had when he smiled at me in front of the station. I put down my drink immediately. I pretended the beer was disgusting and I didn't like it. That was a lie. I told him I wanted to vomit. "That's such a shame, you're wasting half the glass." I apologized by saying it was really horrible. "But you were drinking it before." I shied away by playing the polite foreigner card. I told him I was forcing myself because I knew in Japan you always drink a beer to start an evening, and I wanted to follow the tradition. He really tried to guilt me into drinking some more. This was obviously very suspicious. Why did he want me to drink this drink so badly? I told him that if he didn't want to make a mess, then he could drink it instead of me. Imagine my surprise when he refused, claiming he was already too drunk and that tomorrow he had to drive home early in the morning to return to Akita. Drunk after a beer and a half, when he was planning to drink even more before I went to the bathroom? I was certain he had done something fishy while I was in there. I understood now he had bad intentions. I tried to find a way to end the meeting without alerting him. We abandoned the story of the beer, which remained untouched for the rest of the dinner. He continued to talk at me for an hour and a half, a bit too long for my tastes. At one point, he went to the bathroom with his bag in tow. I couldn't check what he had in his bag, but I could check my beer now. As I lifted the glass up, I could see a fine white deposit at the bottom. Completely unlike the yeast deposits that can be found in certain unfiltered beers, it was powdery, very fine. I didn't have to take out my cell phone and search the internet for what it was. I already knew. He came back and I slammed it down on the table. He told me he was going to sleep in his car looking sad. "Why don't you go to the hotel across the street? Does your company reimburse you for the night?" He told me no because his agency had planned for him to return during the day, but that if I agreed to spend the night with him, he would take a hotel room. I laughed to end the conversation and bid him good night before getting into the first taxi that passed by. As soon as I got home, I vomited in disgust at what had happened. The next morning, I told my colleague at work about it. She had a friend who worked at the agency that he had said he negotiated with. Very worried about my story, she called her friend to ask him the name of Shohei's agency. Her friend responded that he was there all day yesterday and there were no negotiations that day. No one named Shohei showed up either. His friend added that normally they wouldn't send first years alone to negotiate with other agencies anyway. He lied to me. He didn't come to my town to negotiate. He probably didn't even work at a real estate agency. He had come especially to find me, and he certainly didn't have good intentions. I even confirmed afterward with the izakaya in question. The Sapporo they serve is filtered, and they've never seen a white deposit at the bottom of their glasses. I blame myself for letting my guard down and telling myself a charming boy who didn't seem to have problems with girls couldn't possibly be dangerous. After that, I blocked and deleted him from my account and vowed never to meet anyone on a dating app ever again. Hi, my name is Valentine, and I'm going to tell you about a pretty scary experience that happened to me. I'm 21 now, almost 22, but every time I think about this story, I get a chill. At the time of the events, I was in high school. I don't remember exactly, but I would say I was somewhere around 16 or 17 years old, definitely in my second year. To get to high school every morning, I would take the bus. You should know that I have a journey of about 10 minutes to the closest stop to my house, but since the bus is often full at this stop, I generally have to walk 5 minutes more to the next one in order to have a better chance of actually getting a seat. That morning, it was Monday. When I left home, it was dark. It was winter, so that was fairly normal. I'm a fairly anxious person, and as on my route I passed through a fairly isolated place with very few pedestrians around, I would only put my music on once I arrived at the bus stop, in order to remain alert to what was happening around me. That day, I arrived at the bus stop without any problem. I was just about to start my music up when I heard someone calling out from my left. I took off my headphones and looked at the person who just called out to me. He was a friend of my older brother's. They were together in college. He told me that recently, while speaking with my brother, he'd learned that we took the same bus, and he found that quite amusing. At the time, I didn't really pay much attention, but when I think about it now, that sentence should have caught my attention immediately. I had never seen him at this bus stop before. We started talking, the bus arrived, and I got on, but he didn't. This obviously concerned me. I didn't ask myself any more questions though, as I had a place I needed to be, and rushed forward to take the last seat. The next morning, I met this man again, still at the bus stop. We talked once more. Once again, the bus arrives, I get on, and not him. This cycle would last a few days, until Friday. I met the same boy again, not at the usual bus stop, but this time at the closest one to my house, the one I ignored on my way. I pretended not to see him and continued to the other stop. When he called out to me, he joined me and walked to the bus stop with me. During the trip, he began to ask me strange questions. Do you always take this trip alone? What time do you leave your home? In the evening, what time do you come home? Which bus? Are your parents at home when you arrive? I quickly understood these were not just trivial questions and tried to avoid answering. It's kind of weird that you go to this bus stop when the other one is closer to your house. Do you live here? And then he listed out my address. I got a crazy bad feeling. Adding to all the questions that he had just started asking me, already setting a weird vibe. He had never seen my house before. He was a boy my brother got along well with at college, but not close enough to come to our home. As a result, he shouldn't have had any way of knowing my address. I didn't answer, but he continued. You walk pretty quickly, huh? You always leave your house at 7:30. You get here so fast. I froze. I hadn't answered his question earlier, so I hadn't told him what time I usually left. That rung in the air for what felt like an eternity, until the bus finally arrived. I got in and felt a bit liberated, but I could hear him calling behind me. I'll see you tonight. He waved at me and smiled. I was starting to panic. My stomach started to hurt, and I couldn't really think very well. I took out my phone and sent a message to my older brother. I asked him to tell his friend to leave me alone, and that he made me feel uncomfortable. My brother called me immediately. I haven't spoken to this guy since middle school. What did he say to you? There, I understood. I understood he hadn't been in contact with this man for a very long time. The man had lied before he started talking to me. On the verge of tears, I told my brother everything. All the strange questions he asked me. All the information he knew that he shouldn't have. My brother told me he would sort everything out, and I didn't have to worry anymore. When the evening arrived, I got off the bus, and to my surprise, the man was not there. I rushed home, looking behind me the entire way, to make sure he wasn't going to attack me or something. Arriving in my house, I rushed to the door, opened it, and locked it behind myself. My brother wouldn't be home until an hour later, which seemed like an eternity. He came right to me, hugged me, and said, "You don't have to worry about that guy anymore. I've taken care of him. He won't bother you ever again." I never knew exactly what my brother did to that man, but I never ran into him again, and that's all that matters. There remain a lot of gray areas in this story that will surely never be clarified, like for example how he found my address or the time I left home every day. I think he must have followed me, but I prefer not to think about that too much. Since that day, I walk even faster when I'm alone, and after this story, I try to get dropped off directly at my bus stop by car as often as possible. I used to live in a 2-story house in Boise, Idaho. Both floors were meant to serve as a single-bedroom apartment. I lived on the 2nd floor, and the one beneath me was vacant. I entered and exited the apartment through the back deck and would walk down a wooden staircase to the driveway. There was also a door in my living room that led downstairs to the other apartment. It was dead-bolted from my side. There was another door at the very bottom of those stairs that was dead-bolted from the other side to ensure complete privacy for both occupants. The entire time I lived in that 2nd-floor apartment, I actually never had anyone living underneath me. I would occasionally ask the landlord why that was, and he would always just shrug and say the building had a bad reputation. Apparently, it had caught fire in the late 80s and 2 people had died downstairs. People were hesitant to live there ever since. One extremely stormy evening, I was watching football in my living room when the power went out. I sighed and gathered up some candles and a flashlight. I decided I might as well turn in early, even though it was only about 9 o'clock. I climbed into bed, but since I wasn't very tired at all, I spent a good hour or more tossing and turning. When 10 o'clock finally came around, I was about ready to get out of bed and start making shadow puppets with my flashlight or something, just to pass the time a bit. That was when I heard the clear and loud sound of a door slamming from somewhere in the house. I shot up in my bed. I knew for a fact that I was alone in my apartment, and no one was supposed to be downstairs. The next second, I heard heavy feet charging up the stairs from the downstairs apartment. Someone began putting all their weight against the door that led to my living room. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my cell phone to call the cops, and locked myself in my bedroom. I frantically told the operator there was someone in the house trying to break into my apartment. There came a tremendous banging on the other side of the door, like someone was swinging a sledgehammer or an axe trying to break it down. It was so loud that the operator confirmed she could hear what was going on and that the police were already on their way. I stayed on the line for what felt like another hour, hysterically telling the operator who my parents were and to tell them I loved them just in case I died. In retrospect, I probably should have grabbed my keys, got out the bedroom window, and hopped down onto the driveway, then floored it out of there in my car, but I wasn't exactly thinking straight. I was convinced I was about to be killed. When the police arrived, their wailing alarms drowned out the noise of the thunder and rain. They breached the house from the ground floor. I heard them beneath me, screaming that the police were there. The noise on the staircase abruptly stopped. I heard more of the policemen on the back deck, knocking on the glass of the sliding door. I ran out of the bedroom to let the officers in. Before I could even ask if they'd caught the intruder, though, they quickly rushed me out of the house and into the rain, claiming the house had caught on fire. I waited in a patrol car in my pajamas, pretty damn wet and upset, as policemen ran in and out of the building with flashlights. After the fire truck had arrived, a police officer got into the car with me and offered me a towel, then started to ask me questions about the intruder. I told him all that I knew, which obviously wasn't much. The officer then explained that upon entering the house, the bottom door of the stairs was still dead-bolted shut, as was my door at the top of the stairs as well. There was absolutely no damage to either door. Upon entering the premises, the officers were overwhelmed by the smell of smoke and immediately called the fire department, assuming there were flames raging inside. Despite the smell, the firemen concluded they could find no fire anywhere. And beside myself, there was no evidence that anyone else had been in the house. The landlord arrived shortly after, as I sat in my living room in the dark, drinking whiskey right out the bottle. I was muttering about how I was not crazy, and I definitely heard the sound of someone attacking the door. He told me that the previous tenants who lived downstairs had been a single father and his disabled son. One night, the son had accidentally set fire to the carpet in the living room, and the father and son both became trapped in the stairway, unable to open the door to the second floor and unable to go back down. They both died of smoke inhalation. I moved out the following month. For reference, I'm a 20-year-old male who weighs about 200 pounds. I live in a suburban area of a very large city, which I won't disclose here. If I did, it would make it extremely easy to figure out where I live, based on context clues. This experience happened to me about 2 weeks ago, and I'm still real shaken up from it. I worked as a busboy on the weekends at a popular catering home near where I lived. I've been working there for a little over a month now. It was actually my last day, since I had another job lined up that was offering me more hours, with better pay as well. All I had to do was be available to work on weekends. I had to work a party that lasted from 7 p.m. until midnight, and I had to stay for almost 2 hours after it ended too, to reset the room for the following morning. At around 2 o'clock or so, we'd finished up resetting the room, and were told we could finally leave. I was about to walk out the building when my boss suddenly ran over to me and asked if I could help her move a table to the upstairs room. I didn't mind, so I agreed. We placed the table where it needed to go, and then we both went back downstairs. As we walked outside, we said goodnight to each other, as she got into her Uber that she'd requested to take her home. Now, due to numerous setbacks in my life, I unfortunately do not have my driver's license. The catering hall is about a 30 to 40 minute walk away from my house, and I didn't mind walking that far. During my time working there, my parents had been nice enough to drive me to and from work. My mom had told me to call her when I got off as usual, and she would give me a lift home. She didn't want me walking by myself that late at night. Well, I gave her a call on her phone, and immediately it went to voicemail, indicating her phone was off. I tried again, and the same thing happened. I thought to myself that she must have fallen asleep while waiting and forgot to put her phone on the charger again. It must have died. I called my dad, hoping his phone was not silent as it usually was when he goes to sleep. As my luck would have it, it must have been, since I called his phone a fair few times and got no answer. Well, fuck, I thought to myself. All my coworkers had already left, and I couldn't ask anyone I worked with for a ride home. The only bus nearby that would cut my trip in half stopped running at midnight, so I couldn't take the bus now either. I also didn't call an Uber. I'd forgotten my debit card at home. I only had 2 singles on me. Needless to say, it looked like I was gonna have to walk home. To give you some perspective, the catering hall was located in between a service road that runs along a major highway and a street that rides along the coast. In order to get home, I had to walk down the service road for about 10 minutes until I hit the aforementioned coast side road, which went underneath the highway. Then I would have to walk 2 more blocks up that road until I hit another street. Then I had to turn right, walk for another 10 minutes, half of which was spent walking uphill, until I reached the street that entered the community I lived in. I began the tiring walk, and about 5 minutes later, I'd passed the bar. I saw a car idling in the parking lot, with only the left headlight shining. The car was a white Toyota Camry. That's if I'm not mistaken. I'm not an expert on cars. There were 2 guys in the car smoking a cigarette. I quickly glanced over while passing by. I didn't really think much of what I saw. The bar closed at 1 in the morning, but I figured these guys had just pulled into the lot for a quick smoke while driving. I turned onto the road that runs underneath the highway and was crossing the service road on the other side when I suddenly got the urge to look behind me. I quickly looked back to see the same car driving down the road I was walking along. It wasn't exactly pitch black, but it was still relatively dark enough to where I might not have even recognized the car if both headlights had been shining. I continued walking and eventually turned right onto the road with the hill I mentioned earlier. They slowed down next to me, and the passenger rolled down the window to say something to me. The road I had turned onto was even darker than the road I was walking on before, so I wasn't able to make out what either of the people in the car looked like. From what I could make out, they were both probably in their late 20s and wearing dark concealing clothing. The driver appeared to be a white male, and the passenger looked like a black guy. The passenger called out to me, "Hey, what are you doing walking so late at night?" I responded that I was walking home from work. He then asked me if I would like them to give me a ride home. I responded by saying that was very kind of them, but I was fine walking by myself. Thank you for the offer, though. The man got visibly annoyed and appeared to be somewhat agitated. "Nah, man, it's dark and dangerous out here. You should let us give you a ride home. We'll get you there safe and sound. Come on, you can trust us." At this point, the only things on the road were the car and myself. I declined once again and darted behind the car to walk across the street. I walked up and turned left into the parking lot of a different community. It was about 2 blocks away from my own. It had a chain in front of it preventing people without a proper key from parking inside. All of a sudden, the driver rolled down the window. "Get the fuck back here, you little shit!" He did a U-turn and pulled up to the entrance of the lot. The passenger jumped out and began to chase me on foot. The driver peeled off after, presumably to get onto the road on the other side and try to ambush me. Needless to say, my adrenaline immediately started spiking. I began sprinting away from this crazy man. "Stop! We're gonna give you a ride. Stop running away from us." I looked back and we had a fair distance between us. Now that I got a closer look, he was somewhat chubby and probably had not been expecting me to be able to run so fast, since I was slightly overweight myself. I turned onto the road and continued sprinting until I heard a car squealing down the road behind me. I looked back to see a single headlight in the distance, speeding down the road, and the man chasing after me starting to gain on me. I started freaking out. I ran and turned another left, making a break for the park, since the area of the park I was running towards was dark and thick with trees. I figured I could lose them. As I ran into the park, struggling to continue sprinting, I was losing my breath. I looked back to see the car turn down the road. The driver stopped in place and yelled at his friend. "Hey man, get back in the car. The cops hang out back there. They might see us. Leave him. We're getting out of there." The man chasing me stopped immediately and ran back towards the car. He flung the door open and jumped in. As soon as he slammed it closed, the driver did a pinpoint U-turn and sped off right onto the road up ahead. Then they disappeared. The park was extremely large. I remember my parents talking about a good number of drug deals taking place there, and that the police were starting to send officers to patrol the area at night to bust up any drug deals they witnessed. That must have been what spooked my pursuers away. I jogged quickly into the park and hid in the darkness beneath the trees for about 20 minutes or so, just to be sure they were definitely gone. I tried to calm myself down as much as I could after. I walked through the park towards the exit and to my community. My senses were on hyper alert. For all I knew, there could have been some other weirdo lurking around in the dark just waiting for me. Thankfully, I made it to my house just fine. I quickly unlocked the door. I walked into the living room to my dog greeting me. I looked to my right to see my mom, of course, passed out on the couch, with the TV still on just as I'd thought. I walked into my own room and flopped onto my bed, exhausted both physically and emotionally. I was relieved I had gotten away from those 2 guys. I had never been happier to be in the safety of my own home. I always knew it was dangerous to walk alone at night. Usually I don't. I had hoped that the one time I did, it would be okay. Clearly, I had been proven wrong. I woke up around noon the next day and walked into the living room to say hello to my parents. Now, my mom got up and hugged me, apologizing profusely for falling asleep when she said she'd pick me up. She said she had woken up around 5 in the morning and freaked out that she'd fallen asleep, that something bad might have happened to me. She rushed into my room to see me sound asleep, and was really relieved that I had gotten home safely. I didn't say anything about what happened on my walk home that night. I knew it would devastate my parents to hear they'd almost lost their son. My mom would have never been able to live with the guilt. She could have prevented the whole encounter just by staying awake to come pick me up. I didn't really blame her though. I never actually told anyone except for a close friend of mine about this experience. I have no idea why those guys singled me out like that, but I knew for a fact they were up to no good. I don't think I ever want to find out what they were up to. I'm glad I'm safe and sound. When I was younger, up until I was about 10 years old, I lived on a 7-acre ranch. There was a small house in the front of the property where we stayed, a huge grass yard and a cabinet shop behind it, an orchard in the very back, full of walnut trees. My father was a carpenter and always toiled away in the shop. My mother was a school teacher that was almost always busy. Because of their jobs and the fact they were kind of new to parenting, as I started to get older, they didn't really pay as much attention to where I would wander off to. I would spend my days roaming about our yard, playing in the dirt and running throughout the walnut trees. Obviously, I didn't question my lack of supervision. It was fun to explore this huge plot of land, and I thought I was just being a normal kid. When I was about 7, my father surprised me with a brand new child-sized ATV. It wasn't one of those electric ones you're probably picturing either. It was a pretty damn fast gas-powered four-wheeler. Now, at this point, a good amount of you are probably questioning why someone would gift a gas-powered ATV to their 7-year-old child. But like I just said, my parents were quite reckless. And they, well, my dad really, wanted me to have a lot of fun. And pretty much right after I got the thing, I started learning how to drive it by myself, and started going further into and past the property than I ever had before. Now I had a free ride to basically go as far as my young self would let me before turning back. I started riding through the orchards behind my house almost every day. I loved it more than I'd ever loved anything before. I'd leave my house and be gone for hours and hours. After a while, I gradually started roaming farther and farther away. I became more brazen as I got older. I would ride down this dirt path that led past what I assumed was our neighbor's land, and to a ditch that held a bunch of water. At the time, I just kinda liked looking at the water as it flowed. I felt like I was an explorer, viewing uncharted lands. I honestly never contemplated that what I was doing could be the least bit dangerous. I really don't think my parents knew how far I was riding out either. When I think back on it now, just the idea of riding a dangerous piece of equipment so far away from home without my parents knowing where I was, and before cell phones existed, is a pretty scary idea in itself. I could have crashed or hit my head and no one would have ever been able to find me. Luckily, this never happened to me, and it's not what this story is about either. So one day, like any other day, I was riding far away from home when I passed by a man wearing a dirty white shirt, denim jeans, and wicker farmer's hat. I remember this vividly, as this was the first person I had ever seen in the whole time I'd been out there riding. I remember the look of clear surprise in his eyes as he stared at me while I rode past him. I had no reason to stop, and my parents had always taught me about stranger danger, so I kept on riding and forgot all about it on my way back home. A couple of hours later, I was coming back to the same spot, and it dawned on me that this is exactly where I'd seen the man before. I looked ahead, not really expecting him to be there any longer. As I said, hours had passed by. Yet as the trees parted and I got a clearer view, he really was right there. I didn't think it was too weird yet. I figured he was either a farmer or a homebody, so I kept driving closer to where he was. He seemed quite friendly, to be honest with you. He had a big smile on his face, like he was real happy to see me. My 10-year-old self registered this as him just being a friendly guy. I waved at him as I passed by, and he waved back to me. I continued on my way and drove home, not really giving it much mind. I don't really remember how much time passed in between then and the next time I went riding, but it couldn't have been more than a couple of days. Like usual, I took the same dirt road past the same few orchards to the same ditch full of water. I'd completely forgotten about my previous encounter, so I hadn't been thinking about the stranger with the big smile at all. I was sitting on the edge of the ditch when I heard footsteps in the dirt coming up from behind me. I remember this quite vividly because it was not a common experience to see anybody else on this trail at all, let alone more than once in a couple of days. I was more curious than scared, though. I turned around to see that same stranger with a big smile. This time, his smile seemed more like a toothy grin. He called out to me as he walked up, asking me what my name was in a heavy southern drawl. I told the man with confidence that I was not allowed to talk to strangers. "Well, that's a good idea. Although, you really shouldn't be out here all by yourself. It can be dangerous for a kid your age." I remember there striking me in the gut a bit of a butterfly feeling. I wasn't afraid, but I felt immediately uneasy. This piqued my curiosity. I wondered what he meant by that, so I asked him to specify. He continued to walk closer to me. "I heard they found a little boy out here just around your age. I think it was in that ditch right there, or he drowned." I would like to point out that although my parents were reckless, they were not stupid. If there had been a drowning near my house or had been a story in the paper, they definitely wouldn't have let me out anymore. He continued on. "Why don't you come with me? You know, take you back to your parents. It ain't safe around here for a kid your age." "Oh, it's okay. I have my quad right there. I'll just ride back." I pointed over to the side of him, where my quad was. He didn't look, though. His eyes remained fixated on me. They were deep and dark, almost black, piercing into me almost. At this point, I was scared. I knew I was in a bad situation. I was hoping he was just a concerned old man, but there was no way I was going to go anywhere with him. I got to my feet and started to walk to my quad, to which the man said, "Should a kid your age be riding something that dangerous? Let me just put it in my truck and I'll give you a ride back." "I don't see a truck," I said, looking around and hoping I could talk my way out of this situation. "Oh, it's right there on my property. Can't see it from here." His smile widened even further. "It's okay, really. I'll just go now." As I passed by him on my way to the quad, he reached out and grabbed my arm hard. "You really shouldn't be out here," he said, staring me deep in the eyes. "It's not safe for little kids." "Let me go! You're hurting me!" I started to panic. This only made him grip me even tighter. "Maybe you don't deserve to go back home. What kind of parents would let their kid out here all alone? Maybe you should come back with me. I'll take care of you." At this point, I was about to pee my pants. I was freaking out, and I started to scream. I can't really remember if I was saying anything in particular. I just know I was screaming as loud as I ever had before. This only seemed to anger the man, though. His once toothy grin turned into a face of fury. He put his hand over my face. I took this opportunity to bite his finger as hard as I could. I still remember breaking the skin and the taste of blood filling my mouth. I knew I must have hurt him pretty damn bad. Thankfully, as you might imagine, this caught the man off guard. He let me go. I knew this was my one and only chance to get away from this weirdo. I booked it to my quad as he screamed in pain. "You little bitch, get the fuck over here!" he shouted in anger. I knew I didn't have much time. I jumped onto my quad and turned the key as fast as I could. As soon as I pressed down on the gas pedal, I felt his hand start to grasp my neck. Luckily, he didn't have a good grip yet. As I was starting to drive away, I punched it and got the hell out of there. At this point, all I could hear was the sound of my quad running, so I wasn't sure if he was coming after me. I wasn't going to risk looking back while I was driving this fast, though. I drove down that dirt path as fast as my quad would go. It was probably the fastest I'd ever driven. When I got home, I peeled into the dirt road and ran into the house, hoping to God my mom was home. I burst into the room bawling, and she asked me what was wrong. I couldn't talk because I was so afraid. I cried for a good 30 minutes before I summoned the strength to tell her what had happened. I remember the fear in her eyes as I described it. She pulled me close and hugged me as hard as she ever had. The next day, I talked to a police officer and recounted the story of what transpired. I honestly don't remember much after this, as I think I started to block it out subconsciously. It's not really something a 10-year-old wants to think about. Needless to say, they never let me off the property again. My dad started drinking. He lost the house soon after this anyways, so I didn't have to live there much longer. Recently, I was thinking about that day, after I started trying to remember various parts of my childhood. My parents never told me what happened after the cops were called, and I never really asked because I tried not to think about it. Yesterday, I went over to my mom's house and asked her if they ever found the guy, considering he had to have lived pretty close to our property. She was kind of startled by the question. Obviously, we hadn't talked about this in over 15 years. She paused for a minute as if wondering whether to tell me or not. She said, "We didn't have any neighbors out that way. It was all corporate-owned property. The description you gave didn't match any of the other people around either. When the cops were called and they went to search where you told us you were, the guy was long gone. They looked around the property and found an old abandoned house that hadn't been used in years. When they looked inside, they could tell he had been staying there. Apparently, he had left his stuff behind. We never told you this because you were too young, but one of the things they found was a black grocery bag. It had a roll of duct tape and a hunting knife inside. Thanks, Mom, but I really didn't need to know that." This incident happened in 2011, shortly after I returned home from college. My family home is a relatively safe area, but around the time I left for school, it started to decline somewhat. I didn't quite notice right away, and upon my return, I was going through a very depressing time in my life at the time. I was staying up all night playing the newly released Elder Scrolls V, and on that particular occasion, I had gone the entire day without eating or even getting out of bed, except to use the bathroom. I decided to go to a very popular 24-hour restaurant located very nearby my house. It was directly in front of a train stop. In my city, there are frequently homeless and transient types around that area, but I've never had a problem with them. The restaurant is usually packed with post-clubbing clientele at these hours. I parked directly in front of the restaurant and went in to order my food. It was ready very quickly, and I got back into my car. The car next to me pulled out first. I hadn't noticed a driver getting in, but I didn't really give it that much thought. The car then paused in the middle of the small parking lot. I took this as the driver being courteous and allowing me to leave, so I pulled out and went on my own way. As I started to drive home, though, I noticed that the car that had let me out was apparently driving the exact same direction I was. Just to be cautious, I didn't go home right away. I kept driving past my residential area, going nonsensical ways and doing circles. As you can guess, the car continued to follow me. I continued driving until I saw an approaching yellow light. I decided to run the light when it was red. The driver behind me did so as well. It was at this point I started to get really scared. I'd left my cell phone at home because I was only planning to be gone for 10 minutes max. I know, it was a dumbass decision. I then made another impulsive decision to go into my residential area. The streets there are like a weird maze, and unless you know it very well, it's easy to get turned around and lost. I turned into an adjacent condo complex that had another entrance directly on my area. Those roads are windy and confusing, so I was able to get some distance between me and my pursuer. Not too much, though. As we exited the condo area, I was able to make a quick right uphill. I drove quickly at this point, using my knowledge of the area to my advantage. We drove around for a good 20 minutes before I was able to make a sharp turn around the corner near the particular cul-de-sac where I lived, without him being able to see me. My house was adjacent to that corner. I turned quickly into my driveway, shut off the car and locked it, so all the lights turned off. I sank back into the seat as much as I could, avoiding being visible. After a minute or so, I heard the car drive down the cul-de-sac. I heard it turn around at the end of the street and drive back the opposite way. Because I was currently hiding, I can't say for sure if it was my follower or not. I ran into my house after that. It was this event that made me realize that I really needed to start taking care of my own safety better. You never know what dangers may try to follow you home. When I was about 10 years old, I was having a sleepover at my friend Amy's house. I was sleeping on the mattress on the floor and was positioned so that if I sat up and looked directly down the hall into the living room, Amy's mom's bedroom was to the left and the bathroom was on the right. I still remember this very clearly. Amy was a bit of a scaredy cat. Pretty much everything scared her. I remember the dogs barking next door woke us up. She was scared and tried to climb into bed with me. I was like, "It's just some dogs, go back to bed." She was too scared though and went to sleep with her mom. It was summertime, so it got light pretty early. I was woken up by a bit of light shining in through the window. I saw Amy's aunt sitting on the couch just staring at me. Amy's aunt was in the Air Force and would always visit when she was on leave. I remember sitting there, wondering why she was just staring at me. After a while, she looked away and stared into blank space. I just laid there, continuing to look at her. It was around 5:15 a.m., I think. Eventually, I fell back to sleep and woke up at a much more reasonable hour. When I got the chance, I asked Amy where her aunt had gone off to. She looked at me puzzled and told me her aunt was not there. She was far away in a different city. I knew it was not a dream. There was some lady that night sitting there and staring at me while I was trying to sleep. I tried to look around, but I never found any evidence of anyone being there, so I'm not really sure what could have happened. I was on a cross-country drive by myself, heading out west. Because I was solo, I didn't want to waste any money or time on a motel when I could just grab some sleep in my car. At around 11 or 12 at night, I decided to stop at a rest stop in the middle of nowhere. I believe it was somewhere in Louisiana. The nearest exits were about 20 miles apart from each other, and all of the towns around me had a population of like 300 people max. As I was laying in my car at that rest stop trying to get some sleep, I don't really know what caused me to wake up. I opened my eyes and saw a man in front of the driver's side window, staring into my car. There were no other cars around except for a single big rig. I had no idea what this guy was doing there at 3 a.m., but it really scared the hell out of me. Literally, the only thing around here was the highway, and there was nothing else nearby. The man tried to open my door. I sat there in fear, frozen and not knowing what to do. He eventually left after a while of staring in and trying different ways to get inside. I don't think he ever noticed that I was awake, but after he walked away, I turned my car on and decided to continue driving. I kind of fear how things would have gone if I had forgotten to lock my door that night. A few weeks ago, my girlfriend and I were sleeping together when I suddenly woke up to her screaming, "What are you doing?" She sometimes talked in her sleep, but this sounded so coherent and urgent that it immediately jolted me awake. I asked what she was talking about. She woke up fully and said she thought she'd seen someone at the end of the bed staring down at us. Thinking it was a dream or a semi-awake hallucination, we didn't really think anything of it. We simply went back to sleep. About an hour later, though, I was woken up again. I looked over and saw someone standing at the edge of the bed. They had grabbed our sheets and wrapped them up and twisted them around their own neck. Needless to say, I had no idea what to do. The first thing that came out of my mouth was, "What are you doing?" My girlfriend then woke me up. I had been dreaming the exact same dream that she did and said the exact same thing. It was a really strange experience. When I was growing up, one of my best friends told me about a very creepy situation involving him, his younger brother, and a man in the window. When my friend and his little brother were younger, they shared a bedroom together. They are some years apart, but his younger brother was born with a multitude of different health issues, including multiple sclerosis. He was confined to a wheelchair and couldn't care for himself. In order to keep an eye on him overnight when his parents couldn't do so, he and his brother shared a bedroom. One night, my friend was randomly woken up for no particular reason and happened to glance over to his younger brother. It was at that moment he noticed something very startling and also somewhat strange. There was the silhouette of a man wearing some sort of top hat looking in through the window. It was the window behind his younger brother's bed. The first thing my friend did was jump up and turn the light on. He then ran into his parents' room to tell them what he saw. When his parents came back to investigate, his younger brother was having a seizure in his bed. A few of his family members say it was his brother's guardian angel standing in the window that night. My friend believes it was an aspect of death. I think it's something more mundane, though. It's all pretty unsettling to me all the same. A few years ago, I went to a Christmas party. That night, my housemates went home earlier, but I decided to stay and get in the Christmas spirit with a few other friends of ours. Needless to say, I ended up getting pretty hammered and arrived home around 3 a.m. Instead of going straight to bed, though, I grabbed another beer inside, then went on to the back porch to have a smoke and look at the stars for a while. I was outside for a couple of minutes when I saw the light go on in the kitchen. My housemate looked out the window and saw me out back. I waved and generally looked like a drunk idiot. He just grabbed a glass of water and went to bed soon after. I finished up my smoke and my beer, and I did the same thing. The next morning, we were rehashing the previous night when he mentioned getting up and seeing me having a smoke in the backyard. "Who is that came back from the party with you last night?" I gave him a weird look. "No one. I was out there all alone." "Nah, man, there was someone out there with you, behind you, on the porch, when you were looking inside waving." To this day, he stands by the fact that this is what really happened. The entire time I had been out there, someone was standing right behind me in the darkness. I never saw them, and I didn't hear them either. It gives me chills every time I think about it. Someone just standing there watching me, without me knowing at all. Back in high school, probably my junior year, I was in a long-distance relationship with a girl from several states away. She would visit a few times a year, and when she did, we obviously spent as much time together as possible. One night, we were kind of making up from a fight we'd had. We drove up in my dad's truck to basically the lover's lane of the area, a dirt cul-de-sac at the end of a road on a mountainside. From this little lot, you could look out over the town at night. It was a really cool sight. which is why it was such a popular place to go. We were parked in the truck just off the road, looking out over the whole town and cuddling together while we talked over our issue. Like many trucks, ours had a small hatch window on the back of the cab, facing the bed of the truck. We opened this window to let some fresh air in. At some point during our talk, another vehicle pulled up along the cul-de-sac. Since I didn't make it clear before, the cul-de-sac didn't really have a curb all the way around, because it was partially dirt. That meant you could pull off the actual road and out onto the flat area overlooking the town. We had pulled off the road like that. The other vehicles stayed in the area with the curb, so we would have to go right past them to get back onto the road. As this vehicle pulled up, a bunch of guys older than us got out and started messing around. It seemed like they were probably doing some drinking, but maybe not. The thing is, they had left their headlights on, and their car was facing into the back of our truck. Their lights were shining right on us. It was really annoying. We ignored them for a while, figuring they were probably just being drunken idiots. We'd eventually leave. We started to get curious about what they were talking about, though. We could hear them having a loud conversation through the open back window, and we started listening in a bit closer. We began to pick up pieces of their conversation. It started to become clear that we were the center of their attention, and they seemed to be working themselves up to doing something. I don't remember exactly what they were saying, except for one thing one of them said that sticks very clear in my memory. "I swear, I'll do it!" At this point, I was becoming nervous. I put the keys in the ignition, telling my girlfriend I wasn't interested in finding out what these guys wanted to do. Now we were both watching nervously out the back window as we listened to these guys egging each other on. All of a sudden, a few of them started walking towards our truck. They were about 15 yards away. I didn't want to make an idiot of myself in front of my girlfriend by flipping out and panicking. I turned on the truck and put it into reverse, but didn't start moving yet. When they saw the brake lights, they started moving in faster, and that's when I hit the gas. I quickly turned the truck around and started driving back to the road. Like I said before, though, their car was between where we were and the road. We had to go right past them. As we were passing their whole group, a couple of them charged at the truck. One of them jumped onto the back bumper, grabbing the tailgate. Now, whatever traces of doubt that had been there about whether or not we were the target of something was gone. I floored it. The guy tried to hang on, but he flew right off. I don't know if he got hurt, and to be honest, I don't really care. It looked like they were starting to get into their car as well, so I booked it out of the area. We didn't see those guys again, nor did we ever return to that place. I still have no idea what would have happened if we hadn't gotten out of there when we did, and that to me is the scariest part. I'd like to think that they were simply trying to scare us and wouldn't actually have done anything that bad. But at the same time, I've heard stories of people at places like that getting raped or killed. It's entirely possible we both came very close to something horrible that night, and the experience scares me to this day. When I was 6 years old, we lived in the center of a set of 3 very similar houses. I remember ours was the purple one, to the left was a blue one, and to the right was a yellow one. I had recently bought one of those big inflatable bouncy balls from Walmart, but I had no one to really play with me. Because of that, I played with it in the backyard all by myself. After school one day, though, I accidentally hit the ball over the fence to the yellow house on the side. I was going to ask my mom what to do, but a kid on the other side of the fence hit it back over for me. Thinking that we could play together now, I hit it back over, and he returned it once more. It became a daily thing for us to play together. I would just hit the ball back and forth with him until I got bored, usually after school. The kid would never respond to any questions or anything I said, so I assumed he was just really shy. One day, I hit it over the fence and he didn't return it, so I asked my mom if I could climb over and go get it. She was never outside with me, so she always thought I had been playing alone. We only got the house in the first place because my mom was friends with the landlord, and the houses were recently built. She told me that no one had ever lived there. They were still trying to sell the place. We moved out not long after, but I still have no idea who it was that was returning that ball to me. It was certainly no little kid. When I was 11 years old, I was at the beach when I realized this sketchy guy was sort of following me around everywhere. He was about 20 feet away, just kind of glaring at me and idling nearby. He was probably in his mid-30s. Your average bearded creeper from the early 90s looking dude. I realized something was wrong when I got separated from my friend that I was with and jumped into a little tide pool that had a wave effect going. The man jumped in on the other end. Because of the current, I was getting dragged in towards him. I can still remember the guy's slow and deliberate frog stroke as he got closer and closer to me. I had a huge surge of adrenaline. I knew I needed to get away from this guy. Somehow, I managed to claw my way out of the water and took off running and screaming for my friend. It was a pretty busy day at the beach, and I imagined the image of a grown man sprinting after a small kid raised many eyebrows. I reached my parents after the man stopped chasing me. I stuck like glue to them until we left soon after. That guy probably would have made furniture out of my skin if he got the chance. Luckily, he never did. Cody, Wyoming, midnight. I just finished a very long day at work. I'm a medical courier, and I'm regularly on the road staying in hotels. Life is never dull. This particular evening, I wound up in a 500-mile drive that ended in Cody, Wyoming. Like I said, it was around midnight. It was very cold. It was in December after all, and this was Wyoming. The roads had been very so-so that night. They weren't clear, but they weren't as treacherous as usual. It was one of those drives in the dark where you're on edge the whole time. Staying alert for 500 miles on dark roads that were nearly abandoned, especially at this time of night, with light snow and heavy winds, it really takes a lot out of a person. This particular week had been very busy too. I had been to 4 different states that week by the time I reached Wyoming that evening. The drive to the patient's house was up a windy, slick road. Luckily, it was fairly uneventful. After I had dropped off the medicine to them, I called my boss to let them know I'd made the delivery successfully and was heading to a hotel to get some sleep. It was the usual conversation. We talked briefly about how much they would reimburse me for the hotel room. They always say $80 to $100. It's pretty typical and fair, since a cheap hotel in Cody, Wyoming is about that price. I'm 31 though, so a good night's rest, a good free breakfast, and a nice AM soak in the hot tub are requirements for me whenever I catch myself in a hotel room away from home. I mean, by the time I got to the hotel, I'd have put some pretty damn serious miles on there, so I decided to treat myself. If I'm staying in a hotel, it has to be a good one. I can afford to treat myself just a little bit after such hard work. I feel a lot better after a good night's rest, a great breakfast, and a nice soak. I won't name the chain of hotels I stay at, but I usually frequent one chain because it's the best value in my hometown, which is back in Nebraska. This night, I pulled into the hotel, which I had stayed at 4 times now, so I was quite familiar with the place. I had called ahead about 8 hours before when I was leaving Denver to book a room for myself and let them know they would be expecting me at midnight. I walked in with my bag, dusting off the snow that had fallen on me while I was getting my stuff out of the car. It was very quiet inside. There was no music, and the TV wasn't on in the lobby either. I wandered to the counter, leaving a trail of wet shoe prints behind me from coming in out of the snow. My shoes were squeaking as I approached, but when I got to the counter, there was no one there. On the counter was a bowl of ice cream with a brownie from a restaurant connected to the hotel. The local paper was open to the comics page, and the Sudoku was half filled out, with the pen still there. Hanging on the back of the chair was a small lady's coat, with a fake fur fringe around the hood. On the floor next to the chairs were a pair of smaller pink and black Nikes, and a black purse as well. I figured by the assumption of the coat, shoes, and purse that whoever was supposed to man the desk must have been in the bathroom. I stood at the counter quietly waiting on her to return. I fiddled with my wallet a bit, getting out my card to pay for everything. I scrolled down through my phone and hooked up to the free Wi-Fi. 5 minutes go by, then 10, then 15. The phone started ringing. I had no idea where she could be. I had begun to get irritated. It had been a long day, and I wanted to get rested before I had to get up and drive home in the morning. After the phone stopped ringing, I began to wander around the lobby and behind the counter. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I shouted as loudly as possible. The area further behind the counter was an employees-only area. I ventured back there, where a hallway led to the back of the house area, connected to the offices, staff elevator, bathrooms, laundry, and the restaurant. I ventured down this hallway, still calling out. No one answered. It was now 12:30. As I returned to the counter and began looking for a posted phone number for a manager or someone of authority to report this strange going on, the phone rang again. The cordless phone was laying next to the paper the person manning the desk had opened. Frustrated and exhausted, I answered the phone, hoping it was someone who could tell me where the woman is who was supposed to be checking me in. It wasn't. It was another guest who had tried calling in multiple times for a wake-up call in the morning. I explained to the gentleman on the phone my situation and how I couldn't help him. He stated he was coming down as well. We were going to look for the girl who was supposed to man the counter together. I had not found a number to call for a manager. 5 minutes went by, and an older man with some odd glasses and long unkempt hair came into the lobby from the first floor hallway. At this point, I had been behind the counter for a fair bit, and had been shouting to the point I feared I may wake everyone up. I had wandered through the back area, the lobby, the front part of the restaurant, all while shouting. There was no one there. This guy who had just appeared was kind of giving me the creeps. I was exhausted and on high alert. The employee was missing, and this creepy-looking guy had just happened to appear at the same time. Feeling a bit nervous about this gentleman, I stayed prepared for any strange behavior and kept myself at least an arm's distance from him. I explained where I had looked. I began to go through what I called the worst-case scenario preparation. This looked like a guy who could have easily overpowered a small woman. I may be standing here with a crazy person. I kept my space and my back towards the main entry just in case. I had no reason to believe I was in immediate trouble, but something about the way this guy was looking at me and the area was really freaking me out. It was at this point I debated on calling the cops. It was now 12:45 a.m. The gentleman told me that maybe she was in the bathroom. I responded that I had thought that myself, but I'd walked by and called out to see if she needed help, and nobody answered. He insisted that we go check the women's bathrooms ourselves. A red flag went off immediately. I put another foot or two of space between us as I let him lead us down the hallway to the employee bathroom. My heart and mind were racing. Did this guy kill her or something? Was he leading me back here to try and kill me too? I started to worry about my safety. As we went down the hallway that led to small rooms with one exit in and out, we reached the bathroom. He knocks and announces himself, then forces his way inside. Bathroom was empty. We checked a few more rooms and the elevator, but we didn't find anyone. We ventured back to the lobby, where I still tried to look for any phone number that could be a manager or a supervisor. After another 10 minutes, I finally found it. Someone answered. It was now 12:55 a.m. The half-asleep voice on the other end of the phone was the maintenance woman for the hotel, confused as to who I am and why I was calling her. I explained the situation as the creepy man stood on the other side of the counter, now giving me a cold glare. The maintenance woman said she would be there in 10 minutes or so. I hung up the phone and walked around, still confused. The woman who was supposed to be there had just left all her stuff, as if she'd vanished altogether. It was at this point I decided to wander towards the lobby and the seating area for the restaurant. Once in the door, I turned the corner. I noticed something I hadn't noticed before. Down at the end of the booths, there were a pair of legs just barely hanging out of one of them. I had walked within 15 feet of there while checking around before the creepy guy had showed up. Although I hadn't noticed before, I could now clearly see legs hanging out. Instantly, the pit of my stomach turned sour, and a sense of dread came over me. The creepy guy got right up by me. Thinking the worst, I took a few steps away from him and down the row of booths. I was in this dark restaurant with him at the other end. I cautiously approached the booth where the woman was laying. She was about 20 years old and very pretty. I tapped her foot, but she didn't respond. I shook her again, trying to get her attention. No response. At this moment, the creepy guy started to walk down towards me. I started to feel I may need to defend myself. I knelt down to draw from my ankle holster as the man began to quickly move towards me. It was at this exact moment that the girl decided to wake up and kick me in the chest, knocking me down and stopping the creepy man in his tracks. Apparently, she had been really deeply asleep. Mr. Creepy Guy was just a guest. Sorry, man. Moments later, the maintenance woman arrived, and by 1:15 a.m., I was in my room trying to decompress from that stressful-ass experience. I really thought I was alone in there with a killer or something. When I was 19, I was driving back from my girlfriend's house at around 1 in the morning. As I was driving along, I saw this SUV parked at a closed gas station with a woman screaming desperately for help. And I mean really screaming too, like the most genuine and terrifying scream I had ever heard in my life. I pulled over to see what was going on. That was when I saw a huge man laying on the ground behind the SUV. His head was surrounded in a pool of blood. Now I was thoroughly freaked out. The woman looked to be Hispanic, and all she kept saying is help over and over again. I called 911 and gave them the intersection the gas station was at. There was nothing around for miles, just forest in every direction. While I was talking with the 911 operator, the woman stopped screaming. She got into the passenger seat of the SUV. The man on the ground then sat up and stood to his feet. Then he got into the driver's seat. I was still on the phone with 911. The woman pulled out her own phone and started casually speaking in Spanish. It was at this point that I realized there was another big man sitting in the back seat. I had no idea what to think, but I knew I needed to get out of this situation. To my surprise, though, they slowly started to pull away like nothing had ever happened. It's a good thing I never got out of my car, or things could have gotten a lot worse. I don't know what they were doing, but I'm sure glad I didn't have to find out. A few months ago, I had a random encounter with a crazy lady right outside my apartment. It was around 3 a.m. or so, and I had gone downstairs for a quick smoke. That was when I noticed that there was a woman standing right out in the middle of the street. It was pouring rain at the moment, so I called out and asked if the woman was okay. She completely ignored me, so I went back to browsing through my phone. As I started walking back to the entrance, I had to turn a corner. As soon as I did so, I saw the woman was now standing right there in front of me. Now, I'm not a small guy by any means, but this 5', 60-something-year-old Asian lady was the most terrifying sight I'd ever seen. I've come across wolves and boars in the wild, had a knife pointed at me, even had a gun pulled on me, but oh my god, the sight of that woman spontaneously appearing behind me has haunted my dreams ever since this happened. The woman was just bawling, but also looked completely furious. She was screaming at me in a deeper voice than I'd expected, saying that I knew she had been there and that I knew her true name. I promptly walked past her and tried to ignore her. She started laughing hysterically as I walked to my door. She said she wanted to eat my soul. I still have dreams about her every now and then. It really scared the hell out of me, just randomly running into a crazy person like that. This happened to me when I was living in Indonesia. To set the scene, we had a house for a little while that was a bit like a tiered wedding cake. On top was a little nook room, a bit like a ship's crow's nest. You could see from ages while you were in there. We were in the middle of an empty square patch of land, and had backed onto an unused field. Big, flat, open, nowhere to hide, no trees lining it at all. Just flat fields everywhere around. There was a tall back wall, a wall about 4 foot high, that separated the field from my house. One day in the late afternoon, I was up there in the old crow's nest just relaxing, when I started to hear these blood-curdling screams. I looked out the window, only to see a woman outside. I could see her running across the field at the back, kind of limping. I'm pretty sure she was covered in blood. She was about halfway through the field when I saw her suddenly hit the ground. There was no sign of her after. All it took me was a minute to get booking down there to get to the field. As I tried to look around for her, she had vanished and was nowhere to be seen. It was incredibly unlikely to me that someone had come into the field and grabbed her, then pulled her back out without me having seen them. Pretty much impossible, really. I called my house security to look out for her, and I stayed in the field searching as well. They went towards where she had come from, and over the wall she had to have come over to even get into the field. It was an unused holiday villa. They found a sandal and a bit of blood, but nothing else. There was also blood all over the wall where she had climbed over, but nothing on the other side. I didn't know what to make of this. I couldn't imagine something like this happening. We called the police immediately, and they came to take a look. They found nothing either. I really wish I knew what happened when I was coming down those stairs, in the moments where I couldn't see the woman or the field, but I know that whatever did can't have been good. It still really freaks me out. Unfortunately, I never found out what happened to that woman. My husband and I had a hiking trip planned into some West Texas canyons. A couple of weeks before we left, I got super sick and had just finished taking a course of Cypro, so I wasn't in great shape. We decided to go anyway though, since we were staying at a bed and breakfast a few miles from the canyon and not camping out. We got there in time to take a quick, maybe 45-minute hike before heading to the B&B. We found what we thought was a short trail. The marker said it was only a mile long. After hiking around for close to 2 hours, having not brought any water, we finally came back to the main road, a considerable distance away from our car. At dusk, too. I was completely beat as I was still recovering from being sick. My husband told me to wait, and he'd go get the car for both of us. He walked off down the road, and after a while I started feeling better. I figured I'd follow, and we'd get out all the sooner. I could barely see him in the distance ahead of me as I trudged along the road. And that's when a park ranger came along in his truck. He drove past me without even slowing down. I saw him pause alongside my husband, talk to him for a bit, and continue on. Safe to say, I was a little pissed now, but I'd gotten myself into this, so there was no one to blame but myself. It was getting dark out, and off to my left and ahead of me, I could hear coyotes howling. At first, I thought this was my husband being an asshole. Then I heard another call right behind me, then to the left, then to the right, a whole pack of them following me. I picked up my pace, even though I was practically dying at this point. I stumbled over something and looked down, only to find the lower half of a deer's leg lying beside the road, a fresh kill. I found out at that moment that I could go a little faster after all. So here's my story. I'm a woman and I'll be 19 this year. I was 15, almost 16 at the time of this incident. At the same time, I created my first Twitter account, which I deleted following the events of this story. A few details. I hadn't given my @ to anyone, not even my family, much less to my friends, for the simple reason that I didn't really have one. My profile photo was an avatar like on this site, so no photos of me at all. I put Paris as the location. I live in the suburbs, but it's faster to just put the general area than to find my specific place. I didn't have any followers really, only about 30 or so, and I didn't follow a lot of people either. Needless to say, it was not exactly a very interesting account, and I didn't even log on that often. One evening in October, though, I received a somewhat strange private message. It was an account that had maybe 200 followers or so, and the message said this: "Hi, my name is Paul. I just turned 17 and I wanted to know if you lived in so-and-so. I'm moving soon and I'm gonna be going to high school there. I was looking for some friends to make, so-and-so being the town where I'd gone to high school. I immediately knew something was wrong because so-and-so wasn't displayed anywhere on my profile. After thinking about it a bit, I remembered tweeting something about buses not passing by or something, and thought maybe that's how he found where I lived. The age didn't shock me either. I was about 2 years ahead of the rest of my schoolmates. Since I was bored and he had been quite polite so far, I told him that yes, I did live in the area, and I went to high school there as well. The conversation happened naturally, and we talked a lot that evening. Mainly about high school, the food in the canteen, teachers you should avoid, that sort of thing. A little later in the evening, he started interjecting more personal questions about me though. Do you live far from that school? Is it a house or an apartment? Do you still live with both your parents? How well do you get along with your family? There are 5 of you, huh? You shouldn't be home alone that often then, should you? I didn't answer because I found the following question strange, and unfortunately, he didn't insist either. I say unfortunately because if he had done so, I would have blocked him immediately, and that would have saved me from any further action. The next day, the same thing. We talked a lot, and he asked more personal questions to get to know each other, so I asked him some too. He always answered with what seemed to be utmost honesty. I always tried to dodge his questions about exactly where I lived, because he didn't really need to know that. It was the same routine for 2 or 3 weeks. I, like an idiot, had started to develop feelings. This guy was handsome and super nice to me, which was enough because I'd always been a loner, having been bullied for most of my schooling, especially because I was a bit ahead of the others. Even today, you only need to be a little bit nice to me for me to consider you basically my best friend. The main problem this behavior poses is that with feelings comes a blind trust, and unfortunately I'll grant that to just about anyone, even unconsciously. So our discussions continued on for several more weeks. Then, just before the start of the All Saints holiday, he told me that he was coming to my school. His mother had finalized their move, and he wanted it to be a surprise. He wanted a place to meet up the next day. Very happy, I gave him a time and place to meet, but when I told him that we would be surrounded by other people, he told me he didn't want to meet there. He would prefer an isolated place. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize me, and he didn't want to waste all his time looking for me. I sympathized, and therefore pointed him to the toilets on the 3rd floor. Normally, you're not allowed to be there outside of class hours, so it would be fairly peaceful. It would be on the school grounds, so nothing could really happen to me. The next day, I got ready. I made myself pretty for our first meeting. I counted down the minutes, and when the time arrived, I went over to that bathroom area. I put on my best makeup and waited for him. When he arrived, he didn't look like a catfish. He looked exactly like his profile photo. But as I looked a bit closer, I could see he looked a little older than I thought he'd be. Maybe 20 years old instead of 17. We talked, got along really well, and I was over the moon. He offered to take me to lunch at a fast food restaurant, which I refused because I didn't have any money on me. I never accept any offers for people to pay for my things. It's a bit of a principle of mine. He looked disappointed, but quickly got back to his feet metaphorically, and suggested for me to wait for a while so he could take me home. I explained to him that I had to take the bus, but he could accompany me to the stop if he wanted to. He once again looked disappointed, but he accepted. That's exactly what happened, and it quickly became a sort of routine. We'd meet on the 3rd floor toilets at 10 o'clock, and in the evening he'd walk with me until the bus. Surprisingly, I never came across him in the corridors or the canteen. I told myself that was normal. The building was super big. There were more than 1,500 students there, so it was logical that our schedules would not coincide and for us to not really cross paths with one another. This whole routine would last until December, so almost a month and a half or so. On December 14th, a Thursday, during a conversation, I complained because my father had gone on a trip for work. My brother was still with his friends. My sister was on a school trip, and this time my mother had to stay at work late too. I was reckless. After several weeks of discussion, I thought I could trust him, especially with my history of feelings and my problems with trust being granted too quickly. In the evening, he walked me to the bus stop. I climbed in, waved, and put on my headphones and sat down. I had 2 stops before I arrived home. It was 5:45 p.m., so it was already dark when I got off the bus. Immediately, I got a strange feeling. I had a very unpleasant sensation in my stomach, and I could tell I was being watched from somewhere. I have this reflex, which is to turn off the music but keep my headphones on, so I could hear anything that's going on around me. It was probably what saved my life. I live in a residential area cut off on the main road by a block of buildings, so it's always very quiet, even when there's traffic nearby. I left to rush to my neighborhood, and the feeling of being watched intensified even further. When I started to hear footsteps behind me, I knew I was right. Someone was following me. Fortunately, I could hear he was not speeding up to catch up to me. He had matched my steps instead. He was just keeping a distance between us for now, but I had no idea how long that would last. I slipped my hand into my pocket to grab my keys. I took them out, making as little noise as possible. Suddenly, I began the fastest sprint of my life to my home, hoping the surprise of me taking off was enough to give me the time to open my door, and especially close it. The bluff worked. I don't know how it did, but it sure did. I ran inside and deactivated my home alarm, which unfortunately confirmed I was alone. I leaned against the closed door and breathed. My front door is glass, which means that if I stand up, I can see what's going on outside. But if someone outside wants to see what's going on inside, they can as well. I hesitated for a moment, and when I stood up, I looked out the window. I could see Paul out on the road, a few meters away from my house, staring at me with an ominous look on his face. He'd followed me home, probably in a car, and he clearly didn't have any good intentions. I couldn't play the bluff of saying I'm not alone. because he knew that was not true. Fear paralyzed me. I didn't know what to do. We stared into each other's eyes for a good minute until I regained control of my body. After making sure 3 times I'd locked the door, I ran into the kitchen to grab a knife. By the time I got back, he was right at the front door banging on it. First, he punched to break the window, but when he saw me coming at him with my knife, he started to kick hard against the lock to break it too. At that moment, I pushed against the door, praying it would hold and the glass was sturdy. He, for his part, increased his assaults against the glass door, and that was the longest moment of my life. This struggle that lasted 5 minutes felt like it lasted for hours. When he finally realized the door wasn't just going to let go, he stopped and started circling around the house, knocking on every window he found, trying to open them and get inside. Once again, though, none of them gave in. He came to the back door looking pretty pissed off. I figured I was in for a second round. Luckily, my neighbor's car pulled up to the curb at that exact moment, and Paul ran away. Probably he thought it was my mother arriving home. I waited in the dark for 2 hours until my mom came, knife in one hand and phone in the other. I quickly double-checked all the locks to make sure none had broken. Thankfully, everything was fine. I sat with my back to the door in silence until I recognized the sound of my mother coming in. I went up to my room before she arrived, and I didn't say anything to her. For me, I thought this story was behind me, but I was wrong. What followed was not as violent as what I experienced that evening, but it is important to talk about. On Twitter, Paul started harassing me, insulting messages, threats and such, until I blocked him and deleted our conversation. His account disappeared at the same time. Not long after, accounts that had just been created started following me en masse. They all had an @ made up of a series of numbers and the first letter of his name. As soon as I blocked one, another would subscribe to me and all send me messages of the same type. I had to block more than 50 accounts in total, and that's where I made a mistake. I ended up permanently deleting my Twitter account because I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't think to ever reactivate it. Later in high school, I asked some people who were supposed to be in Paul's class about him, but none of them had ever heard of him. The guy wasn't at my high school at all. That's probably why I never met him outside of our daily meetings. My first impression was the right one. He was probably not 17 at all, but at least in his 20s. I never heard from Paul again after that day. I didn't file a complaint. Firstly, because I was a minor and didn't want to tell my parents since I was very ashamed of having been tricked like that. But also, I now had no proof. Because I deleted my Twitter account, he too had deleted his, and so all our messages were gone. I didn't have any photos of him or what had been said. I'm 99% sure the name he gave was fake as well. In fact, he refused to ever give me his last name. I only had a vague description in my own testimony. That's not enough to file a complaint, as frustrating as that can be. I've often asked myself what he wanted from me. The answer that seems most credible to me is human trafficking, because all his behavior resembles a pattern that leads to kidnapping. Targeting a girl online that doesn't have much presence or confidence, being buddy-buddy, breaking into her high school to get closer to her, and waiting until she's vulnerable to grab her. Be careful when you're approached online. There's no need to be paranoid or anything. Not everyone means to harm you, but it's always good to be vigilant and careful. Hello, my name is William. I'm 18 years old and I live in Canada. I'm telling you this story about 10 days after it happened. I work in a big city and I live about 1 hour away from this city. That means 2 hours of driving each day on the way to and back in the complete darkness of country roads. Halfway between my workplace and my house, I found myself trapped behind a white Hyundai which was moving unusually slowly. For context, the roads are limited to 90 kilometers per hour, but almost everyone drives 100 to 110, sometimes even more for some, and that's in complete darkness. This person was driving 70. At the time, I told myself it wasn't very serious. I could simply wait until I had a straight line to overtake them. Shortly after this reflection of mine, though, this person suddenly started to give me brake checks for no reason, basically pressing lightly on the brakes just enough for the lights to come on, but not actually braking. I had a bad feeling about this guy. As I paid more attention to this vehicle, I noticed the car in front of me also had no license plates. While noting this, he continued to brake check me. I was starting to wonder if he was trying to tell me something about my vehicle. That's when I noticed I was still on the high beams. I turned them down, and when I raised my head again, I saw that same car was now less than a meter away, having braked very violently. I hit his vehicle, which was almost at a complete stop. I slammed right in at about 60 kilometers per hour, at least I estimate so. The airbags blew right away, and by the time I realized what had just happened, I noticed a man was emerging from the car. He was of fairly average height and rather stout as well. One of my two headlights was still working, so I was able to see his face with an almost demonic smile. He had a hammer in his hand, and he approached me slowly. I panicked. I locked all my doors manually. He stood in front of my vehicle, staring at me for several long moments. He raised his hammer and shattered my only remaining headlight. That's when I realized what he'd just done. He had made me invisible to any car coming from behind me at a very high speed, in hopes of causing a second accident. I got out of my vehicle. I was several hours away from any villages. I decided straight away to call emergency services. The police, ambulance, and tow truck arrived shortly. I told them about everything. The results of the incident were a broken nose and my car being completely trashed. It was an old car, but one that I loved more than anything. A 2001 Ford Mustang convertible for those curious. Surprisingly, the man didn't try to attack me myself. I hadn't heard from this individual again. That is, until today. The car he was driving had of course been stolen. I read that the man in question was already wanted for 2 other similar attacks where he used the same methods. The man is still wanted today. To help me out and reassure me, my employer lent me a company vehicle, a Chevrolet Silverado. It's a pretty big pickup, so if that ever happens again, I'm just gonna run that fucker's car right over. Despite everything that's passed by since then, getting to my job is still a time of intense stress, and driving in the dark remains very difficult for me. During the summer of 2012, I was 11 years old. I went with my parents to Ecuador in Latin America for about 3 weeks or so. It's a country with truly incredible landscapes, cultures, and villages, but unfortunately it remains a predominantly poor area. We had a really great vacation, but a few things happened for me to write this story out. Fortunately, this only happened the last night of our stay, and therefore did not spoil the rest of the trip. We went our stay traveling to all corners of the country, thanks to the bus system which circulated all throughout. This last evening, we arrived in the capital at around 7 p.m. to spend our last night there, since we were taking the plane the next day for 3 p.m. Kind of winging it during our trips, we hadn't yet booked a hotel to stay at, so we went looking for hotels. There was nothing available though. It was all either mediocre or completely full. We finally decided to stay at this really bad hotel. Very dirty, stank of cigarettes, stains all over the place, a really run-down building. In short, our only option. My parents therefore decided to take a last tour of the city after putting our things in our room. They didn't want to stay in that hotel unless it was to sleep. I felt like I was dying. I wanted to stay there and rest because I was unwell. But hey, I was 11 years old, and my parents didn't want to leave me alone. We went out to eat, took some photos, and enjoyed the atmosphere one last time. When we came back around 11 p.m. though, we were startled to find a mass of police and ambulances in front of our hotel. They went to explain to my parents what was happening. I remember my parents' faces being totally shocked, but I couldn't understand what was going on at all. The officer was speaking Spanish, and I didn't know that language at all. Police officers came out of the hotel 5 minutes later with our belongings. They took us straight to the airport. I didn't understand what was happening. My parents would only tell me there was a water leak, so we couldn't stay there any longer. I believed them. We slept at the airport in the security offices, secure and more comfortable than any airport seats. We returned to France the next day, and I pretty much forgot about this incident. Some time ago though, while looking at photos of our trip, I remembered this story, and I asked my parents about that night. What they told me really shocked me. That infamous evening, while we were out on the town, a mentally ill man had entered the hotel armed and butchered all of the tourists inside until he was finally confronted and killed by the police. There were 9 deaths in total, including the perpetrator. 8 tourists were killed, some of whom we'd even spoken to on the way to check in. According to my sources, there were no French people killed that evening. 2 English couples and an entire German family. When I learned that, I was terrified. I could have never believed such a tragedy had happened. I said to myself that if my parents had let me rest in the hotel that evening like I wanted to, I may have been butchered as well. Unfortunately, tragedies like this can happen at any time, and to anyone. You have to enjoy your life while you have it. We only have one, and it's a sacred thing. About 10 years ago, I was working as a waitress at a local diner and living in a low-income apartment. The apartments were brand new and beautiful. To this day, it's still the nicest apartment inside that I've ever lived in. I lived on the 3rd floor. Outside looked nice-ish as well. The landscaping was kept up, and they had all these tall and thick, pretty flowering hedges that wrapped around the building. Due to some drug activity, though, it wasn't always the safest. It was normal to see needles, burned and bent-up spoons, condoms, and all that kind of stuff. We also lived right on a river close to a downtown area. Less than a mile away, there were some homeless shelters and a place called the Daily Bread where anyone in need could go for a meal. It wasn't unusual to see homeless people on the road outside my apartment complex or sleeping on benches by the playground. It never really bothered me much though. I usually worked mornings at my job, but every once in a while I would fill in for someone on the swing shift, which is 4 to 11 in case you didn't know. I usually kept my tips in my apron, then deposited the money on my way home. This particular Sunday, our busiest day, I had worked the morning shift and done really well, so when I heard they were short-handed for a swing shift, I volunteered to work a double. I ended up doing really well on that shift as well. I clocked out at 9:30 with about $250 in my apron. I stopped at my bank to make a deposit through the ATM and got home at around 10:15. I pulled up and saw that I had a spot fairly close to the stairwell. It was dark, but I could see there was no one else around. I parked and walked past the hedge. I turned right to go up the stairs, when out of the corner of my eye, I could see a man hiding between the hedge and the building. As I looked further to the right, I could see he was smoking a cigarette, wearing jeans and a black shirt. He was also covered in paint, like he was a house painter or something. He looked like he was clearly on drugs, wide-eyed and more than a little crazed. He saw me look over at him. I felt creeped out because I'd not seen him from my car. I was wondering why he was standing out of the light and hiding behind this hedge. I started to take the stairs 2 at a time. I got to the top of the first flight of stairs when I heard someone following behind me. I looked back, and of course it was the man. We made eye contact, but he was already halfway up the stairs and running straight at me now. I was running too, and freaking out internally. Even if I did beat him up the stairs, I might need to unlock my door. My roommate and I usually kept it locked. I kept running as fast as I could. When I got to the top of the second flight, he was only 4 steps behind me. I ran even harder and debated screaming for help. I got to the top of the third flight and I was still 15 feet away from my door. He was right up on me. I could hear him breathing hard. His eyes were bulging. His arms were outstretched to grab me. He was only a foot away now. My apartment was still 10 feet away. I inhaled and opened my mouth as loud as I could to scream for help when my 6'4", buff-as-fuck construction worker neighbor opened his apartment door. He just so happened to be coming out for a smoke. I let out a scream that started in horror but trailed off in relief. My neighbor saw what was happening and started running to me. The man turned right around and sprinted off. My neighbor chased him to the second floor, then ran back up and yelled for his girlfriend to call the cops. At this point, I was hyperventilating, crying and shaking puddle on the ground. My neighbor comforted me and got my best friend/roommate to come help me. I really thought that man was going to catch me and do something terrible to me. Looking back, I think it's more likely he was trying to rob me because I was still wearing my work apron and it was late. We made a police report where the cop told us that a day labor company for the homeless had a painting contract nearby that they were currently working. And the cops made it a point to start doing more drives through our complex. My roommate and I bought some mace and started calling each other to watch the other person come upstairs if it was a dark night whenever we got home. So this happened when I was 16, visiting my grandma who lived in a small town in Poland. For context, it was summer, and my family wasn't with me at the time. As you can imagine, living without my parents for a short time, especially because my grandma was very chill, was like a dream to a little kid. I could stay out late as much as I wanted to, without my parents being able to prove it. Now, at 16, you feel like you're invincible. You don't really think about how many fucked up people there are in this world. Because of this mindset, I wasn't worried about walking alone at night. The day on which this story takes place was very warm. I remember shopping and hanging out with my friends until about 8 p.m. when it started to rain. Instead of walking home quickly, I decided to visit my aunt's house and hang out with my cousin for a bit, then walk home once the rain had stopped. Well, I had lost track of time and ended up leaving her house at about 10:30 p.m. At this point, the rain had mostly stopped. This being my favorite type of weather, I declined my aunt's offer to drive me back, telling her I would get a cab instead. I'm still surprised she even believed this. Maybe she just didn't care though. I went on my way and called my grandma to tell her I'd be home in 30 minutes. I did not tell her I was walking alone. If there was one thing that scared me, it was the huge train tracks which you had to cross in order to get to my grandma's house the fastest. I decided to take the longer way around, through some sort of nature preserve. I'm not exactly sure what to call it. I enjoyed my walk through the light rain until the long metal bridge came into my view. Just at its beginning, I saw a man. It was a small, quiet town, so it wasn't uncommon for people to be out this late. I wasn't scared immediately. I could only see his back, but he looked like every other guy you'd pass by on the street. He didn't seem to have noticed me, and I didn't really care either. I got distracted by looking at the trees to my left, but when I came to the beginning of the bridge, the man was now nowhere to be seen. I suddenly stopped dead in my tracks and got an ominous feeling. This man couldn't have already been out of my view. It would have been impossible for him to move that fast. He would have had to run, and I definitely would have heard him running on this metal bridge. At the end of the bridge, there was a small path that led under it. It was hidden by thick bushes. I got even more scared by the thought that maybe the man was hiding there, waiting for me. I slowly started to walk backwards, not taking my eyes off those bushes. I hid behind a tree and decided to wait for a few minutes, just in case he really was hiding there. After about 10 minutes, my biggest fear came true. Suddenly, the man emerged from the bushes, looking in my direction. He was holding something big and shiny. I could make out in the dark that it was some sort of knife. My mind started racing with 1,000 questions. How did he see me? Why didn't I see that knife before? Where had he been hiding it? He suddenly started to run in my direction, extremely fast. He ran right past me, hiding behind my tree, and I was very relieved. When he was out of sight, I ran faster than I ever had before, not stopping to look behind me. I was frightened the entire way back, thinking he'd somehow catch up to me and do whatever sick thing he had in mind. Luckily, I arrived home safely. My grandma was waiting for me, already mad. I decided not to tell her about what happened, partially not to worry her, but also so she wouldn't tell my parents about our secret curfew. Looking back, this is one of the stupidest lies I've ever told. Because of what happened a month after this incident, 2 teenage girls about my age were stabbed dozens of times by this bridge. One body was found about 30 meters from it, and the other one was thrown into the nearby river. To this day, nobody knows who did it, but I'm pretty sure it was the same man I encountered that night. I was too scared to come out and tell anyone what had happened. I can't help but feel sometimes like those 2 girls would still be alive today if it wasn't for my stupidity. So this has been happening for about 1.5 years now, and tonight something happened that finally made me and my boyfriend realize I was not just imagining things. About 1.5 years ago, after living in my apartment for over 5 years, I all of a sudden started noticing that things would be out of place when I would come home from work. Things that almost seemed to be out of place on purpose to mess with my OCD. Sometimes I would notice knives that were put back into the knife block the wrong way, or little ornaments that I have around my house being turned to face the wrong direction. Sometimes my clothes were hung up in my closet the wrong way too. Little things like that, where I would feel that something was off, but there was no way to really prove it. In all honesty, it could have easily just been me being absent-minded when putting things away. After a couple of months of things randomly being out of place and always getting that creeped out feeling, things suddenly stopped going out of place. I put it to the back of my mind and stopped being so paranoid. I moved on with my life. That is, until about 2 weeks ago. For the past couple of weeks, my cat had seriously been trying to tell me something whenever I got home from work. Any of you who have a cat will know that exact meow. It's not an "I'm hungry" or an "I'm pissed because you've been at work all day" meow, but an "OMG, you'll never believe what happened" sort of thing, if that makes sense. I didn't really think that much of it though. Cats can be jerks sometimes. I assumed he was just bored and wanting to complain. The other day when I came home from work though, I noticed a pair of balled-up socks that did not belong to me, sitting on my bedroom floor. My boyfriend came over the next night, and I told him he had left a pair of his socks there when he'd stayed over the weekend. He looked at the socks and said immediately they were not his. My heart sunk, and so did his. We both knew someone had been coming into my house again, and that I probably wasn't just imagining things the first time either. A few days later, I came home from work and found a bag from a lingerie store on top of my couch. It was empty. This bag had come from inside my house, as I had just bought a bathing suit from that store a couple of weeks prior. The receipt for that had been in the bag. At first, I thought my cat might have dragged it there, but upon inspecting the bag, there were no teeth or claw marks. My cat couldn't have opened my closet door either, and gone into the paper recycling that I keep in there, on the top shelf. The final and perhaps most unsettling thing happened tonight, though. My boyfriend met me after work, and we went out for dinner. We went back to my apartment after, and I went to unlock my door. And that's when I noticed it was already unlocked. Locking the door when I leave my house is the one thing I am the most OCD about. I don't just double and triple check it, I quadruple check it. It's not just a habit I have, but something that's deeply ingrained into me. Everyone who knows me knows this about me, as I even do it to their doors as well. I have to check 4 times or I get a sickening feeling. Even my boyfriend was on red alert when he noticed my door was unlocked. We entered my house, and I started checking to see if anything was out of place. He ran to the sliding glass door and tugged on it, and it opened up right away. I never left that door unlocked. In fact, he'd witnessed me locking it himself when I closed the door because it was getting too cold. He'd seen me check it 4 times like usual, and I'd not opened it since then. We're both convinced that somebody has been in my house. Whoever's been coming in must somehow have a key. The fact that they left the sliding glass door unlocked makes me think that maybe they're planning to come back with ill intention. If they already have the key, why would they need to unlock the sliding door unless they don't want to be identified by the security cameras at the front door of my building? Either way, I've already ordered a security system, but unfortunately it's not going to arrive for a few days. Any suggestions on what I can do in the meantime to keep safe? Also, what do you guys think? Am I just being paranoid, or should I go with my gut on this one? Update. I changed my locks the other day and set up security cameras. So far, nothing else has happened. I haven't caught anything on the cameras, other than my cat doing his thing during the day when I'm gone. My landlord got back to me about the security footage from the front door and said the only strangers she saw were buzzed into the building by residents, so no weirdos or previous tenants with keys or anything. Police are still patrolling the neighborhood quite often, which definitely makes me feel a little bit more secured. This story happened in early December of 2018. It was Christmas break, so I was back home from college and staying with my parents. I live on the 2nd floor of my house, just above the sliding back door. It's a fairly heavy door, so anytime someone opens or closes it, I can hear it pretty well. Our house was built in 1940, so it creaks a lot and sound travels through the walls pretty easily. We live in a relatively safe part of town, too. The strangest people we've ever gotten are magazine solicitors, and even they stopped coming around a few years ago. We've never come anywhere close to a break-in. Admittedly, I'd gotten into a bad habit of smoking weed out of my bedroom window after my parents went to bed. Most nights, by midnight, I had my window open anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours. It depended on how tired I was, how cold it was outside, etc. I would leave it open to air out the room while I watched Netflix or listened to music. I always listened to whatever I was watching through one earphone. This way, I had an open ear to hear if anyone got up or started walking in the hallway. That night, I had gone through my usual routine and was laying in bed watching YouTube when our alarm to our house went off. It was the blaring to all hell alarm, so the entire house was up and ready to go. My primary concern, which I realize is pretty ridiculous, was not that someone might be breaking into our house at this very moment. It was that my parents might smell the residual weed smell in my room. My dad poked his head through my door to make sure he knew where I was before he scoped the downstairs and turned off the alarm. When he knew I was okay, he asked me to go to his room with my mom. I don't think he noticed that my room's window was open. After he cleared the downstairs, he did a sweep of the front and backyard to make sure nobody was hiding in the shadows. He's pretty paranoid about most things, but honestly, I appreciate his thoroughness. He came back up and told us he didn't find anything, and we all went back to bed. I went back to my room and debated whether or not I should close my window. Stupidly, I decided not to. I figured that my dad had already swept the yard, so surely it was fine. Plus, my parents were awake and would probably freak out if they heard my window now sliding closed. I decided to wait a bit and let them get a little bit less conscious before making any window-related noises. About 15 minutes later, just as I was about to get up and close my window, the alarm went off again. My dad rushed downstairs to turn it off, just as I slid my window closed and pushed both locks back in place. A few minutes passed and my dad came and knocked on my door. I opened it. "Hey, I think it's just the wind. Don't worry about the alarm." It had been a pretty windy night, about 30 miles per hour or more. The door did give in a little in its locking mechanism, so we decided to write it off for the time being. The next morning, my dad decided to check the alarm system's app on his phone. To our horror, it showed the door being opened and closed 14 times before the alarm triggered the first time. Like I said, it's a heavier door. We've had windier nights and never had the alarm triggered or seen the sensor opened and closed so many times. My dad was telling our next-door neighbor about what had happened the night before, trying to figure out if it actually could have been the wind. Our neighbor told us, in fact, that he'd caught someone briefly entering his backyard on his security camera. He told us the man had probably freaked out once he saw his camera and moved on to our house instead. Just imagining whoever this was, standing at our back door right below my window, triggering the alarm, hiding somewhere, and probably watching my dad scope out the backyard, then doing it all over again while I lay oblivious in my bed, was enough for me to stop my midnight smoke sessions entirely. After this, we had a series of weird events happen at midnight. The next night, a woman rang our doorbell at the stroke of midnight and gave my dad his wallet, which he hadn't realized he'd even been missing. A few nights later, the alarm triggered at the back door again. Then on Christmas Eve, I was home alone while my family was at the midnight church service, and the alarm triggered twice back to back, in a disturbingly similar time span as the first night. This time, I didn't bother asking which door had been triggered. I didn't want to know. I took away a fairly simple life lesson. Lock your doors, lock your windows, and set your house alarm, even if you think you're perfectly safe. Back in the 1970s, my uncle used to spend a couple of weeks in his hunting cabin that was in the middle of nowhere up in Canada. Most of the time, his trips were very relaxing and enjoyable. He would head back home afterwards feeling refreshed and having unplugged from society for a while. He used to tell me that he had some of the best moments of his life just sitting on his front step, watching the stars fade from the sky and the dawn appear on the horizon. He was a real man of the earth who enjoyed being one with nature. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised he never just sold his condo and went full Amish. There was one year that nearly derailed his loner lifestyle though, and scared him so much he nearly sold the cabin altogether. He never went back either. It's the most popular story circulated through my extended family, and the reason I always triple-check my locks before going to bed now. For some context, the cabin was not accessible by vehicle. There was a medium amount of hiking involved to reach it. It was around 400 square feet and was made up of a single room. There was no running water and no electricity either. It was a wooden structure built upon a small stone foundation. Because of this, there was about a 12-inch space between the ground and the floor of the cabin. There was a trap door by the fireplace, where he would drop extra logs of firewood so he wouldn't have to venture outside to collect more. The incident happened in October. It was extremely cold even by Canadian standards. When he wasn't at the cabin, he had the front door locked with a padlock. Upon entering this time, the very first thing he noted was the hint of tobacco in the air. This confused him obviously, because he didn't smoke himself, and he hadn't been in the cabin since January. He shrugged it off though and got himself settled in. His first order of business was to get a fire going. He lit lanterns, unpacked, pulled his chair to the fire, and fell asleep. He woke up several times during the night though, always in a state of panic as if the chair was tipping over and he was falling. The wind was roaring so hard outside and the cabin walls were creaking so much he shrugged it off as paranoia. Eventually he left his chair and went to bed instead. He awoke one more time that night when the dawn was just beginning to peek through the window. He shot up in bed when he heard a loud roar of the wind. Through his haze of sleep, he thought he saw a figure outside the window. He scrambled out of bed, knocking over his chair. He grabbed his hunting rifle and bolted across the room. He flung open the front door. Fresh snow had fallen during the night, but there weren't any signs of footprints outside. He slammed his door shut, put down his rifle, and muttered a few profanities. As he righted his chair, he opened the trapdoor and grabbed a few more logs. He put them on the fire, and then went back to bed. It should be noted that the lanterns were burning low when he woke up, as was the fire, so there wasn't much light in the room at all. At about 9 a.m., he woke up for good to the sun shining now brightly through the cabin windows. He got up, warmed some water for coffee by setting the kettle down on the shelf over the fire, and then opened the front door. He said what he saw next nearly gave him a heart attack. There were footprints in the snow, leading away from the cabin's front door. My uncle, being his normal impulsive self, threw some clothes and boots on, grabbed his rifle, and followed those footprints through the trees, his gun ready for confrontation. The footprints circled up the surrounding hills, and my uncle followed them until they ended at a spot where the entrance of the cabin was in plain sight. The intruder had clearly crouched for a long while. He then noted a further set of tracks a ways off, a good stride further into the woods. Based on the boot size of these footprints, the stranger was just as large as my strapping 6-foot uncle, if not bigger, and was clearly expecting my uncle to notice his tracks and come after him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped to watch the cabin. He would have continued to make his escape. My uncle didn't want to fall into any kind of trap, so he fired a single shot into the air as a warning and made his way back to the cabin. Once inside, he locked the door and opened the trap door by his fireplace. As he poked his head down, he scanned the area underneath the cabin with a flashlight and discovered one of his own blankets and a dirty, tangled mess in the corner. There were many empty soup cans he recognized from his own pantry, a single spoon, and several dozen small bones, most likely squirrels or rabbits. What my uncle thinks occurred was that somehow an intruder had broken into the cabin while my uncle was away and had been hiding under the floor the entire time. He came to the conclusion that the reason he kept being jolted awake the night before was because half of the chair had been resting on top of the trap door, and whoever was below was trying to get out by lifting the hatch. Later on, when my uncle thought he saw a figure outside the window, he later realized that figure must have actually been inside and was heading for the door to escape. He was interrupted when my uncle got up. The man had likely then left back down through the trap door. My uncle knocking over the chair must have really startled him. The creepiest thing about all this wasn't that a complete stranger was hiding so close by. It was the fact my uncle thought he was all alone when someone had been with him observing him the entire time. It really calls into question who this person was and what his motives were. It's never been confirmed how the man broke into the cabin, but he was already under the floor when my uncle arrived, which tells me he was going to great lengths to make sure he wasn't discovered. When he finally emerged from underneath, he could have killed my uncle in his sleep easily, but instead he took the opportunity to run. It's possible he was simply a squatter, or decided he didn't want to risk a struggle. I think whoever he is, he was on the run, or at the very least had something to hide. Earlier that same year in May, not very far away from my uncle's cabin, a 17-year-old girl had gone missing while walking up the road to visit her cousins. Shortly after, in August, a 21-year-old woman was found stabbed to death on the very same road the girl had disappeared on. I believe whoever was in my uncle's cabin could very well have had something to do with one or both of these unsolved crimes. My uncle never reported the incident to the police, and to the best of his knowledge, the intruder never returned. It really makes me wonder to this day, though, are we really ever alone when we think we are? Because if someone could be hiding underneath the floor in an isolated cabin during the winter, is it really so impossible there could be someone under your bed right now or something? Things to think about, I guess. Back in the early 2000s, I'd just graduated from high school and was spending the first few days of summer camping out in the woods on my grandfather's property in Maine. I was with my two best friends, Heather and Kim, all of us being big outdoor enthusiasts who enjoyed climbing up trees and lying out under the stars at night. On the second day of our camping trip, we decided to take our tent deeper into the woods so we wouldn't be able to see my grandfather's house anymore. We liked the idea of feeling alone and independent. After we set up the tent, we started a little game of capture the flag, where we each had a different colored towel that we got to hide in plain sight, either up in a tree or in a hole somewhere. Then we would search for our opponent's towel and try to get it back to home base, which was at the tent. I wasn't very good at winning this game, and I was determined to go the extra mile this time. The rules were that the flag had to be visible enough so the colors stood out at a short distance away, but I was going to bend the rules a bit and hide the flag in a small cave I knew was nearby. Both girls were unlikely to venture too far into this cave to look. I had been inside several times and referred to it as Tiger Lily's Cave, you know, like the character from Peter Pan. It was small and narrow, and you had to crouch to walk in, but I didn't mind risking cobwebs in my hair to win. I went as far back into the cave as I could and dropped the bright green towel on the ground. Visible enough if you walked deep enough into the cave, you would immediately find it. When I noticed something just beyond the edge of the daylight streaming through the entrance, though, I took note immediately. I saw something glittering against the sun. I figured it was a coin or something. I moved in to take a closer look when I discovered it was a buckle on a strap of a man's suspenders. The end of the buckle was lying down, as motionless as a dead snake. The other end of the suspenders was attached to the pants of a man's body, laying face down on the ground. His head was wrapped up tightly in a plastic bag. I shrieked and ran back outside the cave. I was screaming for my friends until they came running. I told them I just found a body with a plastic bag over their head. All three of us immediately went back into the cave, and in the semi-darkness, we all started speaking very fast and loud, arguing whether this was even real and how it could have possibly gotten there. It was Heather who pointed out that this was clearly the victim of a murderer, and we had to get out of there. Who knows if the murderer would return? We ran back out of the cave as fast as we could while crouched over, then sprinted back to my grandfather's house. Go figure, he wasn't even home. I called my mom from the kitchen phone, and she told us to call the police. By the time my mom, my grandfather, and the 2 policemen had all arrived, 40 minutes had gone by. We led them with much more confidence and excitement this time than fear, back to Tiger Lily Cave, where I immediately noticed the leaves had been disturbed. One of the policemen crouched down and wandered in with a flashlight. After a few minutes, he called out to the group that there was no body any longer, but there was plenty of dried blood and clear evidence that something heavy had recently been dragged out. He emerged from the cave holding my bright green towel. There was now blood all over it, showing against the fabric. We were immediately sent home. In the next 12 hours or so, there was a circus of people walking back and forth in and out of the woods. More than a dozen more cops arrived with dogs as well to track whoever had removed the corpse. I remember all of us grilling out on the back deck and watching the cops move in and out. A few of them even stopped to eat with us and filled us in on the details. By the next day, most of them were gone. One police car was stationed on the street by my grandfather's driveway just to keep an eye on things. Surprisingly, no reporters ever came to interview us, and we never heard anything further about it on the news. I gave the best description of the body that I could, but given it was dark and there was a bag over the man's head, the best I could do was describe his outfit. After another week or so, the police released the scene, and we never heard from them again. We never found out what happened to the body or who dragged it away. My grandfather has since passed away, but his property was sold to a family I know very well, and since then I've taken my kids to the cave for them to explore. It's one of the most exciting and mysterious childhood memories I have. Finding a body in a spooky cave in the wilderness. That's the stuff Stephen King novels are built on. When I was 17, I had the extreme misfortune of breaking both my legs at the same time. I had been playing football with some of my friends out behind my house in a wide open field. There was a barn back there that had been abandoned and was slowly rotting away. The barn was built so it was nestled onto the side of the hill, so you could walk around the far end of the barn to climb up the hill and walk up onto the roof. I was being a bit of a dick during the game, and I deliberately ran through what we had marked as out of bounds. I ran up the hill and across the barn roof, intending to leap down off of it and score a bogus touchdown. Due to the rain, though, the wooden roof beams were wet and soggy, and when the wood gave out under my legs, I crashed downward through the ceiling. I landed hard on some old farming instruments inside, including buckets, a set of horseshoes, and a spare tire for an old tractor. I'm actually pretty damn lucky I didn't just get impaled by a pitchfork or something. Anyway, to make a long story short, I broke both of my legs and dislocated my left arm. I had a concussion too. I was rushed to the hospital and was discharged in a wheelchair, where I was forced to stay on the ground floor of my house. While I was recovering, one night my parents and sister decided they wanted to go see the new Lord of the Rings movie that was playing, and kind of without any warning, they just said they were leaving. I found myself all alone in the house now. At first, I didn't really mind. I had complete control of the TV and could play my video games as much as I wanted to, but before long, I started getting frustrated. Most of my things were upstairs where I couldn't get them. I couldn't reach the microwave or any of the higher cabinets. I was very limited on what I could do. I began to feel a bit bitter. I rolled myself into the dining room without turning on the lights and peeked out into the backyard across the field, into the barn. I'm not sure what made me look back there. It was very dark and there wasn't really much to see either. I was always the type to be aware of my surroundings in order to ensure my peace of mind. I looked out at the stars behind the barn for a few moments and was about to roll myself backwards and return to the kitchen when I saw something by the light of the moon. I saw 2 figures walking out of the barn and making their way down towards my house. I froze, too nervous to even let the curtains fall back into place. I made myself stare back towards the approaching figures. They weren't just walking, they were holding hands, it seemed. I remember speaking out loud, "Are those kids or something?" I felt most of the fear melt away, and it was replaced by confusion and annoyance. Who were these brats trespassing on our property at 9 o'clock at night? We lived in a pretty secluded area, and it would have taken quite a lot of walking through the woods in the dark to enter our backyard from that direction. And that's when I made my first mistake. I opened the window and called out to them, "Hey, what are you doing?" Both figures immediately stopped dead in their tracks, still holding hands but otherwise keeping completely still. "Get out of our yard!" I called out. There were perhaps 5 seconds of silence before one of them called out in a voice so calm it made all the terror and fear come rushing back. "Can we come in?" The voice sounded muffled, and at this point my eyes had adjusted to the darkness a bit better now. Now that I got a better look at them, I could tell that they weren't kids at all. I would say they were probably older teenagers actually, and seemed to be wearing white porcelain masks over their faces. They had hand-painted some sadistic smiles on them. My response died in my throat, and my hands began to shake. I slammed the window shut and wheeled myself fast back across the dining room and into the living room. I shut off the TV and lights, casting the house into darkness. I rolled into the den. I got out of my wheelchair and crawled across the floor to the window. I peeked out. They were still in the same spot, holding hands, staring right at my house. I watched them for a few more seconds when one of them raised their other hand and waved at me. Not in the general direction of the house, mind you, right at me. I ducked back down and started freaking out, cursing. I had turned out all the lights. There was no way they could have seen my half a face peeking out at them from the distance, especially in the dark. I had no idea what to do. I didn't know if all the doors were locked, if the garage door was shut, or even when my family would be back home. I felt completely helpless, knowing I didn't have any strength or ability to check every room in the house to make sure it was locked up tight. I went to the phone on the desk and frantically called my mom's phone, but her cell was off. She was likely still in the movie. Same thing with my dad. I thought about calling the cops, but I didn't know exactly what to tell them, to be honest. Sure, there were 2 people trespassing on my property, but they hadn't attempted to break in or do anything to me yet. I didn't know how to put into words the sense of urgency and danger I was feeling. I crawled back over to my wheelchair, climbed up into it, and rolled myself through the darkness and into the hallway that separated the living room and the kitchen. That's when I heard a knock at the door. I heard a muffled voice call out again, "Can we come in?" I turned away from the door and made my way toward the stairs, intending to climb them on my hands and knees if I had to. I'd crawl up to my room and lock myself in there. My front door had a strip of narrow windows going vertically down along the door frame, and when I was nearly at the stairs, a masked face peered in at me through one of the windows. Shortly after, I heard the teens outside giggling. Upon making eye contact with the mask, the person crooked their head to the side. I froze like a deer in the headlights. All I could do was stare back. I remember it so perfectly. Even as I write this out, my hands are shaking. The masked face disappeared from view, and that's when I noticed the deadbolt to the front door was unlocked. All anyone had to do was turn the knob and they could walk right in. There was another knock at the back door, another small muffled voice. I could barely hear what they were saying because of the sound of my own heart pounding in my ears. I shut my eyes and buried my face into my hands. I heard rattling coming from the back door. I'm not very religious, but in that moment I prayed to whoever was listening. I'm not sure how long I sat there, crying and waiting for one of those doors to open, but after what felt like 10 minutes, I looked up and there was no one peeking in through the window at me anymore. I slid out of my chair and crawled slowly to the stairs. I crawled painstakingly up them into my room, where I shut the door and locked it. I'm not positive about this last part, but right before I managed to shut my door, I glanced down the dark hallway behind me, and I thought I saw the shadowy outline of a figure slowly tiptoeing up the stairs. I then proceeded to suffer through the longest night of my life. I never heard anything else from either inside the house or outside. My parents and sister arrived after 1 a.m., and by that time I was soaked in sweat. They thought by the look on my face I must have suffered a stroke or something and nearly called the ambulance for me. I never saw those masked people again. Of course, my parents didn't believe me. Why would they? There was no evidence anyone had broken in. It was much easier for them to conclude I just had a nightmare. My legs have since healed, and even though I still walk with a slight limp, there was otherwise no permanent damage. If I had to choose, though, I would rather break both of my legs all over again, just to avoid that feeling of helplessness and terror I felt that night. That night when I looked into the hollow eyes of that porcelain-masked person. This happened in October of 2014. I'm originally from a small town, but I moved into a larger area in the Midwest for grad school. When this happened, I'd rented a room and shared a house with other students near the university. It was an older 2-story house, with a 1-story extension in the back which served as our living room. When you walked through the front door, there was a staircase immediately to the left, which went up to a hallway that turned right. In the hall, there was a bathroom, and my room was at the very end. There were 2 other rooms on the right side as well. At the time, I had 3 roommates, a girl who lived across the hall and a guy who lived in the other room upstairs. There was also another guy in the downstairs area. All of them were usually gone on the weekends, though. On the night in question, I was dating my girlfriend for a little over a month. It was Saturday night, and I'd picked her up in my car. We went out, had a few drinks, and took an Uber home. I didn't feel comfortable driving. We got to the house and went immediately upstairs to my room. We were the only ones there. After me and my girlfriend had some intimate time together, we fell asleep. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, but my girlfriend is not. All of a sudden, she nudged me awake to tell me she had heard a noise coming from outside. I told her it was probably just some drunk people walking by since we lived so close to campus. Maybe it was a raccoon or some other small animal. She seemed satisfied with that explanation and tried to go back to sleep. Just then, though, we heard another noise coming from the back of the house. It didn't sound like people just walking by. This time, I got out of bed and walked over to one of my windows, which faced the area the noise was coming from directly. I had the curtains and blinds down. I peeked from around the corner and looked outside. My slight buzz and drowsiness went away immediately. My heart started racing like crazy after I looked outside and saw the silhouette of a person climbing onto the roof of the extension. My girlfriend saw my reaction and asked me what was wrong. I immediately told her to grab a phone and go to Jessica's room across the hall, lock the door, and call 911 because there was an intruder climbing the roof of our house. My girlfriend did as she was told. I slipped on a pair of gym shorts and shoes and grabbed a kitchen knife that was on my desk, left over after eating some dinner and conveniently forgetting to clean it up the night before. How lucky for me. I stood next to the window with my back against the wall and listened in closely. I could hear the person walking along the roof, leaving light footsteps. Then I heard a noise. I could tell he was fidgeting with the bathroom window, which was right next to my room. Luckily, that window was already locked. I tiptoed outside my room into the hall, waiting to attack if he broke in through the window, knowing I had to protect my home and my girlfriend. I stopped hearing the noises coming from the bathroom window. Then I started to hear a similar noise coming from my window, the one I'd just been standing next to. My heart was pounding really hard now. I gripped the knife tight in my hand, mentally rehearsing on what I would do if they managed to break in. All of this occurred within just a few moments. I realized that maybe I could just scare the intruder away and avoid a confrontation completely. I took a deep breath and yelled, "I have a gun! Come inside and find out!" I heard the thud of footsteps going away from the window, and then the noise of gravel. I was sweating at this point. I walked outside my room and knocked on Jessica's door, telling my girlfriend it was me, and the intruder seemed to be gone. She unlocked the door and opened it. I saw she had been crying. I dropped the knife and hugged her. I told her everything was going to be okay. Just then, I saw the blue and red lights of the police outside the window of Jessica's room, which faced the front of the house. I told my girlfriend to come with me so we could tell the police what happened. I walked downstairs, turned on the porch light, and unlocked the door, opening it slowly with my hands held up. The police were approaching with their guns drawn and saw me in nothing but shorts and shoes drenched in sweat. I kept my hands held up and told them I lived there and the intruder had ran away out the back. The police officer said something into his radio, some code or something. He said the intruder was still on the loose. He stood there with us while the other officer walked inside the house. I was told he was going to check and make sure there was no one hiding inside or something. After what seemed like a long while, but was maybe only a few minutes, I heard a voice over the radio calling it all clear. We went inside, and one officer began to ask us questions, while the other poked around outside. After giving our statements, the other officer walked back in and told us it looked like the intruder had climbed on top of our garbage cans to get onto the roof. One of the cans was apparently tipped over. Since the house was dark and there was no light outside and no cars in the lot, we may have been victims of an attempted robbery. I asked the officer if there was any weapons they might have left behind in their startlement. He said no. It was unlikely the intruder wanted to harm anyone. There had been a series of break-ins during the last several weeks around campus, with the intruders mainly only taking prescription drugs. He advised me to get a better weapon than a steak knife for the future, and to keep the lights on inside and our windows locked, maybe consider installing outside lights. I asked if he could fingerprint the window, but he said he couldn't because nothing had been taken and no one was harmed. Most likely this person had been wearing gloves anyway. The police told us they would have units search the neighborhood, but it was unlikely they would find the person, since I couldn't give a description of them, having only seen a silhouette. Needless to say, my girlfriend and I did not get much sleep that night. The next day, I called my landlord and told him what happened. The following day, we had a bright light installed on our back patio that turned on when it got dark automatically. We also installed a motion light outside the window upstairs that shines brightly if anyone tries to stand on the roof. Not content on just threatening a burglar with a gun, I went out and actually bought one. I now keep it in my nightstand drawer beside my bed. This happened after my hunt for some white-tailed deer in northern Michigan. I was leaving the woods and heading back to my car for the long ride home. The sun was setting and the air was crisp. The smell of fall was in the air. As I got to my car, I heard some rustling in the brush on the other side of the trail I was parked on. Thinking it was an animal, I looked across, only to see a man standing there. He was kind of swaying from side to side. Not a drunk-type sway, mind you, but more an impatient standing in the line for a long time type of sway. I called out to the man. Maybe he might need help or something. "Hey man, you lost?" He didn't answer. Instead, he gave me the creepiest smirk and tilted his head back slightly without taking his eyes off me. Needless to say, I was creeped the fuck out by this dude. My guns had made me feel protected, but as I'd loaded my pack and shotgun into the car already, I couldn't take my eyes off him. He kept his locked on mine. Luckily, I'd kept my 9mm on me, just in case he tried something. I was parked parallel to the trail, so when I got into my car, I could still see him. I drove off feeling unnerved and checked back in my mirror. He was in the middle of the trail, just running in my direction. That was the creepiest day of hunting I ever had. I was in Denali National Park 2 years ago with my now wife and 2 other friends. If you aren't familiar with it, it's a trailless wilderness. That means there aren't any trailheads or marked trails. If you find social or game trails, you're encouraged to avoid them to keep the wilderness as pristine as possible. You're given a backcountry permit to a unit, which is a large division of the park which has a limited number of campers allowed on it. You get on the bus that goes to the one road through the park, and it drops you off when it's going through your access to your assigned unit. Then it drives away, leaving you in the middle of nowhere. It's amazing and intimidating at the same time. Anyway, we were backpacking for 2 amazing days, but we had yet to see any wildlife other than the local ptarmigans. On the morning of the last day, the others were drinking coffee and we were preparing to break camp. I'm looking down in the river valley that our campsite has a good view of. We hadn't seen any other humans for 48 hours. I thought I could see some campers hiking through the brush in the distance. I called out, only to have the hiker turn out to be a gigantic bear who popped up his head and looked right at us. We started watching him as he walked along the river and slowly made his way towards our camp. "He's not coming up here," I said to the group. Well, he was. He climbed up the hill and walked right into our campsite. We gave him a wide berth as he approached, and froze as he eyeballed us for a while. He then continued on up the side of the mountain. It was scary as hell, but he was majestic as fuck as well. Anyway, it started to pour on us. We finished breaking camp and decided to save some time by following a game trail for a bit, as we were now soaked and quite cold. This saved us a lot of time bushwhacking through alders and whatnot. Well, we rounded a corner, and the trail came to a dead end in what was the remains of a recent bear kill site, bones of a moose, flattened down brush, old scat. Let me tell you, it was an unnerving feeling. We froze as the blood drained out of our faces. We looked at each other and instantly agreed to double back a bit and start our bushwhacking anew to get the hell out of there. I was doing an overnight in a nearby nature preserve, testing out some new gear. I'd hiked that place many times and knew it quite well. I chose a spot a little too close to the water, however, and being Michigan in the summer, dusk brought many mosquitoes. All the mosquitoes, I'd imagine. I made a small, punky fire that kept them at bay, but once I put it out and turned in for the night, those sharks came cruising in. I tried to stick it out, but by 00:00 I got the fuck out of Dodge. It was a really lovely night though. Clear sky, full moon. It was nice having the forest to myself. Except I didn't. I was walking a trail below a ridgeline when I could sense something keeping my pace above and a bit behind me, just to the left. When I walked, it walked. When I stopped, it stopped as well. The area was too densely wooded to make out anything by just moonlight. I could hear the sound of it moving, very light steps, an occasional leaf or twig cracking. I've got pretty exceptional hearing and smell, but there was a hole where I thought it should have been. If it were a predator big or bold enough to stalk me like that, I had a strong feeling that taking off on a run would have made it give chase. So I simply walked. For miles, this thing tracked me down. I think that was the first time I ever had cold sweats, just trying to remain calm and not give in to the flight urge. After a couple of hours, I got near the entrance of the park, close enough that you could make out the ugly yellow of the sodium lights near the main road. Around about then, I noticed that whatever was there left as I approached the light. It let me exit the park unmolested, but I had a new respect for the things that go bump in the night. I haven't driven a car in a very long time. I was never really that good at it, and although I had a driver's license for a while, I eventually just let it expire. I've spent most of my life walking all over the place or taking a bicycle whenever I had one available. This happened many Halloweens ago. At the time, I did not have a bike. I lived alone, in a house in a not-so-great neighborhood. The thing that I liked least about the place, though, was how people took care of their animals. I know it's debatable whether you should let your cats roam about the neighborhood or not, so I won't get into that. But there is a leash law in the town I lived in. A lot of people didn't follow that law, and they let their dogs roam free in the streets. As you can imagine, that caused some serious problems. It was very cold on this Halloween night. This was a bit unusual for the area that I lived in, because it was normally pretty warm around October in this part. The temperature was in the 30s throughout the day, though. I was going to go out earlier in the day and buy myself some Halloween candy, but it was far too cold for me to do that. As it got down to night, though, I was craving candy so much that I decided to go ahead and walk to the store and get some. I got bundled up, dressed in layers, and set out for the store. It was surprisingly dead outside for a Halloween night, no pun intended. I chalked that up to the foul weather, though. The people in town were nowhere near used to it being like this. As I walked along, I noted there was a big white dog that was hanging out in front of a house across the street from me. He was barking at me as I was approaching my turn, but I didn't really think much of it. That was normal for the neighborhood. When I turned the corner, however, the dog started running across the street toward me. He didn't seem aggressive and stopped in the street. I put out my hand palm up to show him I didn't mean him any harm. He stopped for a moment, then began barking again. He got closer to me, and I really started to get startled. I began to walk faster down the street. He kept barking and chasing me, getting close to me each time before stopping. I was wary of him the entire time, but eventually he did stop coming after me. There was a Dollar Tree store that I walked down to in order to get my chocolate. I got in, and at that point, I was more than ready to just go home. Even though I was bundled up, I was still not feeling great out in the cold. I wanted to get back into my warm house. On the way back, I recalled my encounter with that dog. I really didn't want to have to go through that again. I began wondering what I was going to do while walking back. If I remained on the sidewalks, I had to go by the house the dog was by again. The only way to get to my house otherwise, and I'm not kidding about this at all, was to walk through a graveyard. I'd have to slip through someone's yard in order to get to the graveyard, but I decided it was worth it to avoid that dog. I was also thinking that maybe it would be kind of cool and creepy to walk through a graveyard on Halloween. I hated cutting through someone's yard, but I still did it. The graveyard, as I'm sure most graveyards have, had a road that went through it. I wouldn't have walked through it otherwise. I didn't like the idea of walking across someone's grave. The one thing the graveyard did not have, though, was lighting. As I was walking through it, I could see somewhat, but it was not that easy to do so. I didn't think I would be scared walking through a graveyard, but honestly, I was a little. I didn't believe in supernatural things. I was more mildly scared someone might be skulking about in the darkness. The thought of getting home to my warm house was much more important to me than a little bit of fear, though. At one point, I began to hear what sounded like someone yelling from quite a bit ahead of me. I stopped walking. I didn't know what to think. I mean, it was Halloween, so maybe I just heard something coming from someone's house, then thought it was coming from the graveyard. If you've never heard a scream or yell while walking through one, though, you really have no idea just how creepy that is. I almost thought I should turn around and take my chances with the big dog. After a few moments, though, I decided there was nothing to be afraid of. I continued through the graveyard. I wouldn't think twice about this once I'd finally arrived home. I noticed some movement up ahead of me on the graveyard road, though. Someone was walking towards me. It was too dark to see anything about them, but I felt the apprehension again. I just tried not to think about it. There couldn't be anything wrong. It all had to be just in my head. After only a few moments, I noticed the figure had stopped walking. Then very quickly, it ducked back into the graveyard and hid out of sight. That was really weird. It made me think that maybe the person was also scared to see someone else walking through there in the middle of the night and ran off. I continued walking deeper in. I passed by the place the figure had run off to and looked around. I didn't see anyone there. It was right then that I heard what sounded like a groan coming from up ahead of me. This whole night and this whole experience was just getting weirder and weirder to me. I decided to just hurry up and try to get it over with. I began walking as fast as I could. I heard another groan up ahead of me, and I looked in the direction of it. There was something else that was scary. I saw someone climbing up over a gravestone. It was like watching a zombie pull itself out of its grave, the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen in my life. Although I didn't believe zombies were real, I was more terrified at that moment than I'd ever been in my entire life. "Help!" I heard the zombie groan at me. If I hadn't heard that, I would have turned around and ran right back out the graveyard and took my chances with the dog. But that brought me back to my senses. This wasn't a zombie. This was someone who really needed some help. I ran up to the person and tried to help them to their feet. I noticed they were definitely injured. It was hard to see, but I could tell there were dark spots on their clothing. "They stabbed me," the guy told me. "Please help me." "Don't worry, I will," I told him. I took out my phone and called 911. I explained as best I could that I was in the graveyard with a guy who'd been stabbed multiple times. I needed help right away. It wasn't until then that I remembered the guy who'd initially run off into the graveyard when I had seen him. It suddenly clicked that that must have been the man doing the stabbing. I told him I'd seen someone run off, and he might still be in the graveyard somewhere, so to send police officers as well. After hanging up, I became even more terrified. If the figure I saw earlier was trying to murder this guy, who knows if he would come back before the police got there. He might come back and then attack and kill both of us. It was nerve-wracking waiting for the police and the ambulance to arrive. I heard the sirens not long after I had hung up the phone. However, I didn't exactly feel good by hearing them. I knew I wouldn't feel safe until the police were physically there. I was shaking and jumped at every noise. The only good thing was that the fear made me forget about the temperature, and I didn't even realize how cold it was. The police and ambulances arrived without anything further happening. I had to talk to the police for a while when they were loading the guy into the ambulance. Unfortunately, I couldn't do much to help, as I'd only saw the attacker in the distance in the darkness. Fortunately, the victim knew the person who attacked him already, and the guy was caught and sent to prison. He also recovered just fine. I eventually got home to my warm house, but by that time, Halloween was already over. Still had my chocolate though, at least. I love trick-or-treating. I always enjoyed it when I was a kid, and when I got older and got my own place to live, I really loved giving out candy as well. I love all the costumes and seeing all the children out and about being really happy. It was all around very exciting to me. I live in a pretty nice neighborhood. I have the house all to myself. I was fortunate to have a good job and was able to get it when I was very young. I never needed to have a roommate, and people in the neighborhood all knew that I lived alone. I was in my mid-20s when this happened. It was a nice Halloween, and trick-or-treating went by pretty quickly. Soon it was dark and cold outside, and there were no more people in the streets and yards. I watched some scary movies for a little while before I finally decided to head to bed. I have to admit I did get a little bit worked up from watching these movies. I still do get a little scared of them. Plus, the back of my couch faces the big picture window that in turn looks out onto my front lawn. There were a few times while I was watching these movies that I thought I heard some noises coming from behind me. It was like someone was tapping on my window. The first couple of times, I turned around and looked out to see what it was. Of course, there was nothing out there. It was all in my head, and I knew it from the very start. After lying down for a while, I was finally tired enough to go to bed. Even though I lived alone, I always slept with my bedroom door closed. I was like that with all my closets too. I always had to keep the doors closed on everything. Whenever a door was open, I always had this scared anxiety that I would eventually see someone standing in the doorway. It was one of the few things that really made me super anxious. Still a little bit scared from the movies I had been watching, I finally began to drift off to sleep. That was when I heard what sounded like a knock at my bedroom door. I had only just been drifting off, so I was surprised and immediately opened my eyes. After a moment or two of being scared, I remembered that it's not uncommon for people to hear knocking sounds when they're drifting off to sleep. I decided that must be what was happening and tried to fall asleep again. That time, I was successful enough to fall all the way down to deep sleep. A very short while later, which I knew because of the time on my alarm clock, something woke me up. I sleep on my side, so I rolled over onto my back to look around. As I completely woke up, I saw my worst fear. There was someone standing in the doorway to my bedroom. It was a dark and terrifying looking figure, although I couldn't make out any details at all. "Trick or treat," I heard the figure say, in a very terrifying voice. I was scared, but I was able to get my bearings about me pretty quickly. I reached over to the nightstand by my bed and opened the drawer. I went in and pulled out the loaded gun I always kept in there. The guy's eyes must have been more adjusted to the dark than mine were. He had to have seen that I had the gun, because he immediately started moving away. I heard him moving through the living room, and then I heard the front door open but not close. The first thing I did was get up and go into the living room. I was worried maybe the guy had tricked me and hadn't left the house at all. I searched around but couldn't find him. I closed and locked the front door and turned all the lights on. After that, I went back into my bedroom, turned on the lights there after closing and locking the door, and used the phone in the room to call the police. Then I backed myself into a corner with my gun and waited for the cops to arrive. The cops searched the house, but they didn't find anyone there. There were no signs of a break-in either, but that was no surprise really. I very rarely locked the front door back then, because I lived in such a safe neighborhood, but after that night I always did. Every year, my town does a haunted house during the week of Halloween. I had been going to it since I was very young, and I still do go to this day. There was one time, however, when I was much younger, that I had a really bad time at one. I was in middle school at the time. There was a bully named Richard who always gave me a really hard time. Normally, I was able to avoid him and never got into any serious problems with him. I could stay around adults most of the time, and he would never do anything to me when they were around. I was planning on going to the haunted house on Halloween Day, as I did every single year. It was really busy this season too. I always felt I had to go on Halloween. That just seemed way more authentic for whatever reason. I was 13 years old when this happened. We had school on that Halloween day. During my lunch period, I made a stop at my locker. When I did, a note fell out of it. I opened it up and realized it was from Richard. He told me that he would also be at the haunted house that night, and he would be the one to really scare me. I was nervous, but I wasn't really that worried. I mean, what could he possibly do to me in front of all the people that were going to be there? I had every reason to believe I would feel safe among that many people. It was dark by the time I got in line for the haunted house. It was just as busy as I thought it would be, too. I was a bit nervous and kept looking around for Richard. I didn't see him anywhere in the line, and like I mentioned, I didn't really think he would try anything in front of so many people. As the line grew longer and people kept going in and out of the haunted house, I still couldn't see him anywhere. I eventually decided the note must have been nothing more than him wanting to scare me. I went into the haunted house and I was happy that they did everything so different each year. You could go through the house with your friends or by yourself. I didn't have anyone with me, so I decided to go it alone. I have to say, I was still a little bit on edge, but I was enjoying the house quite a bit. If anything, it actually enhanced the experience. I entered this room and the door shut behind me. It was dark, but there was a strobe light in the room. It was empty except for a chair that was sitting in the corner, and there was a scarecrow sitting on that chair. The strobe light made the whole scene extra creepy, and I was absolutely nervous. I knew that someone was probably in the scarecrow costume and would get up and start creepily moving towards me. Then I would have to go to the other door and leave the room. Sure enough, the scarecrow got up and started moving towards me. With my heart pounding, I made my way to the door. Before I could get my hand on the knob, the scarecrow moved fast and grabbed me in a headlock. He pressed all his weight down on me, and I fell down to my knees. He was really strong. I heard Richard's voice whisper in my ear, "I told you I would be here." It hadn't even occurred to me to think he might have been working in the haunted house. By that point, I was really scared. I tried to call out to someone for help, but he had his arm around my neck. He was choking me, and I wasn't able to make much sound. I actually thought the guy was going to try and kill me. I had never been so scared in my life. I only wished I had convinced my family to come with me that time. I don't know how long it was, but it couldn't have been too long before the door opened. I realized the next people touring the house must have opened the door to the room. I was hoping they would pull Richard off me, but they didn't at first. I found out later they thought the scarecrow choking a person was supposed to be part of the haunted house. Fortunately, they recognized me as being the person in front of them in line. They were 3 high school guys. They pulled Richard off me, and I fell to the ground. One of them went and got another haunted house employee, while I laid there trying to recover my breath. This is further good news concerning this story too. I didn't have to put up with Richard any longer at school for quite a while. He got sent to juvie right after, and he deserved it. Before my father and I moved to another state, my father went and visited the area to check on the progress of our new home, which was currently being built. My father was there for a few days and was staying at some crappy Motel 6 in a shady area of town. His room was the last room at the end of the hallway on the top floor. In the middle of the night on the last night he was in town, he was awoken by the phone ringing in his room. He groggily woke up and answered the phone. To his surprise, it was the front desk calling him. They said something along the lines of, "Sorry to wake you, but we've been receiving a couple of reports about rooms being broken into and stuff being stolen. We're calling to make sure that your door is locked and that you're safe." My father replied he was fine and hung up the phone. He decided to go double check that he did lock his door. As he sat up in bed though, he noticed that the door to his room was ajar. Being spooked, he cautiously checked the room and found nothing was missing. No one else was in the room either. He creeped over to the door and peeked out. Sitting outside his room on the windowsill of the hallway window was his shaving kit. Creeped out of his mind, he quickly grabbed it and locked the door. After he calmed down a bit, he called the front desk. "Hey, you just called me about the break-ins around the hotel? I wanted to report my room was broken into when I was sleeping. Nothing was stolen and I'm fine. Just figured you'd like to know." The front desk replied, "You must be mistaken, sir. We never called your room. We haven't received any reports of break-ins either." Needless to say, my father had a hard time sleeping for the rest of the night. I hike in a lot of remote areas. I was hiking in Pennsylvania, miles from anything. Not even a trail really, just bushwhacking it through the woods. That was when I came upon a random guy about 200 feet away. just sitting down on a log, sitting there wearing jeans and a hoodie over his head, staring at me. I waved at this man, but he didn't wave back. I started walking over and waved again. I yelled out something to him like, "Wow, I wasn't expecting to see anyone else out here." There was no response. I was getting a little bit nervous now, but I had already committed. I kept approaching the man. Then I started noticing rock piles and circles and things hanging in the trees around him. I got about 10 feet away from him, and this pheasant took off, scaring the crap out of me. Finally, I got close enough to realize this was not a man at all. It was a mannequin, sitting there dressed up, surrounded by strange rock piles and symbols hanging in the trees. Let me remind you, I was miles away from anything. I hightailed it out of there, thinking I may have come upon something I was not supposed to see. I never really did have any follow-up to this. I mean, who was I supposed to ask? Back in 2003, while stationed in Portsmouth, Virginia, I was going through a divorce. As such, I'd moved back into the barracks, reeling from the stress of the divorce. I had a lot of trouble sleeping, and so I would go for a run at all hours. One such morning, around 4 a.m. or so, I took off for a quick 5-mile run. Portsmouth has some pretty dodgy areas, and my run route took me straight through one of them. As I got to the top of a bridge, I saw someone standing on the side of the road. It was a bit odd, but not completely unheard of. Sometimes I would see a non-runner standing somewhere other than a bus stop. Anyhow, he watched me the entire time I ran closer to him. As I got even closer, he turned his back to me, but continued to watch me over his shoulder. Since I tend to become more friendly in awkward situations, I said hello as I ran past him. I picked up my pace though, and after a couple of minutes I had pretty much forgotten about the encounter. As I continued my run, there was a bridge that went over an interstate. After I crossed this bridge, I just about had a heart attack as I saw the same man standing on the side of the road again. No cars had passed me by, and there was no way he could have gotten from where we first met to here in that short amount of time, not without driving past me again. Being nervous, all I could say to the man was, "Wow, you're pretty fast." I'm pretty sure I broke a personal speed record after that. I was fishing with my uncle. We were in a small aluminum boat, just sort of floating down a river, looking for a good place to drop anchor and start fishing. We rounded a bend in the river, only to see a scene of a small plane crash on a steep slope on one side of a hill leading down to the river. The plane was on its nose and kind of crumpled up. There were probably 5 people standing around. 2 of them were in suits. There was blue tarp on the ground with a white sheet over it. I assume that must have been a body. That wasn't really the creepy part though. As we got closer, I observed that next to the body, not covered in any sheets at all, was what appeared to be a collection of human remains. Well, they weren't really even recognizable as human, except for one of them had a shoe on it. It was really eerie. For the past 2 hours, we had been floating down the middle of this river with nothing but the sound of running water, and then out of nowhere, we came around a turn to see a total scene of horror. I've seen fatal car crashes that didn't look nearly as bad as this was. This was back when I was a little kid in Eastern Europe. My cousin and I were walking through the woods. We were maybe 8 or 9 years old. It was more like a large urban forest, big enough to get lost in. Suddenly, we saw a man standing in the bushes. He was wearing nothing but tidy-whities, dress shoes, and a fancy watch. He had his back towards us. We kind of froze, standing there and staring at him. He must have heard the rustling sound behind him because he slowly turned around. He had the creepiest smile on his face and slowly started moving towards us while making a beckoning motion with his finger. I remember being frozen with fear for a few moments before turning around to look at my cousin. He was no longer there. I could only see his heels flashing in the distance as he was running away. Of course, I followed immediately. I don't think I ever ran that fast before or since. I went to my aunt and uncle's house one family vacation about 10 years ago. We drove from South Texas to some small town in Missouri. I can't even remember the name of it. We arrived there about 1 a.m. The family consisted of myself, 2 younger sisters, my mother, and my father. Most of the family was hungry from the long drive and wanted to see if a McDonald's was open. I was tired from the long car ride and wanted to stay home instead. My mom said one of my sisters would be staying as well. I settled down into the living room, watching TV while slightly dozing off. I remembered that I started hearing pitter-patters down the hallway and assumed my sister was just running around. I got a call from my mom asking what I wanted to eat. In the background, I could hear both of my sisters arguing. I heard a giggle from behind me. I stood straight up and looked around, but I couldn't see anyone there. I asked my mom if my sister had ended up going with them, to which she confirmed she had. I stood in the corner of that room until everyone else got back. Nothing like that ever happened to me again. This happened recently. It was midnight and I was at the train station, waiting for my train to arrive. I noticed this really tall guy walking in my direction and carrying a suitcase. As he came closer to me, I noticed he was really struggling to carry whatever was inside this suitcase. It looked really heavy, and oddly enough, it seemed to be leaking some sort of liquid. It was certainly not water. It seemed much thicker and darker. As this guy approached me, he ordered me to take his suitcase from him. The tone of his voice was way too aggressive, and he didn't sound sober at all. Taking a closer look at him, I noticed he was covered in dirt all the way up to his face and had several cuts on his forearms. I said sorry and started to walk away. My train started to arrive. The man followed me, saying things I couldn't quite understand. I ducked into the train to avoid him, and the door shut behind me. I turned around and looked out the window. He was outside, pointing at me and yelling gibberish. As the train slowly started to depart, he began to punch the window. Frustration was in his eyes as they locked on me. I was very relieved I hadn't had to stay there with that man any longer. I was on the train, and the fellow commuters looked at me extremely puzzled. They wondered what all the commotion was with me and that weird guy. Well, I certainly wondered too. It really creeped me out. I always wondered what was inside that suitcase. I'm sure your imagination will come up with the same thing mine did. For a bit of context, my boyfriend and I are homeless, and we live in our car. There's a road that leads to a quiet beach on the bay near some train tracks, and there's only one road to exit that area. There's not a lot of people that come down this way unless it's for beach access, people going in to work in the industrial plants on the road, none of which were open right now, or going to an AA meeting, once again none of which were open at the time. That makes it a good area to sleep in your car without being disturbed. Nothing in the area was open except a couple of bars, and even those were a good 3 or 4 blocks away. Most of the stretch of road has 8-hour parking signs, so there are usually at least a couple other people camped out for the night, most of who we were familiar with, but tonight there weren't as many. Just a few vehicles taking advantage of the overnight parking. We'd parked a little further up the road than we normally did, hoping to get a better internet connection. It was a little after 12:30 a.m., and we were relaxing watching YouTube with the dog, starting to get a bit sleepy when we heard a car pull up behind us with their lights off. We cover our windows totally so no one can see in, but we can peek out a bit if we move the blankets. We could also see headlights from cars passing or approaching through them. My boyfriend looked out and said it was some kind of van. We didn't really think much of it and kept trying to spend some time together, annoyed with the spotty Wi-Fi connection. There were a few words exchanged on what sounded like the other side of the street, nothing from behind us where the van had pulled up. It sounded like there were 3 or 4 people talking. A bit later, the van just drove off. As it did so, we heard a knock on my side of the window, the driver's side. We shut off the volume of our laptop, then called out, "Yeah?" Silence. So we called out again, "Can we help you?" Again, there was nothing. It was then that I realized my door was unlocked, so I quickly locked it. After 30 seconds of quietness, I pulled down the cover a bit to check, and no one was there. Whatever. Sometimes there are bums walking around. Maybe they would have thought we were someone else, one of their friends perhaps. It was silent again for a while. We could see in the light of the street lamp through the crack on the sun reflector covering the front windshield, the silhouette of someone walking around the front of the car slowly. It was another solid minute after we saw the movement before we heard a quieter tapping on the passenger side window. This time, my boyfriend pulled the cover down almost right away, but we still didn't see anyone there. Right after, there was a knock on my side again. It was right about then that we realized there was still more than one person surrounding our car. There had not been time for one person to get from the passenger side to my side in between those 2 knocks, and we'd heard more than one voice prior. I started to think that maybe not everyone had gotten back inside their van before it drove off. After the 3rd knock, I pulled my window cover down almost all the way, super annoyed and on edge by now. As I did so, I could see there was a skinny white man, probably in his mid-30s, holding a flashlight and something else scooped awkwardly in the other hand. We couldn't really make it out. The windows were steamed up from us breathing inside, so it was a bit difficult to see outside. Now that I'd noticed the man though, he called out this time, "Hey, I need a jump." Interesting, since there was nothing nearby and no reason to be down here at 1 a.m. "Sorry, we were just about to take off," I said. The man got angry immediately. "Come on, I've been waiting here for hours." Okay, if he'd been there for hours, why did he not ask us to help him out 45 minutes earlier when we pulled up, parked, let our dog out to eat, etc.? And B, why had we not heard him attempt to start the car at any point? We never heard a motor rev up, no attempt to turn on the engine, or even jingling keys. Another reason that creeped me out is that I could only see him. He said I needed a jump. I had been down here for hours, but we could clearly hear that there was more than one person around, even if we couldn't see them. For one reason or another, they were out of view and not making themselves known. After this, he grumbled and went across the street to a car with white and black rims. We had seen it before, but it hadn't had a driver at the time. I got this awful feeling in my gut, and even though all the windows were steamed up, I started the car and told my boyfriend to start wiping them down so I could see. I started driving. There was something sinister about this whole situation. For one reason or another, these people were trying to get us to open a door or a window. When that didn't work, they didn't respond because they didn't have a good reason made up yet. They gave us that sob story then, hoping we would get out of the car, either so they could steal it while we were trying to help them, or they were going to rob us for the laptop, which I'm sure they could hear and see the glow of the screen. The possibilities are unsettling and endless. We drove to McDonald's to eat something and parked in the back driveway of someone we knew, so we weren't right out in the open anymore. The lock on our trunk had recently broken and was held together only with bungee cords, with most of our belongings inside. It worried me that it could make us easier targets for thieves. The next morning, we drove down there again. The white car with black rims was still there, only now the back window was busted out, and the man was nowhere in sight. I'm pretty sure it was never his car to begin with. I think all those people came in the van. One of them drove off, so the rest could rob someone outright or break into parked cars on the side of the street. It was a stressful time, and my boyfriend has been rattled for days. We're nervous to park in the same spot, so we're now looking to rent a residential driveway to park at night, so we won't be so vulnerable. My boyfriend teased our dog for not barking at all, but I think it was very intuitive of him. If we needed to pretend we weren't inside the car, we would have been able to do so. I'm relieved I wasn't down there by myself. Even the two of us together were pretty nervous, but knowing we were likely outnumbered, if it were just a 120-pound female like myself in the car alone, I'm worried they may have been a bit more aggressive about getting those doors opened. Ever since I was 14 years old, I've been scared of lightning. It started when I was out on a soccer field during a thunderstorm, and lightning directly struck the fence just 100 feet away from me. The sound was deafening, and I can still remember the awful sensation of my entire body vibrating. This wouldn't be my only incident involving a lightning strike I came too close to. The next time, it would not only scare me, but also save me. When I turned 20, I moved out from my parents, who lived in the capital of my country. I moved to a small community in the south, and I had no intention of moving back. Sure, a girl that grew up in the city is used to the endless variation of restaurants, bars, stores that never close, and a city that never sleeps. I like it here, though. Despite the low population of the community and something of a sleepy town vibe to it, it's quite charming with its colorful wooden buildings, the seaside campus, and the smell of butter from the old butter factory as an eternal reminder of where you are. I can go out whenever I want, wherever I want, and meet a total of maybe 10 people. The neighborhood cats, if I'm lucky, maybe a cute lost hedgehog. There's one more reason why I appreciate living in a small town, though. It's how incredibly safe I feel here. In the city, you can barely be outside alone as a woman after 10 p.m. without feeling such discomfort that you feel compelled to check behind you once every minute. All such discomfort, however, doesn't only happen after said time or during the darkest hours of the day. It can happen at any time, but that's something you learn. Something I had to learn. I was 17 and it was the summer holidays. I was spending most of it at my then boyfriend's house. He lived with his family about 20 minutes outside the city. I lived with my parents at the time in the city center, just along the green subway line, so if I wanted to get back home, I had to take the commuter train to the central station, walk across it and switch to the green subway line, then ride a few minutes on there to get to my station. I was in one of my rebellious periods and had a month before bleached my hair. I loved it at first, but after my roots started to show, I realized my mistake. My angel of a mother had tired of my fussing over it and booked me a hairdresser so I could go back to my natural deep brown color. The day for my appointment at the hairdresser came, and I was as usual at my boyfriend's. I needed something from my parents' apartment first, though, so I put on my headphones and jumped on the commuter train. I switched as usual to the green line and sat near one of the doors that I knew would line up perfectly to where I would get off. I like to crowd watch when I travel, not to stare at people or anything like that, but just observe and think about where people are going, what they do for work, maybe make up a story about them. It was a kind of game I found myself often playing on the subway or commuter train. I played that game that day. I looked around at people, and when there was one station left until my stop, my eyes stuck to a man who was sitting just a few feet in front of me. He was tall, perhaps in his mid-30s. His hair was dark and scruffy. He was wearing dark clothes and these big boots. He sat with his elbows leaning against his knees, crouching down towards the subway floor. Today, I don't remember what my analysis or fictional story was of him. I just remember he was very notable. The woman in the speaker shouted out my destination. I stood up and went to the doors and stepped off. When I got out the doors of the station, I saw it had started to rain. I pulled my big hood up and over my headphones and started to quickly walk up to the apartment, which was only a few hundred feet from the station. The apartment was an old building with a large wooden door facing the street. The door has a glass pane that runs the entire surface, and when you enter, the staircase is entirely in marble, with an old wooden elevator with an iron lattice door you have to close manually. When I got to the door, I put in the entry code and opened it. When the door swung aside to let me in, I could see something reflected in the glass. I turned around. The man from the subway was standing right behind me. At first, I was a little bit shocked he was so close to me. I assumed he was one of my neighbors or a neighbor's friend. I also assumed he was standing so close to me because it was raining and he didn't want to get wet. I said hello and opened the door while I took off my headphones. He didn't answer. When I went to the lift and pressed the button, it did not start. I turned around and saw the man standing behind me shaking. It was not the typical type of shaking that's common if you have a fever or a cold or something, but more like a spastic twitching. He stood there jerking, with his head and back curved as he had on the subway. His eyes were not on the floor this time, they were on me. He opened his mouth to talk, but only incoherent sounds came out, while the shaking and jerking became more frantic. "What's your name?" he said at last. I remembered my parents' words of wisdoms to never tell your name to a stranger, especially one whom you feel threatened by. I wanted to tell him to leave, but I felt like I was frozen, and provoking him might make the situation worse. I replied with a false name. "Do you live here?" I lied and answered I didn't. I was here to see a friend. I remember thinking I was smart at the time. No, he didn't know my name or where I lived, I thought, but he was now starting to move closer to me. He must have seen the fear in my eyes. He continued scuffling forward. I heard the elevator engine start ticking now, and signaling that it was on its way down. He told me he had been following me on the train, and that he saw me there. He knew he just had to get me. It was now that he lifted his head from his previous position, showing how tall he really was, and his shaking stopped. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." If I thought I was frozen before, that was an understatement. I was now pressed against the elevator door, and he was so close I could feel his scent. Some may think those words have to be somewhat flattering, but the way he said it, it sounded like a death sentence. He was going to do something bad to me. That was about when I heard the elevator stop on the first floor, and someone walking down the stairs to the courtyard door. That door is located on a small platform between the ground floor and the first floor stairs. You know how you can recognize and distinguish your parents' steps from others? I did this with these steps that came down the stairs, and I heard they were my father's. I quickly thought I would scream for him, but then I realized the man would know that I'd lied. He might get angry, and maybe do something to my old father. That was when my father opened the door to the courtyard, and at that exact moment, lightning struck right next to us. The sound waves of the crackling lightning pressed itself to the open door and made the whole area echo. I screamed. The man screamed. I went to my usual position regarding thunder and lightning, a fetal position on the floor. The man, on the other hand, jumped backwards and started running away. He shouted we would be seeing each other again soon. I barely realized what had happened. I went crying up in the elevator and to the apartment, where I told everything to my mother. We reported the incident to the police, and I went and dyed my hair again. It changed my appearance quite drastically. I was still a little scared after the incident, but also confused. I kept thinking about what he was saying when he ran out. We'll be seeing each other again soon. I knew at least that I absolutely did not want to see him again. However, I did not get what I wanted. A month passed by and I had practically forgotten about the situation. I was on my way to the central station to meet up with my boyfriend, who was on the commuter train on his way to me. I stood and waited for him in the hallway, between the commuter trains and the subway. In that particular hallway, a lot of people were walking, either to the trains or from them. Very few people were standing still. As I said, I stood there looking down the hallway from time to time to see if my boyfriend had come yet. That was when I saw someone else standing still. There was someone standing on the other side of the crowd. And although everyone was going in different directions and creating a kind of blurred effect around him, I could see clearly who this was. I froze just like before. He stared at me, not like my first meeting, but as if he was trying to figure out if I was who he thought I was, behind my new hair color. At that point, my boyfriend came out from the crowd and hugged me. I looked away from the man for a few seconds to hug him back. When I leaned my head against his shoulder and looked over to see if the man was still there, he had already disappeared into the crowd. I've never seen the man since, but I sometimes wonder if he's seen me. So I'm at a club with my then best friend. Near the end of the night, we're approached by a random guy who was all alone. He had a very heavy accent and told us he'd just moved here from Russia. He told us his name was Jesse. Didn't sound like a very Russian name. I was immediately on guard. This friend of mine had a tendency to pick up the worst guys though. I'm talking, in a room full of people, she will always somehow manage to pick out the single craziest guy in there and start dating him. Being as close as we were, I always managed to get sucked in too, and this night was no exception. I pulled her away from Jesse, but not before he managed to get my friend's phone number. Later, as we were in her car ready to drive home, she got a call from him. She answered, and his voice rung out on her car speaker. "Can you give me a ride home?" "No," I immediately mouthed from the passenger side. She was silent. "I live just around the corner from the club," he tried to persuade her. She reluctantly agreed and hung up. I asked her why he can't just take an Uber or walk if it's that close. It's my friend's car, and she wanted to be nice and give him a ride though. We pulled back to the front of the club and he hopped in. During this short car ride, he managed to choke out a sob story about how he moved here to start over with his 1-year-old son. His wife back in Russia had apparently died in childbirth. My friend was eating this shit up, but I started to hate him almost immediately. The next day, he's texting and calling my friend asking her out. She at least had the sense to not want to go out with him alone, asking me to come along with the guy I was dating at the time. We go to the beach and drink a few beers. Jesse takes his and wanders off alone. My guy joins him, and I see them chatting for a while. I distinctly remember him describing Jesse later that night. I like the guy. He seems a little lonely though. I was wondering why no one else could see all these red flags but me. Then again, I did always have a sort of sense for these things. The night went relatively smoothly. As the weeks go by, the four of us hang out a couple of more times. Jesse keeps trying to invite himself over to my friend's place. I begged my friend to, if nothing else, at least keep her address private. Don't let him know where she lived. Thankfully, she thought it was a smart policy. He seemed oddly fixated on going specifically to her home. As the weeks go by, he shows up with pictures of his son and even shows us a picture of his son's birth certificate. It seemed a bit overcompensating. I never met his supposed son anyway, and I had no idea where he could possibly be during all these outings Jesse was going on with us. I asked him plenty of personal questions trying to figure it out, and I think he knew I was onto him. Soon enough, my friend started dating someone else. It was an entire other story in itself. Jesse wanted to be the only guy in her life. He became possessive and made her choose, him or the other guy. Unfortunately for Jesse, she chose the other guy. He was furious. The next day, Jesse was blowing up her phone. Texts, calls, voicemails. When we finally listened to them, they were increasingly violent and full of cursing. The last voicemail revealed everything. It was all a lie. There was no son or wife. He called us idiots. The last words he said were that she'd regret it and that he would make her explode. I shudder to think of it now. She blocked him and life went on, but due to the next boyfriend being even crazier than this one, I eventually needed to take a break from this girl. We went our separate ways, and yet that nagging feeling about Jessie never went away. Jessie often popped into my head, and I got the worst eerie feeling. A while down the road, I ended up catching up with her over text. Even after falling out, she could hardly wait a few texts into reconnecting to ask me if I remembered Jessie. My blood instantly ran cold. I said yes, and she linked me to a news article. It was about a Russian man arrested for a crime while trying to flee the country. He had a very Russian name I'd never heard before. As I read the details of the crime, I was horrified. It turned out he murdered his ex-girlfriend by shooting her 5 times. I look at a photo of the suspect. Of course, it's Jesse. He got life in prison after making a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. My name is Evan. I'm 23 years old, and the story I'm going to tell you is a true story, which I experienced personally in December of 2017. More precisely, December 21st, 2017. At this point, I was 18. I'd just gotten my license, and I was the happiest young man in the world. It was almost Christmas, and the whole family had arranged to meet up at my paternal grandmother's house in the southwest of France. I was the last one to arrive. Everyone was already there, and they were all waiting for me, so I had to take the trip all alone. It was December 21st at 6:30 a.m. I had prepared all my things the day before. I got up at 5 a.m. sharp so everything would be perfectly ready for departure. I was just about to close the door behind me when something disturbed me. Indeed, a very creepy little melody could be heard in the distance. It was a piece of music exactly like that of an American ice cream truck. The sound was muffled though and crackled like it was emerging from a small radio from the 1950s. At the time, I couldn't tell if it was coming from inside my house or outside. I would like to point out the house was empty, in complete darkness, and there was no reason for a melody like this to be heard at 6:30 in the morning. I even wondered if it wasn't just my imagination playing a trick on me. It was when I went back into the house to make sure the music wasn't coming from inside that it stopped immediately, dead in its tracks. I told myself it must indeed be my imagination playing a trick on me. How else could it stop so perfectly? I grabbed up my things, closed the door, and left for my car parked down the street. While I was walking towards my car, though, I peeked down a street corner and saw an old ice cream truck turning into another street, which led out to the forest. I didn't ask myself many more questions than that. It was too odd a sight. I just told myself the music I thought I'd heard from the house must have come from this truck instead. It was an American-style ice cream truck in very poor condition, which sporadically played the music I'd heard a few minutes earlier. I would like to point out once more, it was completely dark and 6:30 in the morning. This truck was driving all alone in my small village in the Paris region. This may seem stupid to you, but once again, I writ it off at the time. After putting my things in the trunk, I started the car and waited for 5 minutes for everything to warm up. And this time, the truck had gone around my village and therefore arrived on my street. As it passed by my car, all the lights turned on, and the music stopped when it drove past me. The person driving was a man in his 60s, bearded and extremely dirty looking. He gave me an ominous look and continued on his way. That event alone already made my blood run cold. Unfortunately, it was only the beginning. I took to the road quite frightened, but I didn't have any problems until my first stop after a little while. I stopped at a highway rest area to refuel my car. I entered the station, went to the toilet, bought myself a coffee, and went outside to light a cigarette. While I was going to throw away my coffee, my body froze when I heard the music of the ice cream truck on the other side of the station. I immediately understood what was happening to me. The old man had followed me here. I ran to my car, put it in first gear, and sped off. I had time to take a quick look at the place where the music was coming from, and I indeed was able to catch a glimpse of the ice cream truck I had seen back home. The man was already behind the wheel watching me leave. It was now 11 a.m. Daylight had broken, and so did the fog. The atmosphere was quite heavy. You couldn't see 100 meters in front of you. For these reasons, a big traffic jam had formed. Imagine my state when in a thick fog, I was forced to stop the car with the idea of being followed by an old man in a creepy ice cream truck. I knew it was getting serious when I looked back and saw he was only 10 cars behind me. He knew I was there, and he started his music with the sole aim of freaking me out. I didn't take my eyes off him for a single second. My gaze was fixated on him in my rearview mirror. When the traffic started again, I rushed forward with the sole aim of losing him. The whole rest of the way, I looked behind me just to see if he was still following me. After an 8.5-hour journey, I finally arrived at my grandmother's house. I hadn't seen the truck since the 11 a.m. traffic jam. To make matters worse, my grandmother lived in a small village of only 150 inhabitants. Each house was spaced about 200 meters from each other, surrounded by very scary and thick black forest. When I arrived, I dropped off my things, said hello to my family, and told my cousins directly what happened to me. My cousins were Pierre and Antoine. Pierre was the tallest. He was a handsome man of 28 years old, stocky and well-bearded. Antoine is 20. He's smaller than us, but is very funny. At first, they thought I was playing a joke on them, since we used to tell each other scary stories whenever we got together. They saw the fear on my face, though, and knew I wasn't joking. We decided to wait a while before going for a walk in the middle of the night in the scary forest, as we liked to call it when we were little. To be honest, after what happened to me, I was quite reluctant, but I accepted to please them. Even if we knew this forest quite well, it still lived up to its name. In the middle of December, the fog that had rolled in made the atmosphere even heavier. We set off with our 3 flashlights, our down jackets, and a few beers. Our goal was an old lumberjack's cabin, abandoned for around 20 years. It had served as a landmark for us since our earliest childhood. It was a 15-minute walk from our grandmother's house, in a straight line pretty much. On the way, they asked me more details about what I had experienced. I told them everything, and even managed to make them shiver. Pierre was in the front, me in the middle, and Antoine behind. Pierre stopped abruptly. He was frozen, as if paralyzed, and asked us to move back immediately. He told us he'd seen a figure moving in the darkness. He described the figure to us as an old man of 60 years, bearded and extremely dirty. His description made my blood run cold. It exactly matched the description of the man who had followed me from my house. Their faces fell. The 3 of us started running towards the cabin, hoping to be safe. We rushed inside and closed the door behind us. We turned the lights off and laid down on the floor. After remaining 10 minutes there without moving, a shiver of fear ran through my entire body. The sound of the music truck had just started. I was having a panic attack. My cousins understood that this must have been the music of the famous ice cream truck seller who was following me. We were still lying there, the music getting closer to where we were. We could hear it circling around the cabin. Fortunately, the ice cream truck man did not try to enter. We stayed like that for 2 hours, in the dark, waiting. After 2 hours, we thought he was gone. We set off towards home, our hearts beating 1,000 miles an hour. The way seemed extremely long, even though only 15 minutes separated us from the home. Out of our 3 flashlights, only one was working perfectly. That's when a noise behind us froze all 3 of us. Pierre, who was the only one with a working flashlight, turned around and saw the man standing about 10 meters from us. He started chasing us. In one hand he had a big knife, and in the other he had a small flashlight. There was a sort of small radio around his neck, from which the truck music was coming out. We ran for a good 10 minutes with this man chasing us. We finally arrived at a house that was lit. All 3 of us entered without knocking, shouting we were being chased. The family inside, obviously scared to see us enter like this, began freaking out. Without taking the time to explain to them the situation, we all looked out the window, and that's where we saw him for the last time. He was there between the trees, his flashlight pointed at his face, and his knife in his other hand. From there, we could feel the hatred emanating from his black gaze. The father, now having seen the scene, called the police immediately, who arrived in 20 minutes. We all testified and an investigation was opened, but the man has not been found to this date. Here I am 5 years later, living my life with the fear of seeing that man again one day. I asked myself a lot of questions. Why did he choose me? What could I have possibly done to him? How did he even follow me here? And how did he know we were going into the forest? I don't know if I'll ever have the answers, but what I do know is that this man is probably still wandering around to this day in his creepy ice cream truck. My name is Lena. I'm 22 years old, but my story began when I was 17. At my parents' work, there was a new colleague that started working there. He was 21 years old, I believe. Let's call him Pierre. He'd arrived from the other side of France. As he didn't know anyone in the area, my parents tried to invite him over so he wouldn't feel so alone on the weekends. At the beginning, everything went well. There was no problems, really. He was nice, and we actually got along quite well. During some discussions with my mother, he told her that he had horses where he lived before, and coincidentally, we also had 2 horses at home. I was looking for someone to help me with them. He started coming over regularly, supposedly for the horses, but I'm sure you can see where this was going. At the time, I did not have a good relationship with my parents. We often argued. In short, I liked going to see my horses to have peace of mind. Except for on the weekends, Pierre came for full afternoons with the horses, and I had to wait for him to leave to have my alone time. He would stay for 7 hours without really doing anything. That's when I began to understand that he was coming really for me. Instinctively, I started to distance myself from him. I barely said hello to him whenever he came, and I started to try and avoid him. What's more, when I started working on my bachelor's, I went to live in an apartment far away from my studies. I still came home on the weekends, though. I was studying to be a vet, so I had quite a lot of work. I barely went to see my horses at all, and stayed in my room on the weekends, so Pierre didn't really get to see me anymore. I don't know when this started happening or why it even occurred to him that this was appropriate, but he would come straight to my room and say hello to me without warning, even though I wanted to be left alone. I told my mother to tell him to leave me be, and that he didn't have to come like that just to see me. She did, but every time as soon as her back was turned, he would barge in and not leave my side, even though I told him I had to be alone. He offered me trips to the movies, bowling, to come and eat at his house to take my mind off things. I refused. I was already in a relationship anyway. He knew this but continued to propose to me every week. All week when I was gone, he would send constant messages trying to talk to me. I'd leave him on read, but he continued, so much so that I had to block him on everything. He managed to get my number out of my mother for a so-called urgent problem, though. That was how, for the next 2 years of prep school, it came to the point I could no longer go home to my parents anymore. My boyfriend and I broke up during the summer after my prep school finished. Somehow, Pierre found out about this. He was right there waiting for me in his car in front of my house to see whenever I was going to go out. If I had the misfortune of going out with a friend, he would start harassing me with constant calls. I had a summer job in a store, and he would drive in 3 times a week to see me. I would always hide in the break room. He would ask my colleagues where I was, and wait for me to come out for hours. It was hell. During this summer, 2021, so fairly recent, my parents went on vacation for 2 weeks without me, as I was going to be doing a lot of work. I was alone at home with my dogs. I came home late from work, and every evening, without exaggeration, his car would be parked right in front of my house. I lived in the countryside, so there was pretty much no chance of it being a random person squatting on the sidewalk out front or something. He pretended to take care of the horses, but as soon as I arrived home, he'd come knocking and asking for news, saying that he didn't want me to be alone. It was this week that the worst happened. I was in the bath after a long day. I hadn't seen his car yet, and it was 10 p.m. It was quite dark out, so I was sure he would not be bothering me today. One of the French doors was right on top of my bath. I had the bathroom door open just in case the dogs got lonely, so they could walk over to where I was. You should know my dogs never bark, except in cases of danger. They were lying on the mat next to me as I relaxed. While I was bathing, though, they suddenly started getting agitated and growling and barking viciously. 5 seconds later, I heard a knock on the French window opposite to me. I don't know how long he had been there, but he was watching me while I was in the bath. I pretended not to notice him, and eventually he left. Until my parents returned from vacation, though, I never slept home alone again. I had a friend over every evening. It was fortunate too, because he did try things again. One evening, I was in the pool outside with my friend at night. I heard a car pull up in front. He started coming towards us with a smile that was a little too cheerful. As soon as he saw I had a friend with me, though, he froze, stopped smiling, and ran away. I don't know what he wanted to do, but I'm lucky I was not alone. My parents came home soon after. I burst into tears and told them everything. It was the worst thing in the world when they didn't believe me. They said I was making things up, that Pierre had been helpful to them, that they liked him a lot. Even though I told them he was only helping them to see me and to be seen in a good light, they still let him come over and nothing was done. Needless to say, it was not a fun summer. Back at school now, I left again. I would come home on weekends, and little by little, I realized Pierre was coming by less and less often. So much the better. I found out 3 weeks ago that my parents had realized I was not lying. At their work, they heard Pierre saying to certain people, "Lena is the woman of my life. I won't let her go. She will be mine one day, no matter what I have to do." When they told him I already had someone I was dating and he had to move on, he replied directly to them, "Well, one day they won't be together. I'll just have to find a way to seduce her and bring her home. Everything will work out just fine." It's been 5 years since, and this guy has not stopped his obsession with me. I'm happy my parents take me seriously now at least, but that doesn't really protect me. I don't really have any idea what he's capable of. I'm afraid of being alone at home, even with my dogs, and even in my apartment away from their house, far from him. I can't wait to move even further away. So for context, I moved into my new house about a year or two ago. I had lived in the area for a year before, but we were evicted due to the owners of our old house wanting to move in. I'm a young female still living with my family, which makes this story even more weird. When you look out my window, you see my fence, then another house. They're up on a small hill though, so the fence doesn't really block anything. The first encounter I had with this man was late at night. I was with some friends while all our parents were out at a party. I will say that me and my friends are old enough to be left at home, and we were responsible. We were just relaxing in my room with no light or music on. We had turned the TV off and were all alone just chatting together. We heard my dog start barking for a good 10 minutes. We passed this off at first because she barks at absolutely anything. I'm talking birds on the power line, a bug flitting about on the front porch, anything that moves pretty much. We started hearing weirder noises though, like crunching circling the perimeter of my room and scratching on the walls. I kid you not, the moment we started to get scared, the loudest bangs I've ever heard started pounding on my glass door. Me and the 3 others ran out of my room to go look at what in the world could be making this much noise. We were greeted by an aggressive dog. This dog was right up on the glass, pounding against the door. My own dog was pretty scared. That was when we really saw it. A man dressed in all black just standing at the door. We were all perfectly still, but I guess my friend's flight response went off. As he jumped to lock the door, the man reached for it too. My friend yelled out to him, "What are you doing here? Who are you?" He responded with a simple, "I don't know." He walked off with his dog, who was on a leash. When our parents got back, we told them about the man, and they asked us why we didn't call them right away. Truthfully, I know we should have, but I didn't want to ruin the party. I've learned a lot since then. 2 days later, my mom confronted our neighbor, who was out mowing the lawn. He admitted that it was him, and that his dog had run into our gate and got around the back. He said he meant to come and talk to her earlier about it, but it had passed his mind. Alright, fair enough. I thought it was a normal enough story, until I thought back to that night. The gate his dog supposedly ran through has a clasp that was shut on that night. We have it there so our own dog can't get out, and nothing can come in either. You have to open it by hand, meaning this man opened the gate and let himself and his dog in. My theory is he had heard the music stop and didn't see lights from our house, so he decided he was going to come and, I don't know, rob us, I guess? The noises we heard must have been him, scouting the perimeter of my room for 10 minutes before attempting to enter. We filed a police report, but nothing happened for a few months, until one night. I was in bed almost asleep, still getting comfy. I sat up to rearrange my pillows and turned around so I could properly make it comfy. That was when I saw a face outside my window, staring in at me. Whoever it was wearing a black face covering. I texted my mom and froze. I heard moving and my mom came in and checked. The man was already gone. This wasn't just my imagination, as my neighbor's lights are visible from the crack in my curtain, but the face was covering up a majority of the light in that moment. Ever since then, I've noticed them watching me, and whenever I catch them looking in, they'll get up from their balcony and leave. I'll look away only to catch them in the same spot watching me again 5 minutes later.